Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia and welcome to the DPA OpenMic 23. And on the bright, beautiful day, maybe not so day for some of you guys, for me it's not even the same day anymore, of April the 1st. And so, of course, April the 1st, we all know that is the Independence Day of the NAFO Republic. And so, we must now all start to sing the NAFO anthem. But I haven't learned how to sing yet, so it's okay. So let's start off with saying some hi to people. And I just want to say this stream is also live on Rumble, DPA's Rumble channel. Unfortunately, the only problem with the Rumble is that the chat is not integrated into StreamYard, which is the platform that I'm using to do this forum. So yeah, if you chat there or super chat there, pray that I saw it. I already prepared. I have 3 different screens. So I can introduce you a bit before we start. You can see that I have one screen. This is my mic, my coffee, and so and then this is StreamYard, and then oops, that's not the one. That's the Rumble. That's the Rumble chat. Rumble chat. Yeah. But yeah, the other one is my calendar. Yeah, calendar cannot show people because it shows all the dates I have, all the meetings I have with NAFO and NATO, and the White House, CIA, and I'm subverting everything in the world. So. I cannot let people know that I'm actually the mastermind behind all the shit that's happening around the world. So so let's say hi to people. Oh, there's a lot of chat. Hi Maddie, hi Vaughn, hi 4K walking tour, hi Drunk Bear, hi no one. For 4K walking tour, do search and check him out. He have a lot of walking videos walking over the place. So I think you will like it. Hi Drunk Bear, hi Don Pionen. Hi, no one. Hi, is not 42. Hi, Prata, Skoda, Woman, Wow, Siberia, Charles, Zovlad, Warhub combat footage, Elizabeth, what else? African, Oni, Elizabeth again, Mary, African. I keep repeating the same name. Okay, hi, Rolly. Hi, myself. Hi, Tomika, Charles, T, Do, Albert, Bozo, Manawu, Do. I think I said Do already. Specimen 560, Oni, Utilizer, Toby, Acting Sane, Dr. Ize, Emmanuel, Enriquez, Mary, who else I have? Avac Albert, Michael, Hang, Hound, Tokelin, Seymour, Chris. Oh my god, so many people. SD. So this is going to be a 5-hour stream of me reading all your names. So the Andre, Upgarden, Katiran, Drew, who else? Thomas, MM10, Sasa, Emilio, yes, and Vincent Chu. I read finish already. No need 5 hours. So hi everybody. So yeah. Midwest Talker showing off. He said that he got 4 monitors, but two CPUs. So that's kind of useless. You need 1 CPU, 4 monitors. Then that will be cool. Then I think you are better. So okay. So let's put in the invite. Okay. Let me copy and paste. Oh, I need to copy and paste. I tell people to come to the open mic channel. So give me a while. Where is this open mic? Copy this one here. What? Okay, so I gotta copy this to drop it here. And then I gotta pin it, and I gotta drop this here. Can I pin this? I can't pin this. Okay, Rumble still have a long way to go. And to join. Yep. So for those that are new to the open mic, please read the private message when you're in the stream, you're in the backstage. Because that's where I do verification. If you don't read the private chat, holy shit, sometimes I want to kick you guys out. So anyway. So there's a verification because previously what happened is that people come in and then they kind of manipulated their web cam thingy, so that after that when they come on they play porn. It happened once, and there is also some people they join which is not interested in the discussion. They just come to I think they have some mental deficiency kind of type of person, and then I will just kick him off. So the important thing is that because you need to go to the private, when you come in, you'll be on the backstage. I need to see you wave at the screen, at your camera, so that I know it's you. And we have the first person in. Hi, brother.
Hi.
And Maddie. So Maddie didn't charge his headphones.
I got 80%, bud.
Hello.
80% is good, unless you want to stay here for 4 hours, 5 hours.
Well, I got backup if I need it, but you guys will start screaming at a point. We'll get so loaded up with people talking over each other. I'll be gone by then. It scrambles my brain.
Hi, Jay. Oh, it's been a long time, right? Since Jay.
Hey, man. Listen,
you see, don't watch so much. No, Armored Rugby. This is what happened. You forget about it.
Armored Rugby season is over, man. I gotta wait until August.
Oh, the season is over. Sorry, I was like.
Yeah. How's everybody doing, man? Good to see you guys.
All good.
No, everybody's not doing all right.
Yeah, all good. Thank you. Cheers.
Yeah. Salute to everybody from throughout the world.
Where are you from?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm from the States.
Ah, okay. Like
Where are you
Maddie.
at now? Are you in the States now too?
Yeah, I am.
Where at?
I'm in PA.
Oh yeah, I'm up in the Maine.
Hey. Well, I'm originally a New Englander, so.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm originally from Connecticut.
Oh, okay. I was actually originally from Worcester, Mass. So we actually, the more we talk, the closer and closer you and me are getting together.
Oh, hell no.
Are you a Patriots fan?
Fuck the Patriots.
Of course
All right, well,
I am.
you then.
That's all right. I can live with that. I got enough rings.
Are you though?
Yeah, I'm a Patriots fan.
My man, salute to you.
I think you need to be kicked out the chat.
Vaughn, probably a Jets fan.
I only ever loved the Denver Broncos, and that was the only team I'll ever love. I don't trade states and teams. I'm diehard Bronco to the end. Fuck the Patriots. Fuck them all.
I just told y'all I'm from New England originally.
So.
Oh, by the way, real quick, Dan, I saw your video, man. I saw a video of you. Somebody did an interview.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this on and wear it all stream just for Vaughn.
There you go. And he got the old school legacy one. I got the same one too. I bought it in high school. Sorry, Wyatt. I know you don't want to talk about armored rugby. All right, I'll stop.
Maybe you could sell that jersey and give the proceeds to Brady because he's kind of getting broken on divorce.
Petty.
So, yeah. Oh, I just about to say there's this background sound. I believe it is from Jay. Let me mute Jay. Hey, Jay is muted. So where is it from?
It's probably from me.
It's gone. It's you. It's Prata. What? Prata. So people is saying that you are overheating. You're like you're gonna explode. Like,
My computer, yes.
Oh, that's the sound of your computer.
Yes, it's the cooling system.
So everybody, you're gonna have the world premiere of Prata's house exploding into fire.
Lithium batteries, yes, true, quite true.
Lithium batteries. I think the lithium batteries is the one that will, like, once it explode or burn, you cannot extinguish it, right?
Hey guys,
I-
Quite dangerous.
I'll be in and out. Okay, I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okay. So it's kind of funny to see like regulars that come in, like after some time they never came in, then they appear, and then they appear like a new person because the newer regulars do not know who is he. That was like it's kind of funny to me, because like every one of you guys look, it's already like my friends. So it's like I know you guys all personally, and then suddenly there's like they don't know each other. So yeah, so low DP volume is low on volume. Okay. So hi Dan.
I'm having light issues here. I can't get my light on.
So you're admitting that they have electrical grid issues in Russia?
Yeah, unintended.
Put a candle on. I thought you guys had unlimited natural gas. I guess not.
You're gonna get me in
It's
trouble if I say anything.
It's not Putin's fault. It's Soviet
I don't want you to get in
Soviet's
trouble.
fault.
By the way, is Bakhmut really seceding finally, or it will take a bit longer?
They are joining Singapore actually. They applied to join Singapore, and then we went to China. My prime minister went to China. Now they are now in China for high level talks. They are asking China for permission.
Oh,
You know,
but
yeah, because
isn't
we are,
the old
we are
president-
secretly actually a colony of China. So we need to go and ask for permission for them to join us. Yeah.
Nobody knows about it, right? Kishore Mahbubani.
I thought China was a problem.
Do you know that guy, Kishore Mahbubani?
He's infamous.
Yeah, he's famous, isn't it?
Infamous in Singapore.
Yes, he was ambassador in the.
So he's the dean or no some like the principal or something of one of our university foreign, what's it called, political sciences and whatever. So I think he's also considered diplomat. So he's very high
Yes, he was
level.
an ambassador in the UN.
So we have so at his level we have actually more like two thought leaders, and then there's another one called Bilahari Kausikan. So he's also super high level, and Bilahari is actually the PermSec, previously the permanent secretary for the foreign ministry. So basically he's the one that is actually helping the foreign minister to prepare all the and making decisions on foreign policy. Bilahari is is the person that I really look up to, because I really shared the kind of view of the world with him. Kishore is a bit different. Kishore is a bit more pro-China, and he subscribed to this idea that weak countries, smaller countries must kind of somewhat bow down to the bigger countries kind of concept. Whereas for Bilahari it's more about real politics. So it's about you have to balance the power balance in the region kind of thing. Do the right thing. Yeah, it's a bit of a different thing. I think Drew can share more. Drew is here.
So what about the old president of Taiwan going to China? Isn't that big news with you guys?
In Singapore news, we don't really care about Taiwan or China per se. So I actually didn't know. I only saw it on Twitter, then people talk a little bit about it.
Can I ask, who was it you were just referring to? Because I want to look into this person.
Kishore is amazing. I like it more. I like him a lot. He talks very plausibly. He explains things in a very sweet way, even if the audience doesn't like what he's going to say. But everybody is so charmed by the way he talks. It's always a pleasure to listen to him. He wrote a book recently. China won or something like this.
Yeah, so he's very pro-China. That's why they the two
invite him to like an interview, and then the whole
Bilahari
of Singapore will know of you.
Kishore.
Yeah. Now your
I think
Singapore
Kishore
audience
very
is
hard.
very tiny. Huh?
Actually, I suspect Kishore a bit hard to invite. he have this. It's just my feeling that he have this kind of persona that he sees himself very big, like very high level, and he's not so. You can't really get close to him that easily from the ground.
But he does go on like YouTube shows, like interviews and whatnot. So you never know. I mean,
but Bilahari
like Singapore's premier political, geopolitical.
But he's more famous.
Huh?
So Kishore is more famous than Bilahari. Yes. So because Kishore goes around the world, he say things that people want to hear.
He is very beloved in. Well, I don't know. He doesn't say things people want to hear. It's just so lovely the way he talks that people love the way he talks, and they can't disagree with him.
Figure. Yeah, he's a fatherly figure kind of thing. So Bilahari is a bit different. Bilahari is like in your face kind of person. He's a bit like me on Twitter. Yeah, but he's in person. He talk like this also. So he's in your face. He just throw facts at your face, and then he just don't care about your feelings. So Bilahari is a bit, I think, more to the ground because he's in my Facebook group. I have this geopolitics Facebook group. Before DPA become really a big preoccupation, he's in there. I think he's also in my friend list. I added him, and then he accepted. Sometimes we disagree. Like the time I say the Ukrainian Air Force was like totally gone, and then he kind of laughed at it in the comments. So it's like, then he was right. The Ukraine somehow revived their Air Force.
Yes, Ukraine Air Force is like Phoenix. It keeps appearing.
Using the necromancy kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you see
recently, I've been watching.
Did you see the chat? In the chat, they said that they believe Drew has created an AI version of himself that only appears when China is mentioned. I was like, what?
Yes, you got me. This is an AI Drew. The real one is working right now. How that work?
What's the iPad joke? I don't understand.
Does Drew has any feelings? Any personal, emotional feelings? No.
No, Drew is not here. Drew does not have feelings. Well, Wyatt, what I was gonna say was, I watched recently on YouTube. A lot of our ministers are actually going on a local podcast, like local Singaporean podcast, and explaining policies and whatnot. You should invite one of them. But it will really increase.
DPA is not local. DPA is not local.
You are local. You are local.
Oh, but because we are global, DPA is like very international. So it's, but maybe. Hey, Pata, can you on your mic so that I can adjust volume? They say that you're a bit loud.
Who? Me?
Wait, I adjust your volume. You just unmute so fast. Okay, you muted so fast. Okay, yeah. Vaughn is frozen in this fridge.
So Dan, how is life in Russia? Tell us.
Right now it's really good because the weather's getting better. Just trying to get to spring, and I'm gonna go visit Moscow and St. Petersburg, and I mean it's normal. The light's fixed. We have electricity, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah.
Hey, I was going to ask you, Dad. That those cabins, those old houses you were running around in.
Yeah.
Why don't the villagers just take the wood and make another house out of it or something? I mean, or is it like something you can't take without permission?
They actually do. When the Russian houses are built in a way that every log has a number, so when they're building it, it's just like putting Legos on top of each other. So you can literally take a wall and put it somewhere else. It's reusable. It's really cool.
Very communism.
Very interesting. It's actually a very old tradition. It's very old, and it is not just Russian. I think they have it everywhere in the north of Europe, Finland as well.
I saw an ad somewhere for. I think they were like selling. I won't say selling because it's Russia, but it was like homes for $10,000. Maybe $10,000 US, and like they kind of look like the cabins where Dan was at. Maybe a little more updated, but they weren't really big or nothing. But it was like a little plot, maybe a quarter acre, enough for a house and a car, maybe a little garden or something. It was like $10,000
now. Yeah, right now,
all the houses
depending on where the land is. outside of Moscow, they're building A-frame houses, which basically is like a bottom floor and the top, I guess, like a loft. They're really, really famous right now because this small house thing really took over Russia. They have so much land. So if you buy a little bit of land and build this A-frame, it's really convenient.
Yeah, they were all A-frames, the ones I saw, so it might be that same group of people doing it.
Dachas, aren't they? They're mostly summer houses.
Yeah, some are dachas, but a lot of people are actually living in them full time.
Now, is it a dacha? Is it a summer house because that's the only time you can really stay there is in the summer because it's not set up for winter? Basically, no fireplace or no kind of heating. Like it's a summer.
It's a very commonest thing. The dacha. I'll give you the word. The word of the dacha was actually a manor house, a summer manor house. And after communism, they wanted to make it for everybody, so everybody got a little bit of a plot around the city, and they could construct a little house, and that was like a sign of high quality. You have a dacha, like if you were an aristocrat. But things have changed, so Dan knows probably better than I.
No, I mean, that's totally true. Like in Soviet times, I guess everybody got a dacha, but now it's more like if you have the money to vacation, if you have money to restore these places, because they were pretty messed up in the last 20 years or 30 years after Soviet times. So if you have the money to buy a house outside of the city, it's basically a plus for you.
Before you go, Vaughn, I think it's like us for up to camp. Like, you know, my wife's family, here I am where I am in Maine, but there's also a camp up north on a lake by the mountain up there. And maybe it's like that. They get handed down from like generation to generation. They're like belong within families and they just kind of keep going. I think it's is it that kind of way for some of them? And I wanted to point out one other thing though, is that in that little city that I was talking about, you can actually buy houses there for like almost 1/3 the cost of what their camps are worth now because of what's happened in the country. There's nobody there. There's houses selling for $10,000 up in this place. So just putting it out there.
Normally around the city. If it's a small city, the dachas won't be very, very far away. And people go there in the summer and they plant onions, cucumbers, tomatoes, you know, and then they jam them, or how you call it, the cannet, exactly. And that was a big important thing for family economy in the Soviet times. Nowadays, people still do that by tradition. It's still very important, especially the old grandmummies. But if you are from St. Petersburg or from Moscow, they are very far away, and it's really luxurious sometimes.
I was going to ask, Dan, on those towns that you were in, those houses, are they abandoned just because of economic reasons, like the mines or something happened, like they closed down, or is it just people move on and don't come back?
They basically die. Like there was three families in that village, and two of the families were related, so it's basically two families. And the last lady there is a babushka who's like 90 years old, and the rest of the village has died off. Basically people die, and not enough people move to these places because of big cities. Like Russia has a problem where people kind of move from a big city to a larger city to a larger city and eventually out of the country. So the smaller villages are pretty much dying.
The most big city, most capitals of oblasts or republics, they are growing. Not as explosive like Moscow. That's too much. I think people in Moscow even are fed up because the city's kids. They keep building metro stations, and as they build metro station, a new city grows. It's impressive what they do. But anyways, most cities in Russia grow, but as Dan was saying, mostly because people are getting out of the countryside, and some smaller cities get even more depopulated. There are some exclusions, like in the Caucasus, where it's not mainly Muslim. They're also very popular because it's a bit hotter there. And yes, or if, for instance, is a city where a big enterprise built their headquarters. There are a few of them. Like, that also can happen.
Well,
So many
that.
towns are completely dependent on a single enterprise. And if this enterprise starts dying because it's a mine, because it's whatever, then these towns get emptier and with the time and die out.
I think it's a global thing, right? Every country is the same. I think especially United States as well. So the deindustrialization actually caused a lot of towns and cities to just die. Like I think Chicago also, the entire, because they outsource all the car industry out, and then Chicago just becomes like nothing. And then now it looks horrible.
That's why that town actually fell down, because the paper mill closed down. That was basically everybody was living off of. It was a major industry in the area, and they lived high on the hog while it was open. They had overtime, all that, and that allowed them to afford to build camps out, buy land and camps out there, because they all come French Canadian. They're all loggers. So they knew where all the good land was to buy. So the families bought the plots around the ponds, and the people who came afterwards would build outside of them, so, for that access. But like you said, though, it was an economic thing that caused it all to happen, because once the pulp and paper industry in the United States fell, there went like a good portion of Maine's total income. So I wanted to ask, because you said they move from city to city to city till it's so large, and then they move out of Russia altogether. Can I ask, why does that happen, and where do they go?
Well, so look, I live in not the Far East, but I live in Eastern Siberia. And here we have the city of Irkutsk. The city has about 500,000 people. People from here move to like cities like St. Petersburg or Moscow, because the pay that they could earn from their title, like if you're an engineer of some sort, the kind of jobs you can get in Irkutsk are pretty good. But in St. Petersburg and Moscow, the pay is insane. So they just move from city to city for better benefits. I've met people actually who moved from my city to St. Petersburg to Moscow, and then eventually left. So that's why I only gave this example, because I mean, like any other country, a person from China will probably get jobs in, I don't know how it is, maybe Drew and Wyatt can tell me, but I imagine if you're from a not so technologically advanced city in China, you're going to a better one, and eventually you want to be an engineer in America. I don't know. But this is what's happening in Russia.
I think that's what happened in China as well. Yeah,
something
Singapore
very
is just one city
as well.
Yeah, it's just one city.
They are repopulating the Arctic, and more cities and people in the Arctic, they get not just amazing salaries. They have 2 months of vacations. Yes, sometimes the house is free. So they're trying to bring people to the north again. Of course, it's horrible because you have like 8-9 months of winter, but you have 2 months of vacation paid. They give you a house which is much bigger than anywhere else in Russia. So actually, it's quite interesting what's happening.
It sucks up there.
I can say this.
Can I ask a question?
Let me just one thing though, because I wanted to express something on this. Is that in America, we have the same thing going on. It's the same thing. You cannot make as much money in Maine as I could go back down to Massachusetts. I could make twice as much down there for machining. They need people
but then you got twice the cost of living too, right?
Right, exactly. But that's the whole thing. There's the yin and the yang to it. And part of the problem is, and it's funny because we're always pointing at Russia, and people still got it in the head. It's a communist system, but that's the capitalist system at work, because your time, the employee's time, is more valuable in St. Petersburg than it is where they live. So they move. They need to spend more money attracting people from one industry to another. That is free market system at work. A lot of people think it isn't. It actually is.
Some people,
I'd like to piggyback
let me
off
just
of what
finish
Maddie
this
said.
really quick, guys. Somebody in the
Okay,
chat says, yeah, but Dan, the cost of living is higher in cities. In Russia, it's not like that. So the cost of living in a city does not change drastically compared to where I am at in a town, compared to the United States. The cost of living is very...
housing is different.
Yeah, the housing is way different, guys. So people in the chat, it's different.
I kind of want to piggyback off what Maddie said to ask Dan actually a question, because I've heard just speaking with people that live in Russia and stuff. I've heard that a lot of these small villages that survived for like hundreds of years, they'd even survived communism, all this kind of stuff. And not until the 90s did you see like this mass dying out of these small villages. Is that actually true? Did these villages really survive communism?
I think it's true because, like, where I live, you would not believe, like, going over the mountain that there's a freaking babushka that's been there by herself for, like, years. So I don't know how people do it out here. And, yeah, they survived communism by themselves and basically putting things into jars, like freaking Prado was saying.
Yeah, it's a tradition. My grandparents can't turn off that. They can't, like, they moved into a house, they moved out of an apartment into a house, and they bought the house with cash. They just saved up money to buy a house. And then after they buy the house, they're like, oh my God, there is a backyard. We are gonna have such a massive garden. That's all they could think about. And that's what they have. They have like pickled everything, pickled pickles, like pickled cucumbers, tomatoes, everything. It's like a program. They can't turn it off. And not just that, but even with fishing, right? It's a tradition. I remember my grandfather went fishing and he was like watching American fishermen like throw fish back into the like river. He's like, what the hell are they doing? Somebody tell him to stop. I will take those fish. What is the point of fishing if you're not going to eat the fish?
That's like my grandparents. They were both around in the Depression. And after they passed away, my mom made a comment a few years later. She was like, y'all, you kids should have learned. You should have been more into reading books, because apparently they had stuffed money in all kinds of books because they always were afraid not to have cash on hand. So, well, like my grandma, when my dad took over to help her with the finances after my grandpa passed away, she had like $25,000 in her checking account. And he's like, what are you doing? But that's how they were. They just put money away and put money everywhere. And she's like, yeah, if you kids would have gone through them books, you probably would have made some money. But, we don't want to touch a big old encyclopedia. We want to go out and grab some avocados or run around and act stupid chasing lizards. Yeah, but that's how they were. They save everything.
Yeah, I think that people don't really understand how communism works in in China, in Russia. Population don't move. They don't move from city to city. They cannot move. It's by law. If they say that you are a farmer in this place, this little village, you are a farmer in this little village. There's no way say, oh, I have an aspiration to be an engineer. They say, no. You are a farmer now. And you cannot move. So which is why then I think the area that Dan is living now used to be a closed region. There's people cannot really move there. That is similar for the cities all over the place, all over Russia. Because if you allow people to move, certain cities will not exist. Everybody will just move out of it. Like nobody want to be a miner. No, you have to be a miner. You stay there. That's the only job you're gonna find. So that's how communism works. China is exactly the same. It's only after they open up their country, that's when people start to move around. That's when you have the mass migrations that, the famous Chinese New Year mass migration, that the people go back to their hometown, their countryside to celebrate Chinese New Year. That's where it comes from. No, before that, there's no such thing. The people stay where you are. And in fact, if my understanding is not wrong, even the passport system in China is different. Every province have their own something like passport kind of thing. You don't really travel between provinces so easily. And to get out of the country, I think is also very dependent whether they want to let you go out. So for example, in Singapore, like, the foreign workers in Singapore from China, they tend to come from like these one or two provinces. is not usually from all the different provinces. It's like, we Singapore as a government make a deal with the local government, the provincial government of Liaoning or something, and then we allow certain quota of workers coming from this province, and so it's like the system is very different. It's a lot like United States, where they have a state governments and they are very powerful.
You see, there is quite interesting. I
wanted to add that in the Soviet Union, your level of education determined a lot about what your life was going to be like. There were opportunities to like move around and stuff like that, but it depended on your education. And like, for example, if you just weren't getting super good grades, you were kind of screwed. That's when you're like, okay, well, like my grandfather, he was a miner. He was really proud of that, and that was like there were other opportunities for him, but that's kind of the direction that he went in. And people would have laughed at him if he tried to become a chef or something as a guy, But as a miner, okay, yeah, you could do that, and he considers himself like an educated, man and everything like that. Versus with my grandmother's example, there was like a mix-up where you had to go to the city to find out what your grades were so that you could know whether or not you can go to university. Due to a mix-up, she didn't understand that actually she had the opportunity to go to university, and because she didn't, she ended up like hauling concrete as a woman. So your education mattered a lot.
This is really good that we're talking about this, because my most recent video, I show a bunch of documents from the Soviet era. There's diplomas for like being a chef. You had to get a diploma for every certain type of thing. On my video, it shows people who were doing sports. They get diploma from the Soviet Union for doing sports. The house that I'm living in right now is a house that was given to my woman's father for being a conductor on a train for 30 years. So the communist system was very rewarding if you were good, and it was very bad, obviously, if you weren't doing what you were supposed to be doing. You weren't allowed to miss even a day of work without a good excuse. So if you were going to miss a day of work, you were going to be sent to work now people have a misconception that a gulag is some sort of like torture place. No, it's like a place of rehabilitation. It is the body of Russia that pays attention to all these systems of jails that puts people back into shape. Soviet Union wanted people in shape and basically being a productive part of society in their own way. I think that is something that we don't have anymore in America, is like getting a diploma for everything. Those Soviet people, if you see in that video, it has a freaking diploma for everything. It's ridiculous.
I had classes on developing sociology, and it's very interesting. After especially the independence of African countries, sociologists, or better, social constructivists, try to imagine how could we advance the process of developing, what developing countries did in 150 years. How do we make it look fast? And one of the points was to bring people to the cities. Doesn't matter what, just bring people to cities. So you have these immense African and South American cities. They are so dysfunctional because people back then believed these guys they knew what they were talking about, and they definitely brought people to these huge cities like Lagos, Luanda, Rio de Janeiro. They're completely dysfunctional. They were never built to have so many people. People live in slums. It is horrible. Even Portugal had this problem, and it took us almost 40 years to solve the slums problem. It's quite complicated. Yeah. But Moscow grows like it's horrible. You don't have any idea. That city, it doesn't stop growing. Their metro system is so huge. They build like 5-7 stations a year. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, even to be a musician, right? You had to be educated about that. It's not like in America where it's like, okay, or just like say in the West, where there was that famous story about what's the guy from the Beatles? I think John Lennon was trying to figure out how to play a sus4 chord and how to travel across across town to some guy that showed him how to play a sus4 on guitar. Like, you wouldn't have that in the Soviet Union because you'd have to understand actual like music theory in order for you to be an actual musician. That's what it means to be a musician. Oh wow, that is awesome.
Yeah, these are all filled with the Lenin on them and has the communist stamp all over them. So I got all these diplomas in abandoned houses. By the way, DPA Army, later on I'll probably donate some to Wyatt so he can give some away if he has any followers who like Soviet memorabilia.
Dude, oh my gosh, I will.
You guys should go to subscribe to Dan's
Wild Siberia.
Get it from there. Yeah, go to Wild Siberia. But I think
you look at
Wild Siberians. Right?
Look at like Soviet film, right? For example, like you look at those actors. It's the different class of actors. Like an actor isn't somebody like Brad Pitt, right, with a nice face or whatever. It's like everybody was expected to be able to actually, dance and sing and to do this kind of stuff. Like, you look at comics, they also actually went to school for that. There was a right way that it's supposed to be done in regards to almost everything. So I come from a musical family. Everybody in my family is musical. When there was a teacher from Russia that moved from the former Soviet Union that moved to our town, my parents were like, oh my gosh, and they instantly made everybody go to that teacher. Even though she was a violin teacher, she was teaching piano, she was teaching music theory, she was teaching how to sing, she was teaching choir, she was teaching all this stuff. And even though she'd be like, listen, I'm a violinist, but in order for you to be a teacher that teaches in violin, you had to be able to do all this stuff. It's all part of what it means to be actually a qualified musician.
I was just gonna say or ask. You look at the whole thing. Everyone. A lot of people misunderstand the Gulag. The Gulag is a place to be reformed and get your mind and body right so that you can be productive. And then you talk about the musicians and all the education. I think the average, a year, I don't know about the rest of Europe, but let's just say with Russia, it seems to me that the general population has a better classical education because, and this is anecdotal and I could be way off base, but you look at like the Wagner guys. Yeah, their whole thing is they're musicians, but they really do know how to play the trombone and the fucking violin and the piano because they probably all went and got trained because they got a classical Soviet or Russian education. They got arts, humanities, math, science, music. And like you're saying, if you're going to be in music, well, then you need to read and be able to write music. We don't want a guy that can just play this instrument. We need somebody who could be the whole band because it's not efficient to have one guy do this and then have another teacher come in and do that. So to me, it makes sense. I think that's anecdotal, like in the sense of the Wagner guys, but some of those guys, they lived hard lives. They went to prison. They're getting out. They're being reformed. And you can kind of see in some way, and a lot of these other guys, they're former soldiers, whatever, mercs. They want to, they love fighting for the homeland and fighting. But at the end of the day, they all pull out their guitars and pose with their little violins in front of something. And, it's funny, but realistically, they could probably all play in an orchestra if they wanted to, but they are fighters instead.
I hope so.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Russians don't know critical race theory.
But I don't think
I'd love to hear what you had to say about this.
But I don't think the guys are
the Russians don't know critical race theory, but they know 2 + 2 = 4.
There you go. Well, Yuri, please
Yuri, you're
take
muted.
a ball and run with it.
You just now. Yuri, you're muted. Let's see whether he can unmute himself. You're muted.
You are muted, Yuri.
You're muted.
Nobody can hear you.
Yeah, he's talking because he's talking and he can't hear us. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I would like to explain the communist situation. According to Western view, I mean, because I lived over there, so to explain all the differences that make up the why is the communist system like that, I don't know about China, about movement between the regions, between the cities, but in Yugoslavia, it wasn't the case. But because of the strong central planning, because pretty much most of the communist countries were undeveloped when the communism took over. Okay, basically agrarian lands, except Poland, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia. Rest of them were barely developed industry. So they planned, they watched what United States did with developments and tried to copy. So they would planned increasing city population to develop industry because of the demand for the agricultural machinery, for the trains, for everything, for the roads, everything needed to be developed. So it's a huge planning project. And they just try to copy it from United States, from Britain, everything. That's the case. So education was part of it. They planned how much needed of engineers, of teachers, of the builders, of everything specifically planned how many to be in which sector. So they would decide how much of that school people will be accepted, how much of this one, what's the preference of the sector to get the best people, best kids into those schools in order to develop such sector. So everything is planned. So when you finish the school, you already have a job. Okay, it's already planned. Your life is already planned. If you choose one job, you're free to choose jobs because there was so plenty of them. It was such a lack of educated population, such a lack of experience, tooling machines. That was the biggest problem, getting the tooling machines to produce machines into the factories, to fill the factories, right? So they will have to get it from Germany, from we got a lot of machinery, the tall, Tor fireplace iron works from the Germany after the Second World War as a payoff for the damages, for the slave labor and for all of it. That was how we started off, from agrarian, 73% agrarian economy, suddenly industrialize it completely, reaching to 70-80% of the Western prosperity, and it's just a record development of all times. Okay, so communism is just perfect for undeveloped countries because it planned everything. Okay, but not then after it reaches the prosperity and people looking for more possibilities, they suddenly want more options, more choices. And that's the problem. When it's developed to some level, communism cannot plan it anymore.
I'd like to jump on what Yuri said. There was a famous quote from Hitler when he said, if you had told me before he invaded the Soviet Union that the Russians had 3,000 tanks, I would have told you, sir, you see things in tens. What he didn't know is that during the Tsarist era, Russia was making something like 5,000 trucks a year. That's the whole Russian Empire, 5,000 trucks a year. After Stalin's 5-year plans and all this stuff, they were making something like 3,000 tanks a year, 3,000 a year. And then during the World War II, that number escalated. So it was such a dramatic growth of industry, huge. It's like mind-boggling when people try to tell me something like communism doesn't work. I say, well, it doesn't work for a lot of things, but it definitely works if you're trying to build tanks overnight. You're trying to turn your tractors into war tractors. The Soviet Union would not have survived.
The problem was that it's very nice. The problem was especially on the last years of the communist, the Soviet system at least, and the Warsaw countries, is that they had no real feeling how much do they need from each part, and also they start producing almost blindly. Too much of one thing, too little of the other thing, and actually they should start handling things together. But the problem was already on the middle of the 80s. The Warsaw the Warsaw Pact countries, they were not exchanging merchandise between themselves anymore. They were like, okay, if you don't give me the right money for this, I don't exchange, and things got completely crazy. Like you were saying also from Jury was talking about the plan. People, I know from Germany, I don't know really how it was in Russia because each of these countries were actually quite different from each other's. But in Eastern Germany, they decided what you were going to do in your life almost before you were 15. They decided all your life. And the thing was true, okay, they had jobs for everybody, but sometimes there were like 10 people doing the same job. Their planning was not so good like we can imagine. Sometimes the planning was completely crazy, made no sense, and they planned too much engineers on one side or too little on the other side.
That was at a time when bureaucracy took control over the workers. Okay, that's when the bureaucracy started just working on keeping their power. Okay, just to preserve their own power. They stopped planning, just like in all over the world now that states stopped planning, stopped doing anything for the economy. They just leave it to the banks to support any sector the banks find, and it's natural what banks will find where you have a collateral already. That's what the banks will push for. Yeah, go ahead.
But people had money. They just didn't had anything to buy. Go on,
I just had a question I saw a video the other day, and they were talking about it was like vehicles being repaired at the number 103 armor repair factory. Now, if I see that, is it safe for me to assume at some point there was 102 other armor repair factories in the Soviet Union / Russia? And, for whatever reason, they've been closed down or whatever, but there's still 103 open. I mean, did they literally plan out 103 armor repair factories and then, 103 production lines or whatever? Is that something they would do? Am I on the right track as far as
that? I would guess, because I'm not so into military. I wasn't before, but it's not just armor repair. It's repair 103 repair facility, I would say. That's how they calculated, because they didn't want to name it except by the city. Every corporation, instead of naming it by the city, they would go number.
Don't forget they were paranoid about war. Not so much Yugoslavia, but most communist countries, they were completely paranoid. But they were very good in inventing stuff. Now we see why.
They were not paranoid. They were not paranoid. They were afraid. They were seeing
vigilant.
They were vigilant more, not paranoid. There were so much threats.
I want to point something out. Just
real threats.
They wasted too much resources into military. They could have thought a little bit
for
more
a reason. For a reason, they've been attacked over and over and over, pushed, financed by the capitalist countries to attack from the inside, financed all the White Russia. What's that about? That's support of the previous of Tsar and everyone to take down communism. That's what it's about. It's not just for nothing. They were keep being attacked over and over and over again. That's why they had
but
to.
it's not wasted, right? They are now all used in Ukraine now, right? So it's not
Exactly.
wasted.
Yeah.
Exactly. When they refer to White Russians, is that like the western part of Russia since it borders
It's
Europe?
Belarusian. It's Belarusian.
No.
I've seen that in some history books. They talk about the White Russians coming in.
You look at if you look at history books and even old maps, they'll call Belarusia White Russia, and that's what Belarusia means. It means White Russia.
Okay, but do you know when after the October Revolution? Do you know when the civil war stopped? When it ended?
The communists were the reds, and the other ones were the whites.
In 1922, that's when the communists finally took control all over the Russia. In 1922, since 1917, October Revolution, till 22. It was.
I have a question for the panel.
It was the.
I have a question for you guys. What do you think?
European attacking, supporting, financing, and giving the mercenaries to attack. Those that wanted the Tsarist Russia, they are called White Russian. Communist on the other side, Red Russian. Red and white. That's what it is.
I have a question for everybody here. What do you think is going to happen first? Will Bakhmut fall first, or will Ukraine launch a counteroffensive? So I'm going to start with Prada. I just want to hear your answers. Will Bakhmut fall first, or will Ukraine launch an offensive or a counteroffensive?
I think it's a race. It's a race. Go ahead.
Prada.
You're muted now.
Yeah, damn, you have to repeat everything because I was trying to solve the problem with my mic. So you were saying...
Okay. The question is, what do you think will happen first? Will Bakhmut fall first, or will Ukraine launch an offensive or counteroffensive?
Neither. I think Bakhmut has a very special... are you listening to me? No.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. Okay. I think Bakhmut has a very special psychological effect, and they will keep it open as much as they can. The Ukrainians would be more intelligent to leave, but they are not, so it doesn't matter. And the Ukrainians don't have the strength or the momentum in order to make an offensive. That's my point.
Okay.
They will keep delaying it as much as they can, and they will lose the momentum like we saw it before.
Okay, fair enough.
Fun.
You're muted. You're muted.
Everybody's
I
muted.
think Bakhmut will fall before there's a counteroffensive. I mean, with what's been going on over the last few days, I mean, it seems like it's dragging out, but then tomorrow you could wake up and find out Wagner stormed the last half of the city. I mean, I think Bakhmut's on the cusp of just collapse. And this offensive they keep talking about, if that shit gets put together anywhere, it's done. It's gone. I mean, there's two big hits, and there's a huge hit in Kherson and another one in Kharkiv, and some shit blew up because it was huge. I don't know what it was. I've heard stories it might be tanks, Leopards, Challengers. Maybe they blew up a bunch of depleted uranium ammunition, which I would think would be pretty easy to figure out because satellite technology, they can detect radiation and stuff like that. Now, granted, Sabo rounds may not put off enough residual radiation to show up from space, but if you just blew up 10,000 rounds in a warehouse, maybe that will show up. Something happened down there, something big. There's a reason they hit it, and there's stories about tanks floating around. And
you're saying they already had little parts back then?
Oh yeah, they're in there. They're around. They're if they're smart, they're moving them all the time, and they're not sitting. And maybe they're trying to work them towards the front, but they're there. There's got to be some floating around because there's too many rumors of people seeing tanks here and there. I mean, did anyone see that bullshit where they slapped a bunch of reactive armor on a Leopard?
Let's go around the circle.
Yeah. Sorry.
Maddie's got an answer now.
You're muted.
Well, I think that, first of all, like the others have said, that the Ukrainians do not have enough to do any offensive of any real substance. We may see it thrown in our face like it was a big deal, but the reality will be they don't have enough to feed momentum going anywhere. There's nothing they can do to put inside that. As the mass of whatever they use gather enough together to go forward, as it punches through the lines, they got to continuously start shedding units to protect their flanks. So they can't go anywhere unless they have enough of a backup stored away to do it, and they don't. And they're mostly they're on civilian trucks right now, moving around in muddy weather. The tank, Russia has such an advantage, and I keep saying this, in mobility because of their track. They've always trained for this shit, in this shit, because of this shit. If you read back into World War II, one of their biggest pushes almost collapsed the entire German front, but they outran their infantry and logistics and wound up getting sucked in behind German lines when they reformed. They couldn't get back to them. That was the whole problem. That's what everybody goes by. And it's wrong. It's armor, if used correctly. Yes, it is affected by mud, but it's nothing close to the way anything with wheels on it is affected. And that's the whole point of it. So I'm not surprised they're moving around and keep on going. And Bakhmut, right now, I honestly think the only reason they're collapsing it now is because they don't want something in their rear, because they're getting ready to move. And the Ukrainians, their concern should be, is Bakhmut going to be the sucking vortex of retreating men that they can't stop, that starts gathering momentum as it goes. And that's when it happens. Read history, folks. The patterns are all right there.
So
Yeah, the
you're
Russians
saying that
definitely
Bakhmut
do.
will fall first, Mehdi? Was that your answer?
Bakhmut is done already. To
right.
me, it's a sideshow. It's just getting cleaned up. They don't want that force down below them. I don't really think they're that concerned about it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm saying this the wrong way. It's a concern, and they're going to take care of it. I don't think it's like on the level 1 concern right now, because I think they're getting more prepared to moving forward than worried about Bakhmut, is what I'm trying to say.
You're next, Joe.
Let's just take Prigozhin's statements that about how Wagner will come down with the fall of the Ukrainian offensive, right? That which talks about how Wagner is not around Bakhmut, only in Bakhmut city, while Russians are holding the flanks of the Wagners. So, which he probably perceives the dangers of Russians just retreating after the heavy offensive strikes, right? So that way he would stick out alone. I mean, Wagner forces would stick out alone in Bakhmut and getting surrounded. That's his statement, what it means, in my opinion. Which means that Ukrainians are preparing for such a large offensive on the Bakhmut flanks, right? But now the snow prevented that, muddied the water, muddied the land, and probably it will take another month for the Ukrainians to go into offensive because of to get ready with everything. But by that time, they will probably be devastated with artillery. So, and that's why yesterday or today, I'm not sure, maybe 2 days ago, Wagner went into offensive inside the city to clear it up, so they wouldn't get caught inside the pincer by Ukrainians, right? If it happened that the Russian forces would do retreat. That's my perception of Prigozhin's statements on Wagner forces going down with the Ukrainian offensive. But this snow probably helped to Bakhmut to fall first before the offensive.
Thank you. What do you think, JS? Do you think Bakhmut would fall first, or will Ukraine launch an offensive first?
I think Bakhmut would fall first, and I think that the Ukrainian offensive, what was going to be of it, has all been diverted to the flanks to keep them opened, to prevent Bakhmut from being literally encircled. I think that's where they've been concentrating their reserves. And when there is the next Ukrainian offensive, I think Wyatt alluded to it in his last update, I think it may be attacking Russia proper.
That would be a freaking mind game for sure.
What about Vuhledar?
So I think that there's a reason why Kiev is holding on to Bakhmut, more than just political. I think it might have something to do with their plans for an upcoming counteroffensive, and I don't think that the Russians. I think the Russians are more flexible with what they want to do in terms of Bakhmut. If Ukraine is if that's the hill, the Ukrainian army is gonna lose, 80,000 men on. I think the Russians are happy to take that. And do I think Bakhmut will fall before the offensive? I think that it's kind of a race in a way. I think the Russians are trying to take at least significant enough chunks of Bakhmut to trip the Ukrainian plans up, to make them stumble. Remember when there was all that for like a month, they were talking about the counteroffensive in Kharkiv and Kherson, I think. And eventually what ended up happening was there were two kind of counteroffensives. And the Russians kind of had to choose where they were going to deploy the majority of their manpower and firepower, and they deployed it kind of down south. And up north is where you saw more of the Ukrainians be more successful. And I think all this talk about this, like the counteroffensive and everything, I think that it's probably, if you're gonna really do a successful counteroffensive, you're not gonna advertise what you're gonna do and all this stuff, right? And I don't know if you guys saw the recent History Legends video about this, but he talks about seeing where the Ukrainians are deploying the majority of their artillery and trying to guess from there what the actual Ukrainian goals are. And there's a reason why the Ukrainians are putting the majority of their artillery and their most talented manpower up in Bakhmut. I think there's a reason for that. And so the Ukrainians probably need Bakhmut for both political reasons as well as something on the ground that we're just not seeing right now.
So what was your answer? Will Bakhmut fall, or will there be a counteroffensive?
I think that it's a race. It's a race over.
I know it's a race, but we have to choose. Choose.
All right. If I was going to choose, I would say that there's probably going to be a counteroffensive before the entirety of Bakhmut falls. I put it that way.
All right. And we're just 1 second, Vaughn, because the commander got to answer too. I want to know what he's thinking.
Okay, my opinion is History Legends video. I saw it and I really liked it because he does research into the units, locations, and stuff which I don't track. So but then my own analysis video, I already analyzed it to be a Bakhmut offensive. So which is a pincer around the pincer. So that's what I think will happen, because that's the only way you can beat the Wagner's pincer. And so my opinion is that the counteroffensive will start first before the fall of Bakhmut. But the reason why I say that is because it's a window of opportunity. And if this close, they have no chance to really have a successful offensive in a way. So even if they are not ready, they will force themselves to just move out. So they are trying to form up, I'm quite sure, but it's like they might be forced to push out before they are absolutely ready. For example, 200 IFVs, just around Bakhmut regions to maybe 100 in the north, 100 in the south, with supported by maybe 30 to 50 tanks each to do a push. Maybe they're not going to have that number because a lot of this thing is still being transported over and stuff. So the thing is, Wagner it seems like it, based on Ukrainian information, is that they are now fully invested in the fighting within Bakhmut. So there could be a possibility that the Russian military had taken over the flanks. So, and the fact is, the Russian military haven't even started in the sense to really fight. We only see them some limited fighting within the northern part and then in Avdiivka. So, and I'm not even sure if that's the full power. Maybe that's the full power, maybe it's not. So it's going to be very difficult for the Ukrainians to Vaughn, what you want to say?
Oh, I was going to say, Bradley was talking about there's a reason they want to keep that ground. I mean, it's kind of dark, but maybe they got to hold that until they can get all the dead bodies out of there and stash them somewhere else, because when the Russians take that place, they're going to show the piles of bodies everywhere. I mean, I saw a video, I think it was Doug or somebody posted a video, and it looked like a fucking mountain of bodies inside of a building. And I don't think the Russians piled them up in there. I think they got caught in there and killed by, concussions or smoke inhalation or whatever. Maybe they're just holding the area long enough so they can get rid of all the evidence of how bad they fucked up there. Because it keeps coming out. There's stories about bodies being found in the bottom of mine shafts, videos of piles of dead Ukrainians. We hear all the stories about the MIA guys that are still collecting a check when everybody knows damn well they're probably fucking dead. I mean, you can see the POWs the Russians have, because they usually put a video out of them when they get caught, getting taken into custody, getting fed, getting their shit taken from them, maybe mocked a little bit for not giving up sooner. But, that could be part of it too. They gotta stay there long enough to get rid of the evidence.
I give Vaughn quite a little bit of right, because I have the feeling Russian videos are getting more and more through the wall, and people are seeing it more and more. It's like at the beginning they could hide what Russians were doing. They could call it a lie, but now it's getting more difficult. Sorry there.
I want to give my prediction now.
Oh, okay.
If that's okay. So the reason why I was asking you guys is because I'm always constantly thinking about this war in a way that it's just battle by battle for me. And the counter to the double envelopments that are happening in Avdiivka and Bakhmut have to be countered by Ukraine as soon as possible. Like Wyatt was saying, the pincers are closing. And I think that the best location for Ukraine to even think about launching a counteroffensive would be in Avdiivka. Why? Because it is a city that has kept Donetsk on check by artillery fire, I think, but it's also a smaller target. It gives practice to the Ukrainians, a bigger opportunity of success, because if they try in Bakhmut, they're going to get annihilated. And that's why I think Avdiivka would be a better target for them to do it. And I think that Bakhmut will not fall before they actually try anything at all, because the Ukrainians will gain 100 meters of land and consider that a victory. And they do this all the time. So all they need to do is basically take 100 yards of land, and for them it's a victory. This is what I consider a counteroffensive or an offensive by the Ukrainian military. Yeah,
I think that the thing for the Ukrainians is that their objective is very different from the Russians. The Russians is trying to eliminate the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainians are trying to get PR victories so that the fundings and the war can continue. It's not about winning Russia per se, because I don't think they are really convinced that they can win on the battleground in a very outright manner. Like, for example, if you look, despite their objective, their strategic objective is to take back the entire Ukraine and Crimea. You can sense from their kind of statements they are not that confident. Not even from the United States part. Like even NATO themselves are not so confident in their words. Like, so they know that militarily at this moment, I'm not saying that forever, but it's at this moment they are on the back foot, and they need to convince the public in the NATO countries to continue to fund the war. So the any victories on the battlefield is very important, and they themselves blew up Bakhmut as a label or object of a city of some importance. It was never that important. It was a pivotal city, as a strategic city. It was never that important, but they blew it up so big. It's just a Bucha, That Bucha is a small thing. It's really a very small thing. Hundreds, thousands of people have died. Bucha, like only a few hundred people, and then they keep talking about Bucha even today, because I think yesterday or someday was like the 1 year anniversary of Bucha or whatnot. So they're still talking about Bucha. They needed that PR victory to, or some kind of encouragement, so that the public in NATO countries will continue to fund. So Bakhmut, as a result, cannot fall. People do not know about Avdiivka, so that's why I don't think the counter offensive is going to be at Avdiivka, because they are holding Avdiivka. There is no talk about it's being crushed by the pincer. If you actually follow the social media scene on the Ukraine war, no one talks about Avdiivka, despite Avdiivka looks really endangered the past week. Like suddenly, then after that they counterattacked and tried to hold the line. It kind of succeeded. Avdiivka managed to hold the line, but no one really talked much about it. Like the pro-Ukrainians are not really talking about it. They're still talking about Bakhmut. So while I was excited about Avdiivka, Bakhmut, no, they are still focusing on Bakhmut, and it's also evident in my social media, in my YouTube views. Avdiivka do not get as much view as Bakhmut. Bakhmut is still the prime focus of the public. So that's why they are trying to hold the town or the city, despite it doesn't make sense to hold it. Like even the soldiers probably, we saw videos, but the reality is I cannot tell if these are real or not. So I can only assume that maybe they are real, because there's always misinformation. But it seems like the soldiers themselves also know this fight is kind of silly. Yeah, but that's my point of view.
No,
I'm going to disagree just a little bit, because Bakhmut and some of the surrounding towns are just crisscrossed with tunnels because of the mines. Apparently, you can get to central Bakhmut from Chasov Yar just through tunnels, and we've seen the pictures of what the tunnels look like underneath. So that's actually a very strategic fortress asset.
Mining tunnels.
Yeah, they're very, very, very strategic. Bakhmut and some of the
they already mined them? They wouldn't leave them without mining them.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the resources. I'm talking about the actual tunnels. There are great places to hide men, to hide equipment, to move things in and out without being subject to aerial fire or observation. Like that whole Bakhmut area is a fortress because of those tunnels. So it is not just symbolic. That's actually a hard point. And if they lose that, they do not have a similar fortress crisscrossed with tunnels. It's practically a Maginot line. If they lose that, they really fall back to just having open terrain.
I'm not sure if the tunnels are real. That's my problem with the tunnel, because I really haven't seen it yet. I tried to search on Twitter, but I'm not convinced. Like that's the only one that's possible is actually the railway track.
I think the tunnels you saw that were, we don't know where.
Vuhledar, right?
Yeah.
Vuhledar was full of them, but there are also some in Bakhmut and in Chasov Yar, because it's all mining in there. All through that area is a mining area. It's a lot of that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there's a tunnel all the
from
way.
Mining. They're not very usable for transporting people unless they build access points, so that some kind of smaller trucks can enter and drive through it. I mean, they're not. You can send infantry with light ammunition supplies, but it's unless they are really adjusted to be huge transportation.
The Vuhledar ones did have railways in and out, like directly connected to the rail network. Like it was very good transport in and out of the tunnels in Vuhledar. I don't know about the Bakhmut ones.
Well, wait.
Probably.
The only picture I saw, but I'm assuming it was fake because it was like it looked like a highway tunnel through a mountain. And they're like underground,
that's
Chavez Yar or something. There was like a whole row of tanks, which is probably somewhere in the Alps, driving in Germany, and somebody took a picture of it, and then they posted up that it's the secret tunnels of Bakhmut. I'm sure there's tunnels down there, but I don't know if they're big enough to drive any kind of vehicles through. Maybe a small vehicle or something, but how are you going to get out unless there's holes? But if there are tunnels through there, that would be great to move guys around and stuff. But, once the Wagners get down in those tunnels, you saw what they did to Vuhledar, they'll just clear them out of those too.
It actually creates a vulnerability.
That video is probably a Carpathian tunnel entrance to the Ukraine land.
No, it's not.
And
The tunnel that with the armored vehicles lining up, that's actually Malaysian AV8 IFV.
Really?
That's
nice.
Yeah, that tunnel is in Malaysia.
So we don't have
posted the link. I actually posted the link in Twitter and Telegram. You can actually click on the YouTube video. There's this drive-through of the tunnel. It's exact same tunnel. So that one is in Malaysia. It's just that happened that their camo actually looks very similar. So Maddie was also replying on my Twitter about it on that.
So there's fake pictures out there of Bakhmut tunnels, but we don't have any verifiable real ones. Is that it?
100% there is none. There is no such thing as a secret tunnel. You can't have something that is big and then it's secret.
I would expect the mines to be connected with each other. Well, the Vuhledar are mines of salt. They might be a bit more special.
Yeah.
The other ones tend to be mines of coal. And they normally have very small tunnels, and they go really deep. You normally go vertical down.
If they're coal, that's right.
Yeah, they go mostly down. So I don't see them really connecting. But they lost it in Vuhledar, and they were really expecting it in Vuhledar to be an important thing. No, it's.
I was just wondering too. I mean, to me, all those tunnels and stuff were built during Soviet era. So I would assume they have excellent maps of all the fucking tunnels around that they built because they built them.
100%. Which is why, if there is tunnels, the Russians would have known. There would be picture of them, 100%. It's like, if you go to Google Earth, you can actually find the 360 video, the image of you inside the Vuhledar salt tunnels.
Coal tunnels are very dangerous. Coal tunnels are really dangerous. If people are not working there and cleaning the air, they have gas. It's like they shoot a bullet, it explodes everything. Sorry,
nobody will fight in either kind of tunnel because it's just insane. They won't. I'm just saying that from a storing of equipment where it can't be hit, having troops safe places to be underground, they have an advantage.
If you have a combustion engine working there, everything will explode because I'm not imagining that they are really cleaning the air inside of the coal mines.
If it's a coal tunnel, you're right. Yeah, it's coal.
It's mostly coal mines there.
So from my experience of covering the war, I have this sixth sense of what is logical and what is fake news and what is not. And the tunnel just feels like, the kind of positive information, positive news for the pro-Ukrainians to make them feel more confident and happy kind of thing. Is they call it copium or hopium. So that gave me the kind of vibes because usually such information do not escape the pro-Russians. The pro-Russians are really, they really know a lot about Ukraine, and they don't talk about it, which is also why, in my sit rep, I never talk about any tunnels, even though you might see, maybe, I'm not sure other YouTubers cover that or other analysts. I do see, people talk about the tunnels. I see them on Twitter, but no, I never reported it because I don't think it's real, which is why I never mentioned about it, which is why, I also shared the Malaysian tunnel image. I say, hey, April Fools came early because really people believe that the tunnel exists and there is no indication that could be the case, because if there is functioning tunnel to travel between the towns, then they have no need to go through the muddy ground on the top. If it's just for storage of weaponry, they could have stored it in any buildings. Don't really have to store it in the tunnel. So it's not. So my feeling is it's fake. Yeah, of course I can be wrong. No, I have been wrong many times as well.
But then,
What about
we were talking about Bakhmut. We're talking about Avdiivka. What about that forgotten place called Vuhledar?
Yeah, it's forgotten. It's not important.
What about the line of towns that's next? Like Slavyansk, the next step back, right? Beyond Bakhmut, there's like 3 towns that they fortified.
Vuhledar was important. Vuhledar was important to get reserves from around Vuhledar, not to go into Bakhmut, but to go to Vuhledar. And Bakhmut reserves
pin them down. To pin them down.
Yes, and Bakhmut reserves to go into Bakhmut so that Avdiivka stays open without reserves. That was my thinking. Tricking so that reserves there's nothing left to support Avdiivka area. It was Vuhledar trick. Okay, the keep reserves back from Avdiivka, and that's why it was so quiet about Avdiivka success. They surrounded Avdiivka, which is really important point. I would say it's more important Avdiivka than Bakhmut itself, because it's where Donetsk city is shelled from. And I believe Donetsk civilians are simply enraged that they were, during the whole SMO, for a whole year, they were just left on their own devices. So probably they asked for help really desperately to stop this shelling of Donetsk.
This is why I say there is a difference between the objective of the two sides. Like the Russians will definitely prioritize Avdiivka in terms of because of the shelling into Donetsk city, but the Ukrainians is different because they are aiming for PR. So Bakhmut is more important for the Ukrainians. That's a kind of the difference. But I'm not sure Avdiivka can fall so quickly, even though they are just a few towns, a few villages away from operationally encircle the entire city. It's actually much faster and easier, I think, than Bakhmut. But yeah, the war is very difficult to tell.
Avdiivka helps the Russians insofar as if there's even one shell a day coming out of Avdiivka hitting the next city, that really helps this narrative that they're just shelling civilians to kill them from there. So it actually kind of helps the Russian narrative if there's still some Ukrainians shooting at Donetsk market from
There's
Avdiivka.
no way they want that, though.
After 8 years, I don't believe it's needed. The Russians need any such PR.
No, the Russians don't. The Russians don't, but it's helpful in the rest of the world.
Yeah, but the rest of the world we're so polarized now that I don't know if that. I mean, I get your point, but I think that everybody's in such their echo chambers now. They're so locked in. There was just a recent poll about Americans. Only 9% of them had a positive view of Russia. So I don't think that's going to, those shells are going to change anything. But I do have a question that, I don't know, Vaughn or Dan or maybe even Wyatt can answer this, is that now that the Western tanks have begun to arrive in numbers, in your opinion, is the existing infrastructure there to support those tanks from Poland or Romania through all the way to the line of contact, or you don't think that they can do that?
I think go ahead.
I think let Maddie finish what he wanted to say. Maddie was trying to say something, right?
Oh. Well, I actually couldn't. I don't know if I can even help answer that. But anyway, about Avdiivka and stuff. But I think people need to understand is that at some point, these areas are going to be under Russian control, and those pincers will have morphed into another mass of forces for Russia. It works perfectly for their system because these subunits can all be put into another unit, which can be added to another unit, which means it becomes a mobile battle group, and it can move forward. And that's what people need to think, is that what happens after. I think actually up to the top, because of Kremenaya and what's coming from its stretch out to the west, and what's coming up, well, they call it the E4 now, or the E40. It was the MO3. I don't know why they don't still call it the MO3. But coming up the MO3, I think those pincers are meant to match in Sloviansk. And if you look at Sloviansk, look at it how it feeds down into behind the front lines of the Ukrainians. It feeds all that going down because it's all got to come from Kyiv. And that's the problem, is that, you know, there is an objective to where they're going. It's not just to engulf these two cities. It's beyond that, because there has to be an objective after that once they close it down. I think they're already thinking of those things.
Yeah.
I was just going to say with what Jur was saying about them moving around and, you know, keeping reserves, it works to the Russians' advantage when you think about, you know, they can move by train, road, plane, however they want. They have no problems really being interdicted unless they're really close to the front lines. So, I mean, think about it. If they see units in Zaporizhzhia start mobilizing to shift towards Bakhmut, they've got so many Russians down there that we haven't seen, hundreds of thousands. Hey, here's a couple battalion battle groups. Go fuck around Zaporizhzhia. All of a sudden they stop. And then maybe they see somebody up in around Kharkiv starting to mobilize and starting to maybe head down that way. All of a sudden some guys push on Kharkiv and they stop. So they can literally control who they face when they face them, because they have so much equipment and manpower. They can create fake battles wherever they want to make sure that they only fight who they want, where they want, when they want. The Ukrainians don't really have that option. Even if they build up and do an offensive, everyone's going to know it's coming because they're going to have to commit to, you know, getting everything together. Whereas the Russians, I mean, a battalion tactical group here pushes around you know, in the Ukraine from Belgrade. All of a sudden, everybody there has got to go focus on that. Everybody at Zaporizhzhia got to focus on the Dachas and Olgadar. I mean, it makes sense to me that they can just play that game and draw reserves off or hold them in place and kill the guys there, and then maybe ease up down south so some more guys can go up to Bakhmut, kill them off, and then repeat and rinse. And that's pretty much what they're doing.
I think.
Yeah, this is why I think. Oh, go ahead.
Then.
This is why I think that Bakhmut is turning into a major battle. Like, we're seeing it in live. We've been following it for so long. A lot of people like to bring up Mariupol and all these other battles that have happened in the war, but just look at how Bakhmut has been playing out. The importance of it has now become like a thing of lore. It's been built up, not only in the media, but also in the dead bodies, like Vaughn was talking about. We've never seen these many prisoners, these many dead bodies all over the place. And it is really solidifying itself as a major battle in the war. So I'm thankful for the coverage by the DPA, because it's getting pretty crazy, guys.
Well, Wyatt, because you cover it more than anybody, are you getting the feeling that this is way more bloodier than it is being perceived in the corporate media?
I don't read corporate media, so I actually no idea what they say. But
they're not showing it. I mean, they don't even try to lie and say, "Oh, look at all these dead Russians." You know, I mean, they're keeping a tight lid on that shit. You're only seeing that stuff on Telegram. You're not seeing, you know, videos of Ukrainian guys crawling along as a drone just sits there and drops grenades on them. I even watched one guy. He waved his hands like, "I give up." And they still dropped a fucking grenade on him. It's like, well, you should have gave up sooner, I guess. Guys getting their arms or legs blown off, and you're watching them on a drone and trying to put a tourniquet on. And you hope the guy survives. You hope he surrenders. But, you know, he's out in the middle of the field, freezing to death, trying to slap a tourniquet on, and there's a drone watching him. You know, the Russians aren't going to walk out there and get him.
I just want to say about the NATO.
I noticed that in the German media, the Bakhmut disappeared. They haven't been touching it anymore. Sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I just wanted to say about the armor being shifted, the NATO armor being shifted, is that those things are going to be, they're already expected to be the most hunted objects in Ukraine. And I think it will create chaos because everybody's going to want a shot at them. And it actually could wind up being a problem for the Russians because corporate, I guess there's some bounties actually on them for like the first one that's killed. And it's getting kind of crazy. So I got to wonder if it actually may wind up being sort of disruptive in a way.
If you look at it from a spontaneous offensive. A spontaneous offensive it's going to create.
Or you could look at it the other way. No town or village is going to want that fucking train full of M1s going through it because they don't want to get cruise missile tonight. So you're going to have, you could potentially have problems with the civilian population after the first train goes through somewhere and the whole village gets flattened. People will be like, no, fuck that. You ain't sending that shit through here. Go around, go somewhere else. I mean, they can't stop them, but it's just another onion peel for the problems inside Ukraine internally. I mean, if I'm living in a village next to a railroad track, I'm probably getting the fuck out of town.
So in my reporting, Riba or Riba had actually geolocated where one of these footage with all the new Western IFVs and the tanks. I think Challenger or which tank. So they actually geolocated it to a military ground. So in Zhytomyr. So you can imagine the Russians probably already knew that. The Russian military confirmed would know it, and then they would already have surveillance satellites monitoring it, looking it load onto trains, and then they can estimate where you'll be transported to. It's going to be missile strike when it comes to a location where they feel that they can do a maximum damage on it. So if OSINT, open source intelligence, can find all these, where is the location of some of these vehicles, because the Ukrainians want to have some PR, by taking some videos and put it online and show off, they're gonna get themselves into trouble. If they have not taken that stupid video, no one would have known where the tanks are. Like
already there were missile strikes. Already there were missile strikes in Zhytomyr last week, and I believe those videos were allowed to be published only after the missile strikes. Okay, so it's already finished. I mean, who knows, right? But my guess is everything they talk about, like using depleted uranium or anything, they start talking about it when it's already there, when it's already happening. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't think, I mean, the CIA probably knows, MI6 probably knows, but I don't think we could fathom the kind of human intelligence network that Russia has on the ground in Ukraine. I mean, just because, I mean, like I said, it's not like you're sending a white guy to Afghanistan to try and sneak and blend in with the Taliban. You got guys that all speak the same language, sound the same, look the same. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ukrainian from Kiev is going to look the same as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy probably from Mariupol. So I would imagine that's one of their biggest problems is despite all the help from the West, they can't stop these babushkas and rail car workers or whoever. I mean, because you don't know. I mean, there could be some old man that's been there for 50 years and you don't think anything of it, but maybe he's got a distant cousin who's in the O units or something and he's hooking them up with intel. Yeah, and no money has to exchange hands, nothing. He's just doing it to take care of his family. He's making sure his son, his nephew or whoever isn't going into a bad... I mean, there's probably literally no way they could ever purge that network out because you've got people who do it just because family. You got people who do it because they like Russia. You got people who do it because they hate Ukraine. We're not even to the point of getting spies and intelligence people. You just have regular people that they could rely on probably constantly for excellent information. The only problem they have is probably how they get it out of Ukraine and into Russia because they can't really, even if they were using some kind of encrypted satellite or radio, I would imagine the U.S. picks that up real quick. So, but I would think their human intelligence network is beyond, above par of everybody because nothing crosses that border they don't know about, and they probably know what time it's going and.
Yeah,
agree.
Yeah, just like Vietnam, where there was.
People
it's like
in Slovakia
Vietnam.
have been showing it. Go on.
I'm just going to say that what I agree with Vaughn, it's like Vietnam, where you literally couldn't tell who was on the north side because you can't tell them from the South Vietnamese. And the Americans may have the greatest satellite intel and overfly and reconnaissance and signals, but the human intel is absolutely owned by the other side. And that tends to be the much more decisive information because it tells you not just where equipment is and where things are that are visible, but things that are invisible.
And the people in Slovakia and Poland have been seeing these convoys, and they photograph, they publish it real time on the internet. Okay, they have the information they want.
So I want to answer the JS question. So JS was talking about whether the Ukrainians actually can support the entire logistic train for the entire new set of Western equipments. I think it will be very, very difficult. Like you have too many type of equipments now.
I think the only thing the Ukrainians can supply is diesel consistently from point of entry to the front line. And I'm only saying that because I would assume they would make sure these new toys had gas. Beyond that, I mean, they're not going to be putting maintenance shops and shit within cruise missile or artillery strike distance. So I think the only thing they could move forward would be gasoline and ammunition.
They are getting it from Bulgaria, interestingly enough.
Well, I was thinking the reason I brought up the infrastructure question, it was like with the Leopards, it's a little bit different because they're used by all sorts of countries throughout throughout Europe proper. But the Challengers are only used by Britain. And so any sort of equipment or munitions they need has to come from Britain all the way through. So anyone want to speak
American
to that?
Infrastructure.
Actually, I can answer that in one way. Even in our own countries, we have problems with rail systems transporting the M1s because of weight. So I get what you're saying. There has to be, because their rail system is usually designed to also support its transfer of at least its armor. And their armor is far lighter than ours are. So when you get to these bridges and stuff, some of these tanks can't even do it in the United States, let alone across the world, where their weight becomes a problem because they were only meant to really operate in the confines of Germany, where everything was built up for NATO to defend itself. Well, out forward, it's not like that. And that's a great question. I don't think it's going to be a problem crossing bridges and everything else that they're just not telling people.
Mehdi, because you are trained during the
and
Cold
with
War
the
era,
internet speeds, also US problems with internet speeds. Look at that.
So sorry, I was trying to ask Mehdi. So because Mehdi is trained during the Cold War era, so is the tanks, the NATO tanks, designed to be defensive in nature, or is it supposed to be offensive in nature?
Yeah, and Vaughn can answer it as well, but because Vaughn served during about the same time. They were meant to be defensive until a certain point in time when we decided that we wanted to stomp our foot all over the world. Then it kind of changed. But yeah, they were made. Vaughn, were you around when the skid fire was part of the M1's actual system? Do you even know what it is? The skid fire was the. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
They used to, this was in the very beginning when the M1s came out. It was actually, they would go back and return, and then they would come and rush up, and they would actually skid. And the tank was meant to sit down and skid for a certain period of time where the gunner would fire during the skid. It was the stupidest thing. And they stopped doing it, but there was this. Okay, that's why. All right, I'll just leave it there.
No, I mean, we used to drift our tanks around corners and shit, which I always thought was awesome because, we'd be flying down the road and then hit a corner and just drift around, like in that sense, the M1 is pretty cool like that. But my opinion of, the M1's an offensive tank. I mean, it's perfect for defense, but it's really an offensive tank. I mean, if you want to pick on a tank, pick on the Challenger and look at the front armor of that. To me, I think that's a defensive tank. That tank was designed to shoot and fall back and shoot and fall back. The British Army is not an offensive army. They don't train like that anymore. and it's obvious in their tank designs. I mean, it might be a shitty thing to say, but I think their tanks were made to run, shoot and run. My tank was made to kill you and drive over your dead body and go to the next guy.
Well, I am a dyno tanker, so it would be a difference in tactics, because my frontal armor was what was to protect us if moving. That's the shell game, and I didn't mean it that the M1 was only defensive. It was at first its purpose wasn't.
Oh, I agree with what you're saying.
We weren't trained on. You know what I mean? It morphed into a more offensive tank than it was defense.
It's the whole point where we were going to trade space for time, bleed the Russians as they moved west, and then when they got to a point where they were too weak, we've basically preserved a majority of our forces, and now we conduct a counterattack and push them back to the original lines. That was the theory. You let the Russians run as hard as they want west, bleed them the whole way, and then you turn around and push them back into, Russia or Poland or whatever the Warsaw Pact lines are. I don't know if that would have worked out like that, but that was the plan.
It's a very old tactic. Yeah.
I got two questions. So, because you guys have probably trained with along NATO troops, I guess, maybe. How bad is the maintenance? Like, how often does the tanks really need to be maintained? On top of Abrams, I know. So you guys would know Abrams better, but no. Do you know the allies, the other NATO allies know their tanks? Is it easy to break down?
My understanding in the 80s was when the Buds were, they actually, because they allowed conscientious objectors. My understanding was a lot of those guys still had to serve in the military, but they were the maintenance crews. Like, I've heard stories, supposedly the German guys would come back, park their tank, get off, and some other motherfuckers that were scrubs because they didn't want to fight would clean the tanks and shit. But I don't know if that's true or not, but that's kind of bullshit that you have your own little chauffeur and valet for your tank. I mean, we got way more money than Germany. I never got no fucking valet or some cleaning crew to show up after the range. I mean, the Germans had it easy.
When you drive the tank and operate the tank, how long before you need some maintenance or repair? Like on average.
There was two. We're talking.
I mean, go ahead.
Two different systems, Vaughn. No, and I'm just gonna, because Vaughn should speak to the M1. I can speak to the M60A3, which was before it. Is by that time the patent tank with its quick, easy diesel replacement system is if we had anything really wrong with our engine, we didn't work on it in the tank. We just had them come over, yank the power pack out, is what we called the engine, and just put another one in. 2 hours to be done, instead of trying to do all this maintenance there in the field. That's the thing. The more now we step up to Vaughn's tank, where it has a more complex system, and he can take it from there, because track wise, I mean, I think it's the same. Yeah. If you maintain your track the way you should,
yeah,
you take all your, any extra time is the first thing you want to check is the track and make sure it's maintained right, because if it ain't on, then you ain't going nowhere, and then you're sitting.
Yeah, I mean, so if your track's not squared away, I mean, you could literally take a turn and bust your track or pop the track outside the road wheel there. But I mean, same with the M1. If we had an engine problem, they could pull out the pack. Any kind of the components inside the turret fire control system, you're talking, you unhook one bustle of wires, do a couple screws, pull the component out, put a whole new component in, screw it on. 5 minutes. Probably takes longer to unscrew it and put it back on than anything. So it's all component based. So they're not going to have. I mean, I could do that kind of maintenance if some guy was driving around behind me with like spare components. I could just unscrew and plug in, but I wouldn't be a professional mechanic. And that whole logistic line, like I said, I don't think they can do anything other than gas and ammo. But I mean, the maintenance, any heavy maintenance is going to have to take it off the line.
But I just because I was asking, because I want to know how sustainable is the Ukrainian new force. The new force is sustainable because it looks like a hell. Alan.
I mean, yeah. I guess depending on what they're doing, you could be doing maintenance checks hourly, every few hours. I mean, the problem is anything could happen at any time because these aren't going to be new tanks. So everything's going to be refurbished supposedly. But then you could be just driving down the road and all of a sudden some system just craps out. I mean, and then they'll have to stop and call somebody to come and replace it. They're not going to fix it right there. But I just think it's just going to be a real struggle for them to do anything with those.
If we're expecting Ukraine to have a significant amount of Western equipment, IFVs, artillery, tanks, etc., can you guys speak on how much you think would need to be provided in extra parts, spare parts? Will we need to send in mechanics to teach them how to do it, or can we train mechanics to do the same thing and then just send them all the spare parts? What infrastructure is required to maintain what they're claiming is a small army of Western equipment, advanced Western equipment? It's not just the tanks, it's not just the IFVs.
First thing they would need is the recovery vehicles, which they don't have. And that's the problem for them. They don't have enough recovery vehicles right now as it is. I'm sure they'll bring an M88 forward and the one they used for the M1 if they have them laying around to be able to be used. But those recovery vehicles are like gold. If you see them out in the field, we were always told, if there ain't something firing at you, you fucking kill that first, because that is, everything breaks down at one point or another and you need it. And if you ain't got it, you're screwed. And because the top mechanics are in there, right?
Yeah, you kill an 88, you probably just killed a senior NCO, so you just wiped out a very well-trained mechanic crew. Because every guy on that tank is a tank mechanic, or on that 88's a tank mechanic, and its tank commander's probably been a mechanic for a long time. So every time, kill the support vehicles, kill the mechanics. Then they, some guy might remember a little bit from his class about how to tighten the track, but he ain't gonna know anything else.
I got a new question. Can you train a mechanic in 30 days? Because they only have 30 days, right? Okay, 3 months. 3 months.
I will say this. When I went to the Guard, I switched to MOS, so I became a helicopter mechanic on Cobras. I worked on Cobras, and even though I went to school and I got trained and certified before that, we have a manual. The manual is very detailed on exactly what you're supposed to do. So if you had no experience but you were mechanically inclined, you could work on helicopters. As long as you had that mechanicalness because you've had a safety tie the wires so the bolts don't back off. It's very intensive and strict on the parameters of the wiring and all that. But like I said, if you're mechanically inclined, you could pick it up because you literally have a manual there. You read through the manual, do exactly what it says. Then your warrant officer is going to come up behind you and make sure that shit's right. They're probably going to check it as you're doing it, because if it's wrong, they're going to say, cut that and redo it. So, you could read a book. They'd have to have guys that were already mechanically inclined just to pick it up. And even then, they're still going to be at a deficit because they're not going to an actual school. It's like, they could take MI8 mechanics and they could read the books, but it's still going to be a lot slower process because it's not something they worked on before. They'll understand everything being said. It's just a whole different system.
And the way this war is rolling
out,
now,
with
guys,
smartphones, you can just have audio instructions following video and audio instructions on a smartphone, and you followed it and replace parts, as you said, explained before, replacing parts.
If you just use ChatGPT and get it done.
Let Dan talk.
Yeah, but the recovery vehicle.
Dan was saying something.
The recovery vehicle point is critical.
I want to emphasize the importance of the infantryman in this war. Because not everybody's going to be mechanized. Not everybody's going to be in a tank. And going from the bottom up, when an infantryman dies, somebody will fill his hole that he's left. And speaking from experience, I used to take when we lost men, we used to take mechanics, people who were fixing vehicles, and they hated this. But this just takes a mechanic off the line. So that leaves a gap in the mechanics section. And it just snowballs into a big problem. So, we're talking about special military occupations that are being lost every day. People are never going to be able to fill this up. By the time the war is over, there's going to be an insane amount of holes to fill. And we also have to remember.
Are we talking about which mechanics? The ones for
any type of mechanics?
Soviet material?
Any type of
No, but they will probably put English people and Americans there, won't they?
Yeah. The American mercenary is not going to want to do that job. They think they're higher than that. But let me just finish one more point. What I'm trying to get at is that this war is snowballing at such a high rate, such a high pace for the Ukrainians, that it's kind of just, it's going to bite them in the ass when they keep throwing these people into the wrong places, man. And, you know, as much as we're talking about tanks right now, just we're going to have to, the West is giving these people weapons like rifles, mortars, vehicles that they all have to learn how to use. And like Alan was talking about, these guys are getting a fresh new army. And as soon as they lose one guy, it's going to be like, okay, let's try to replace him. And I just don't see it happening.
And you know that's going to be an issue too.
Did you guys saw the way that they are formatted in England? They have they don't speak any English. There is always someone translating. So you're lost, traduttore traidore. You're always lost in translation.
Hi guys.
One of the things that like Vaughn said, there's a manual. Each tank has a manual. It has its primary maintenance in there. It's scheduled. So, before anybody gets in a tank and starts going, it's being checked out. Things are being, it's just part of your job of a track. Now, that's the thing though, is that if you're under pressure and you just got these tanks and you got to use them and you really don't have time to flip and these things are this thick, mind you. Flip through the pages to figure out what your primary maintenance schedule point is for today to make sure that you don't have problems later on. Are they going to get enough time to even do that? There's so many factors into it, and you got to remember, it's 4 men that are going to be in this tank that are most likely, unfortunately, I feel, will die, and they're going to die needlessly.
If it comes to mechanics, so a tank mechanic can be taught in 3, 4, 5 weeks, not even months, because the tank is so complex, and you have to know where the parts are. You have to know how to dismount them. You have to know how to repair them. So this is a job for experienced guys. Mechanics are getting good in like 5 years. To be capable to work on field. I mean, because field working is not like you are bringing the tank in a place where you can you have everything what you need and you repair. You have to be a very good one. You have to improvise.
No. That's very important. You can't even repair it if you don't have the materials to repair it, right? You can have all the highly trained mechanics in the world. If they don't have the parts to fix a broken tank or nice fork on.
Yeah, they are improvising a lot when they are repairing on field.
You can't improvise a fire control system for a tank.
Oh no, not that. I mean real mechanic for the engine parts, for the movement of the tank.
I can just imagine they pull out like the
because you have to
pipes
imagine
out of a Lada and stick it in an Abrams.
That these tanks are machines, so they are getting broken every time. They are going through hard terrains, so that's not like you are going on asphalt or something.
So no real German machinery there. They get broken. That's not German.
Also, German machines got broken.
The real part is known for getting broken very easy. That was a joke.
Oh, I understand.
Have you guys spoken about?
Yeah, we
Bakhmut
used
already?
to say it came
And
with a
now-
5-man crew, 4 for fighting the tank and 1 to fix it. That
Sorry,
was
Muddy.
an old saying we had.
Just think about now. They got tanks from England, tanks from France, tanks from Germany, tanks from wherever, and you need a trained mechanic for every kind of this machine. So separately, you cannot train a guy which is repairing all these machines.
Got a bit lost. So for each tank, you need a mechanic. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, a separate one because they are all functioning different.
I wanted to ask that question if it was, but does it differ if it's, for example, all Soviet weapons or tanks, shall we say, that you would need a different mechanic for that, or would this apply more to NATO tanks? Because as far as I understand it, NATO weapons are, excuse me, NATO weapons are generally standardized. So I would kind of imagine that there's some crossover.
The ammunition is, and
not only the ammunition. Yes, sorry, Muddy.
Well,
sorry, Muddy.
You got to think of it though. Most of them have German Rheinmetall cannons in them too. Maybe not the Challengers, but I know that like the Leopard, the United States, we use the Rheinmetall cannons as well. So, it kind of goes both ways, but you got to remember there's frontline mechanics and then there's the backline mechanics. The frontline mechanics is like Vaughn said, a lot of these things inside a tank are modulars. So they're made to be just quickly bolted and taken out. And then you get a different one put in its place. You're rolling. And then the second tier mechanic who is like optics or whatever specialized will take that apart and fix that part of it. There's 2 different levels to what we're saying. And to get the experience to be the guy that's in the back line fixing the optics that fixes all these modules, that's the like experienced mechanic. The guy that's just taking it out and plugging it in isn't as experienced as that guy. That takes time to get to. I think Vaughn would know that more than me.
Yeah, that's true. But and now you have to imagine.
There's one difference in Slavic people. I mean, tankists would serve also as mechanics for their own tank. I hear a lot of stories from my cousins that were inside as part of NATO troops in Afghanistan, and my cousins are just laughing at Americans' inability to fix anything. So they would always, if something would be broken, if some, I don't know, Humvee or anything will broke down on a road, they will immediately call for the mechanic supports. While our guys will come to them and just fix it before mechanics will arrive, and keep on going. And Americans will tell them, "Don't touch it," but our guys will just come in and fix it.
Yeah, but who are your guys?
Usually just get in a bunch of Croatians to Ukraine and problem solved.
Yure, I think this is a legend.
Yeah, well,
you can't do that anymore with
Dracu,
yeah.
I'm telling you what my cousins are talking to me.
Yeah, I think this is a legend because the new
You're from Romania. You're from Romania. Vampire legends.
Let me give you the reason why is so. Because the modern Humvees, for example, are not old cars anymore, which you can fix with pairs of pliers and with a piece of wire. This was 50 years ago, my friend. Now the modern Humvees are electronics. You don't have access to the engine. You have to bring it to a mechanic. So the armies are knowing what they are talking about.
1 second, Dracu. I just have to ask him a question because I was there in the war. So I just want to know which country did your cousins fight for that they said this?
Yeah.
What country?
Croatian NATO troops, as part of Croatian NATO.
Croatian troops? Did they tell you in what place they were fighting in, like Helmand, Kandahar?
They were mostly in that airport, biggest airport base.
Okay, so that was Kabul, probably. I don't know, because the only airport that we know that's big is in Kabul. So the reason why Americans don't tend to stop and start fixing their vehicles there is because they believe in operation accomplishment. So something that will slow us down is an insignificant vehicle. We just leave, we get somebody to take the wreckage back, and we continue. Yeah, well, we don't blow. I mean, if we have to blow it in place, we will blow it in place. It's much easier to save time and mission accomplishment. The Americans believe in mission accomplishment, and anything that will.
Now just think about
patrols. They were
think
usually
about
patrols.
Think about the technical structure.
Support for the transport support. That's what it was.
But I think that's what also the Russians
they weren't
did,
doing
in
fighting.
the first month of war.
And why I'm talking about technique is why I'm talking about technique is because I am a trained tank mechanic, and yes, I am, and I was on T-55. I was trained on T-55, and we had mechanics to repair, and we know how hard it is to repair a tank on the field. So this is not like you have a place like with asphalt or something. You are in the mud. You are in dirt. The supplies car are not. I cannot access the place. So you have to transport these pieces per hand. And now imagine the structure of the mechanical structure of the Ukrainian army, because they have technical. They have techniques from 5 countries, different fabrics, different fabrication, which are all functioning different. For what you need, different mechanics with different knowledge and with different skills.
So in order for the Russians,
Dracu, so since you operated the T-55 and knew how to work on it, what are your thoughts on the Russians deploying their T-55s because all of their other tanks got destroyed? Do you think the T-55 is an effective weapon against modern Western equipment?
It comes if they have now good optics, because they can put new optics on them. Then they are reliable. So I think not that there is a big problem. They have a 120 millimeter cannon, and they are very. So we shot with them, and they were really precise. So the guys that shoot, they shoot to 3-4 kilometer, and they hit every time. But I didn't fight with them in a war. So
you only repaired them.
No. I was a driver.
Oh, okay.
So you're a mechanic or you're a driver? So
I was a driver. I was a driver and mechanic. But mechanic, like because the driver had to know how the machine is function, but only for minor.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Tankists are mechanics.
I have a question for Wyatt. Hold on. I've got a quick question for Wyatt.
Vaughn and Dracu is actually similar, right? They're both drivers.
Yeah.
Of the tank.
I had a question for Wyatt. How do you keep getting tankers in here?
I don't know. They love the war.
Only tankers. We're all pilots.
Because we do deep penetration.
Yeah, my wife wouldn't be saying that. I'm Irish. All potatoes, no meat. Anyway, what you're saying. It makes sense. But from the T-55 to the newer variants, there's optics in there I cannot fix. I cannot fix a thermal imager, and you can't tear one apart right there in the field. You don't have that time, and that's the thing is since the T-55, which by the way has a really good cannon on it, and they've also with these tanks that you're seeing going to the front, they are mostly being fitted with thermal imagers now. Believe it or not, that's what's going on. So when people say these shit T-55 tanks are moving forward, well, mostly they're going to be, I think, for protection in the rear guard things, bunker busting as well. So, that's the thing about in the West. We think that because they use old systems, just like we do, look at the B-1 bomber or the B-52 bomber. How long's that been in service? That we got to make a new system for everything. Russians love to repurpose shit. They throw away nothing because their defense industry keeps it around for either using it to just smelt it back into armor or using it to turn for parts, all sorts of stuff. And there's the difference right there, I think.
I
now.
would actually say the B-52 is a bad example because they're purposely trying to keep the B-52 in service for like 120 years or 110 years or something like that.
Yeah, it just got new engine upgrades. But yeah. I mean, I want to make it clear, like on the M1 tank, your driver is expected to take care of the drive mechanism. The loader's responsible for the loading. The gunner needs to have the gun bore sighted and have that operation. And the commander makes sure the shit gets done. So yeah, everybody on the tank is technically somewhat of a mechanic because they're required to maintain their part of the tank as much as they can in the field, but we're not mechanics. Like Dracu said, he's the driver. No. He's expected to take care of the driving of the tank, make sure the tank can drive. They don't give a fuck if Dracu didn't fix the gunner's sight. That's the gunner's problem.
So understanding
yes. Our name, the name of our position was mechanical conductor. So I was a mechanical conductor. So we could fix, like if some mechanical parts will broke, which can be fixed in the field, then we will fix. I will take as a helper my crew or the crew of the tank, and they will help me, and we fix it. But if there is an engine problem, then you can fix it.
Well, the one thing that I know that part of it, when you get one minute, when you get selected. One moment, I just want to clear something up because this might clear it up. Is that yes, you are part of the ASVAB test. Is you're expected you will have scored higher on the mechanical inclination part of it. I think that may be where this is coming from. You're not a mechanic, but you've proven yourself by their logic that you're mechanically inclined. That allows you have to score this to become part of an armor crew. There's certain scores you have to meet. It's not big, but I mean, there is something to this.
So the guys,
it's just to fix small things that can be fixed in the field.
Yeah, that's
what it says. True. And usually it's such things that actually break down, not engine itself. That's a rarity, but mostly supporting parts to the engine that can be fixed, small parts, and you have tools on a tank for it.
So if so many different types of things tanks will come and other material, other equipment, and you can't have mechanics for all them around, and they are in the middle of the field, what will you think guys they will do? Will they explode these materials? Because it would be a bit like it would be a humiliation if the Russians get them almost entire.
They will get them. They will get them. They will broke and they will get them. There is no other.
Yeah, sure. But the question is, do you think they will destroy them before? Like Dharma was saying that if we have a mission accomplished goal, so sometimes we destroy the tanks or the equipment on the ground if we have to leave it. What do you think they will do? What's your opinion?
I think they will try to capture them, to study them. This is the Russian are always doing that, but not only the Russian. And if this is possible, then they will take them with them. They will study them. They will repair them. They will use them against the Ukrainian. But for me, it's like mad. This imagine the imagine of an army with 5 different technical directions. It's like, for me, it looks like impossible. So I don't know.
Yeah, you solve it by concentrating.
What would be NATO indication? Should if something gets broken and they can't take that equipment out, what is the NATO indications for that? Destroy
You
or
solve the
let it
problem
just be?
of multiple variants of tanks by concentrating into one direction. So you keep them together. That way you lower the logistics instead of mixing different types of the tanks. You simply keep them in one area separated. That's simply a solution to complicate it. But anyway, you have 1,000 of different weapons anyway.
I was going to say,
May I
as
ask
far
if
as
that had any effect on the combat capability of units formed? That because of the logistical issues of having these different tanks, will that cause because I imagine the tanks different capabilities if they are forced for, like you said, Euro, to have the you have to have more similar tanks operating, then that will kind of define the combat units. Like Vaughn was alluding to earlier, like you have tanks that are made to run, and then you have tanks that are made to run over your dead body, right? So, like, would the Russians be capable of identifying, for example, the force formations? Like, okay, this is probably a defensive composition due to these type of tanks they've set up, or.
Well, I don't think
they will use them any
NATO,
way they can.
I don't think NATO would agrees with my assessment of the Challenger. So you won't see them deployed in a defensive position. And as far as what Prada or somebody was saying about all the spare parts, if you think about it, like if I'm in my M1 and some guy in a T-72 fires a Sable round and it bounces off the turret, it's going to rock my ass anyway. And you don't know what's going to get broken. It could have hit the part of the turret where the gunner's area is. So you've got damage to the fire control. It still functions, but maybe the thermal's knocked out. Maybe the fire control computer's knocked out. So that's going to slow you down. You can still use the gunner's primary sight, which is not not electronic, and fight. But I mean, there's really no way to guess what kind of parts you're going to need. You'd literally have to bring doubles of everything that can be broken.
That's actually a really good thing you brought up there, because I was kind of wondering, are more modern tanks with the more sophisticated electronics and so forth also more susceptible to different kind of alternative armaments, like for example EMP and stuff like that? How much would that, for example, affect a tank?
Like a tank,
is an EMP more worthwhile than nominal munitions?
A tank is supposedly hardened against the EMP, so it wouldn't matter. Like I said, I'm basically talking about like shock damage from just impact that you survive. You could easily survive, same with a heat round. The M1's specifically designed to defeat heat rounds with that armor. So that doesn't mean you're not going to get rocked. That doesn't mean, it didn't penetrate and kill you, but it might have fucked up the internal systems just from the shock of the hit. And I had a friend of mine, the guy that was in Desert Storm, he got hit by I think it was a T-72 Sable round. Didn't kill him or anything like that, but he said it was like being inside a bell when it was rung, and he had a ruptured eardrum from that. So, I mean, you can survive the hit and all that, but who knows what was damaged on that tank from just the impact.
So that's why I think I really think the T-55s are really reliable, because they don't have much electronic, they have no electronic at all. They have only electrical systems. So if you are hit like not a deadly hit, there is nothing to be broken, like it not can be repaired on place. So for such conditions, for really hard conditions, not such sophisticated technique, I think it's better than real sophisticated technique, because this is not like the Desert Storm where you have like real soft terrain to drive. We all know Russia is like hell.
I got a question.
From terrain.
I got a question.
Or whoever.
Just one question. Can a T-55 shell kill a modern tank? Because that will answer a lot of questions, right? People say T-55 is shit. This is so old, but it's still a 125 mm turret. It's still a cannon.
Yeah, but what kind of pressure can it take, though? That's the thing. What's it made for, distance or penetrating power? a straightforward shot. And what kind of munition it's being used? Have they developed a munition to make it stronger so that it can go out and be engaging other tanks? But I wanted to say about the fancy systems, what it comes down to is, do they work, and can you keep them working? Because if you can't keep them working, they're worthless.
Yes.
If they don't work and they're just something that the military industrial complex said would be great for combat, it turns out it isn't. There's all sorts of gives and takes with any type of system, because when you put something in, usually something has to come out, because inside armor there's limited space. And the inside of the tanks, at least our tank, are coated with lead. It helps them to absorb spalling from bouncing around inside the tank, as well as protect it from EMP. So I was told.
Also, I was going to say, I think Prada or somebody was asking about, what would happen if the Russians were trying. We have a procedure to destroy the tank if it was going to be abandoned and not recoverable. And I would hope that they train the Ukrainians on that process, because they will be in that position more than likely. At least some of them will. And all you got to do is, what we were trained to do is, you open the ammo door, you lock it open, maybe pull a few rounds out, lay them on the turret floor. You climb out, pull a thermite, drop it in there, and run your ass away, and let it cook off the ammo and basically burn out the tank. That doesn't mean it's still not usable, because the armor and stuff, but all the electronics will be burned out.
Shoot in the back of the tank.
You know when you are in the situation, when the attackers are there, your tank is broken, you cannot use it anymore. You don't think about destroying the tank. You are just running.
So
you'd like to think that you hop off the tank and throw one in there as you ran, but like you said, if rounds are incoming, you'll be lucky to get off the tank and survive anyways. Because think about it, you're inside an armored rolling pillbox, and now you have to climb out into a terrain full of shrapnel and bullets that you were protected from. So you're right. Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to run and get away, but that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to throw the thermite in there and let it burn it out. But obviously, if you're under fire, that might not happen.
Yeah, but the real situation.
Guys, listen,
where the fuck is the thermite?
So what I was thinking is that
we actually had a storage place for the thermite, by the way.
More than one way to skin a chicken, and or whatever the hell they say, pluck a chicken, skin a seal, whatever. Artillery, anti-tank mines, and there's also other rockets that people can use to destroy a tank, and that's not covering how Ukrainians actually use tanks. So they're not using them in a conventional way. They're really bad at strategic anything. We already know that whatever they should be doing, they're not doing. So when we're talking about tanks, we're talking about two different worlds: how Russians use tanks, how Ukrainians use tanks, how the Russians can counter the Ukrainian tanks. Like NGS just donated. He asked, how are you counter Western tanks? Artillery, air? Yes, I think that their best bet to counter the Western tanks is not by using tanks themselves, but using other means like artillery and air. Why? Because it's safer, it's more precise, and it's way more effective. Now, like I keep saying,
there's a few videos I watched that they destroy their own tanks, unmovable tanks, just by using drones and dropping grenades in open hatches. There's few videos of him across the last year, and also there is one video a long time ago where T-90 broke down in a column, and they abandoned it and shoot from another T-90 in back of it and destroyed it.
That was the famous T-90 that was destroyed like 16 times.
Ukrainian tanks are nothing more than armored transportation for casualties.
Yeah, we got training, like I was trained, the basic training was 4 months, every day, 7 days a week, for 10 to 12 hours. So we were like dead men after these 4 months. And after the 4 months base training, we get another 8 months of field training in an operational unit. And these were 12 months of training, and we were like shit. We didn't know how to fight. We just know how to. Yeah,
it's more anecdotal evidence that you can't just flip a switch and turn out tankers or specialized military people. I mean, he's saying right there, 12 months he's on a tank. He still doesn't feel like he's ready to go out and fight. I mean, he will, but he didn't feel like he was prepared to.
No way.
So when Dracu say right now after 4 months he still feels like he still don't know what he's doing, right? There's the moment he say that I know he's military. No, only military people know how bad it is. No, after months of just 3-4 months of training, we know nothing.
You have to go out. You have to go out and do like fighting, and you don't know how to do and what to do. You don't know how to keep information. You don't know how to act like a group. You don't know. You don't know how to synchronize with each other. You don't know how to act in comparison to the infantry. You don't know how to protect the infantry. All these things have to be learned, have to be trained, have to be. It's not like you can drive the tank and then you go with the tank and then we shoot.
That's why you see so many times in these videos of the.
So if I may, but if I understand you correctly, Dracu, what you're essentially saying is that because when you're saying that this how to support the infantry and etc., because this is a very vital part for a very cohesive, effective, coordinated military formation. This tends to be like we have seen this time and time again in modern warfare, how much that applies. And what you're basically saying is that you may be very good at what you're doing, but you have also gathered sufficient awareness to know that once you're in the firefight, it's basically you don't have the army cohesion that you're all fighting together. You kind of get a little bit isolated. Like that's a fear that kind of kicks in, or have I completely misunderstood the?
It's not like you are afraid that you are isolated because you are in the tank. The guys which are in the tank are the most protected from.
Right, but you may not have the support against, for example, infantry.
But
because
you don't know how to do because you begin to think like the in the group. You just begin to think. But when you are really beginning the field training. Then you see, I don't know nothing. I don't know because one formation is moving faster. One formation is moving slower. One formation is behind you. One formation is in front of you. You have to keep the view of everything because you could hurt your own soldiers if you don't.
So basically, the implication of what you're saying here, if I understand you correctly, is that. Even if the Ukrainians were to be able to train up the personnel and the mechanics and so forth, they would still require quite a lot of time with additional training before they become an effective combat formation. So, like the issue that we have seen over the year is that they tend to be like, even if they can fight, they're sort of piecemeal. They seem to be a little bit like, as Dan was saying earlier, they seem to be kind of doing everything wrong. And I don't agree entirely with that because I think that there are several things they have done quite good. But without
Tell me
getting
what they've done good.
Well, I think
that's the point.
Considering their limitations, they have to. I like they have made some pretty gutsy responses with their infantry, and like sure maybe they've been failing, but they also are not fighting with parity. So like all those things considered, yeah, I mean there are definitely many. I don't want to get bogged down into it, but it's sort of like back to what Dracu was saying here. You may be getting trained to what you're supposed to do with your thing, but as you get into the field training, all of a sudden you feel like you know nothing. And that's just field training. When you get into the battle, and this is, here the pressure is on Ukraine to be sending forces and reinforcements all the time. So the troops may be even trained to be, mechanics and tankers and etc. But as for fighting and in modern warfare, as it requires, they become suddenly quite inexperienced, especially compared to Russian troops that have survived 3, 4, how many battles, right? They are probably already, if they didn't get that in training enough, they got that better after the combat. Like, is
Yeah,
wouldn't
you
that
can
be
never
basically one of
you can
the
never
hurdles?
get fighting in the training. You have to learn on a job, no matter what, and that's why you see in these videos tactical repetition, how the tanks, all the IFCs keep doing the same thing over and over. They keep repeating what they learn. They have their own skit, and that's what they do. They you cannot how say know what you do, but you keep doing what you just happened to do it first time, and you survived. And another thing is that during the time you actually get different tasks, but you're never trained to do so many different tasks that you need to do at that spot, that particular spot, how to do it. So they all have to prepare ahead of the movement, discuss what they're gonna do at the spot. Okay, with the commander, with you know, they have to discuss it
That basically
before they
mean
do
that
it. That's the
so
way. And important thing is that Russians actually use the combat ready, combat experienced people to train these. That's what they emphasized when they were talking about training, and that's why it's lasting so long. They used combat experienced people to
yeah,
train new
it's
guys.
precisely that I wanted to ask one question because my impression is that it tends to be like armies that are very successful. Let's say the German army during World War II, they had the expertise, and that, like you were mentioning here, they learned also on the job while they were going on. But as their best soldiers were falling, things were starting to go. There were many other reasons, of course, but now, like what I get the impression of what they from this discussion is that Ukraine might actually risk being at a perpetual disadvantage here because they will not be like they might be losing troops that are trained but don't get the ability to kind of get the parity with the Russians, who on the other hand are able to rotate combat veterans, which similar to the World War II again. Let's take Japan and the United States. So Japan, they had several disadvantages as well, but one of them was that they were so pressured against American air superiority that they needed to have their best pilots fighting all the time until they died. Whereas the Americans could actually, like the Russians in this case, they could rotate their pilots and have them trained so the new pilots would have, they sure would not be like combat veterans, but they would still be closer. And as far as I can tell, like from the discussion, and maybe we're missing something, but Ukraine seems to be having like that kind of that's a challenge for them that they may not, like it can take a year before they can solve it because of the training time required and to kind of get back on footing here.
Okay, I have to now answer because has anyone else in this panel been to war?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you guys how it was for me.
Well, I went to high school in the Bronx. Does that count for anything?
Yeah.
Let me
That's
tell you
war.
how it works. The first time I was in Afghanistan, I had a very salty, like a good leader who had been to combat. He taught us as best as he could. It doesn't matter if you're trained by even the most experienced man. When you are there, you will have to make your own experiences. What he knows transfers nothing. My job was a combat engineer. I know some guys want to hear some stories. This is a story for you guys. My job was to take a metal detector, go in front of the infantry and look for landmines as we're getting into combat. The mental training that you need for that, you cannot acquire in the United States. You have to acquire it over time in Afghanistan. Now, after a week or two, after surviving a couple battles, I felt I was competent enough to just do my job, which was look down and look for landmines. When I came back a second time, now I was in charge of people, and I realized it doesn't matter what the hell I tell these guys because we were losing guys, even though we were the most experienced unit at the time. So when you're telling me that Russia is doing teaching their guys with the people that have combat experience, it means nothing, just as it means nothing for the Ukrainians. What Coping said is a good point. See, Ukraine is sending men to fight, and they just have to dog it out. They're out there in those trenches for a long time. I will give those guys respect because getting shelled over and over again takes a lot of balls. and then being attacked by an infantry unit that takes more balls. So some of these guys have been out there with an insane amount of experience, and eventually they will die. But I think that the most experienced units right now are on the Ukrainian side as far as infantry work, which they don't get credit for, but they can't do anything because they have bad leaders who put them in bad situations. I'm going to be honest. If Russia had the saltiest, like the best unit on the Ukrainian side turned into the Russian side, they would be doing way better. Because Ukrainians have pretty good soldiers. They just get sent out to do stupid things. And like I said, it doesn't matter how much experience you have, you can't pass that knowledge down. And there's a difference between an infantry unit and a non-infantry unit. So if your job is supporting the infantry, you can learn on the job and you could do it way better in combat. Contrary to the infantry work, no matter how much training you get, you can die on the first day. You can learn to be a mechanic, you can learn to be an administrative, you can learn to do supply work at a better rate than an infantryman. So like you can do your job better if your job is support once you get into war. That's what I'm trying to say. And that's it.
None of these tanks or these Western tankers have any experience in Ukraine or fighting a war like Ukraine.
Yeah,
so
but
they're training the Ukrainians on how to use tanks and whatnot in a situation that none of them have any real experience in.
Yeah, Dan, but you have to recognize that when you are trained by a real experienced guy, not like a teacher, theoretically.
Doesn't matter.
So a guy.
Doesn't matter.
Oh yes, because he's telling you.
Doesn't matter.
He's telling you the real way, and you.
No, it doesn't matter, Dracu. It doesn't matter. Look, war evolves so fast. Every battle's different.
Let me make the point, because it's a difference when you are trained from a guy which is knowing things theoretically, and when you are training by a guy which was on the front, who know the tricks, who know the wizard that you have to do when you are there to survive. So and when you are a smart guy, when you are trained, then you have more chances to survive as when you are trained like by a guy which is telling you only theoretical things. So there is a difference, but you are true when you are saying that fighting learning you are doing when you're on the first line.
Can I make a more academic question to that now?
Let me just answer him, Prada. Let me just answer him. So your life expectancy is the same if you get trained by a really good guy and a real bad guy, because war evolves so fast, man. Let me tell you how fast it evolves. By the time I went to my second times, they were using different IED methods. So what I trained my guys before I went, it went out the fucking window, man. It didn't matter. What I'm trying to tell you is that don't put so much emphasis on, this guy, he's been to war, he can train.
No putting emphasis. I just want to say that there is a difference when you are trained like in a theoretical, because the guys which are training the Ukrainian, they are only theoretical. They were not in a fight experience. They don't war on the front of Ukraine.
What's really important in training that they do, it's not the combat itself.
I just want to say to what Dan's saying, he's right. You can't pass the tricks on. Now,
no, but I don't think that's what
me.
Dracu is saying. Dracu is saying that you are better prepared with that kind of guy training you than you had this inexperienced guy.
What difference does it make when you get there?
I don't think anybody would disagree if you had an instructor who was experienced because they went to war. That would be a better instructor. I would prefer to learn from that guy than a guy who's just a teacher and book smart. But what he knows is not going to transfer, because I'm not going to remember, hey, remember, if you hear this, do this. If you see that, it means this. I mean, like he said, it changed from the first deployment to the second deployment. I mean, I want to learn from a guy who's been there, but at the same time,
how many of these NATO trainers have actually gone into a deployment that has
what's really important in training?
Just a moment, please.
No, too much. You had too much. What's really important in training? what's really important in training is to teach people to follow orders, to show up at that spot when they're told. And the most important out of all of it is to rely on your next guy next to you. That's what's important.
If
Then you
I
can
kind of
go
understand in
ahead.
the more academic way, like I was trying to say before.
Combat itself cannot be taught.
Dracu was trying to say that the tactics are very important. You have to learn how to, if a tank goes, and he has to follow certain types of rules and understand how the tactics work.
That's for
and
officers.
In this time, it's almost impossible for these people to realize
That's
that.
for
I understand
officers.
what Damn said. Can I please finish?
That's for officers.
Can I please
You're
finish?
talking for officers.
Can I please finish?
Tactics,
Finally?
you know, you're talking about
Gosh,
officers.
these guys talk all the time. My God.
For small people, they need to follow orders. That's why you need training,
We
to
all
teach
know
them to follow orders.
how it is to be.
That's the most difficult part. That's the most difficult part in war.
But you don't even know what I was going to talk, so why you talk bullshit? Please, just listen until it's end. My God.
So, Prata, make your point.
Okay, so I was understanding what Dracu was saying, that these people can't really understand the tactics of the whole situation because they haven't been taught about it. And this takes a kind of a feeling, like Dan was saying, that you just learn by doing and doing and doing and repeating it and understanding the moment on the crisis. Now, my point is, how serious is this NATO formation, these NATO instructions, if they know that these people will never get this touch? It's a joke. They're just sending people to, and this needs to be cleared. How unserious are they doing this? They're just sending people to die and destroying equipment with knowing that this won't bring anything. So this was the point. It's more academic type of question that I would like you, the ones that really have understanding of it, can explain. How serious is that?
Exactly
what I can tell about it. What I can tell about it is that the German tank crew is trained 5 years before they got on the field, on the fight. 5 years. They have 5 years of training before they are getting out. And I wanted now to sustain a little the point that I made before. I am just now in the process of training. We are switching from Beretta to Glock. And
is anybody on?
And we are learning now from guys which are I was taught by guys who were trained theoretically, and then I was taught by guys who are trained practically. And this final training is for me very, very, very valuable. Because the guy which is training me practically is telling me, look, when you are getting the Glock out, you just shoot. You don't wait. You don't have to have a secure, put it down or find. You are falling on your back and you're shooting, and they are telling you how it goes practically. Of course. Before you are in this situation, you don't know how will you react in this situation, but you are mentally prepared. I mean, mentally.
All I'm telling you, Draco, all I'm telling you is that you can learn the basic stuff from a war veteran. Or, dude, we learn from people who don't go to war. The majority of the people that I learned from, none of them went to war, Draco. And when I came back, I taught the next guys, and the next guys taught the next guys. You don't need a fucking war veteran to tell you how to do things. Muscle memory, we just have a system. Hey, tell them to aim 10,000 times and then send them to war. They train us to aim 10,000 times and go to war.
In my opinion, the experience is the most valuable thing that you are getting in a learning process.
What experience does
what both of you guys are saying is true, but what Dan is trying to say. So of course, if you learn from a veteran, someone who just came back from the front line, of course it's better. Because it teach you new things that the academic doesn't work. The problem, what Dan was saying, is that the war is developing. The enemy is keep using new type of tactics, new type of weaponry. For example, in the beginning of the war, there's no HIMARS. Suddenly there's HIMARS, and then in the rear, you used to be able to use your phone. Now you use your phone, you die. You don't know. By the time, but how do you know that you use your phone, you will die? Because someone died. That's the only.
But Wyatt, just think, and now a guy which was attacked by HIMARS is going down behind the front and is teaching these guys how to react when they are hearing HIMARS projectiles. So a guy which was studying only in the school, he have no clue about that.
The thing is,
I think we've kind of gone round and round on this a lot. I think we've reached an impasse where, I mean, I just kind of will defer to Dan's viewpoint just because he's been in it and I haven't.
It just evolves, Dracu.
I
don't think discussing it anymore is educational or useful. That's just my 2 cents. But one of the things I would, it's my 2 cents. But one of the things I did want to ask you, or to the panel in general, is the recently the alliance between Russia and China, like economically, has seemed to be solidified, and they use some language in their meeting that kind of scared a lot of people in the West. And I was wondering, RL. I know you paid attention to it. I was wondering if what insights you guys have on that. If you could kind of just go around, I'd like to hear from RL. He's new.
Yes, a very good point, because talking about experience in the front line and training you got, that's not my business. Yeah, and for others who are haven't any experience of that kind, and I mean the geopolitical stuff we are seeing today, not just only the visit of Xi Jinping in Russia, but also the Saudis and the Iranians in China, and also Bashar al-Assad going with all its neighbors and coming back to the Arab world and so on. All that is nothing. And also
don't forget about Africa.
African who are saying to Kamala Harris, fuck off with your LGBT rights and so on. I mean,
please don't tell me about LGBT anymore. I want to shoot myself.
I don't think.
One important, very specific thing. There was some sort of alliance made between Israel and Azerbaijan.
Azerbaijan.
Does anyone know the details or implications of that?
They
all
sold
I
them
heard was
weapons.
they were supporting them or secretly supporting. Is all I heard.
They sold them weapons during the Armenian crisis. But I was saying I don't think they were really. So go on. Go on.
I feel that the biggest implication is Armenia is doomed. Because right, if you have been following just even a little bit, which is what I do, I follow a little bit, is that Armenia is very unhappy with Russia because Russia is not siding with them, and then they have been antagonizing Russia. And the thing is, Armenia don't have friends. Everybody want to be friends with Azerbaijan, but not Armenia. And Armenia had already overpowered Azerbaijan military has already overpowered Armenia through the help of Turkish drones, and now you have Israeli coming in to help them as well. Then Azerbaijan will be like 2 times more powerful than Armenia, and Armenia's only friend I think now is Iran, and Russia is like in the middle because Russia cannot side either of them because they are both former Soviet states. Russia prefer them to be just friendly and to be do their good job to be a buffer state. But the thing is now they can't do that, and Iran is like siding Armenia, so that's the tension there. and the war seems to be brewing again, because it's very weird. Azerbaijan is split into two. There's one part that is connected to Turkey, and then these two parts doesn't have a common corridor, and that's a disturbance for Azerbaijan. And Azerbaijan really want to create a corridor, and Iran is warning them that you cannot do it. If you do it, because it's just next to Iran's border, so Iran was like, if you do it, we're going to enter war. So that is the implication. Which is why I think maybe Israel is siding with Azerbaijan, because
it's an old story.
Enemy of my enemy. Yeah, if it's your enemy, it's mine.
The story about Armenian in Israel is about the Armenian quarter in Jerusalem. The Jews want it.
But Pronto,
old story.
Won't Russia be forced to pick a side in this conflict because the relationship they have with Iran? They just what did they just do with Iran? They made some other deal. They promised to give them. Didn't they promise to give them nuclear material?
F-30, Su-35s, I think.
Oh, is that it? Okay.
29's one of the two. Yeah.
So there's an exchange of military technology going on between the two, and at the same time, you got, Russia historically, they got along with Armenia. Armenia kind of viewed the Russians as a friend. I think they were really felt betrayed by them when they were attacked by Azerbaijan. So I'm just wondering, how is that going to throw a monkey wrench into this new alliance that the Russians and Chinese are trying to form with the Middle East?
It's a very complicated story about there was a color revolution, and this guy wanted to split to get out of the Eurasian Union. He wanted to get out of the kind of Russia NATO in the area, and the relationship with him were always quite bad. Well, Errol was discussing it in the private chat. And he probably also very good. He also has a lot of knowledge with it. But there was this type of distrust. Has been growing and growing and growing against not Armenia as Armenia, but against this guy. I don't think that Azerbaijan will have the power to really invade Armenia, the land, not Karabakh, because that's something else. And they already promised to send. Military help in just to protect the frontiers of Armenia. So the Armenian people will not be left alone, but that government will be left alone. If I make myself understand.
What I learned from Israel visiting someone, helping someone, it's usually about giving them intelligence and electronic spying equipment. That's what Israel does. They will never provide with weaponry or anything because they want them themselves. They need them themselves. So it's always about providing intelligence about how to, and advisement on how to do it. And after the Israel helps someone, it's you see quick action and successful one. Really, they're really good at it.
Yeah, but for Azerbaijan, it was different. Israel also sell kamikaze drones to Azerbaijan.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not just intelligence and electronic help, it was also equipment help, and equipment of high quality value.
Turkey sold it.
If I'm not mistaken, RL, it hasn't actually Israel been providing Azerbaijan with drones and the equipment for quite a while. Well, maybe not drones, but I believe they have been assisting Israel has launched attacks on Iran from Azerbaijan, and that you don't just get that access, and maybe you're the United States that can arm wrestle someone to that, but Israel is not that powerful. Israel would have to kind of look, I got some carrots for you here. How about you let us send some of our shit over to strike our enemy, and then we'll make your enemy fear you more.
I think it's a good trade, right?
I don't think Aliyev is suicidal. Aliyev is the leader of Azerbaijan. I don't think that guy is suicidal. I think that guy has in his own country. Yeah, he's between two countries Russia and Iran, which are also big hydrocarbon providers. That means it only has enemies or competitor in that field of stuff.
It's very easy to block him.
He has a big backer, which is Turkey, but I feel, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel that the Turks just want to absorb Azerbaijan. Because Turkey is very big. It's 80 million people. It's a demographic powerhouse. It's becoming an industrial powerhouse. It has a military industrial complex. Nothing compared to United States or Russia, but it has something.
Yeah, but RL, don't they have some really severe economic problems going on there with their currency? Maybe
it's only about the currency, but the rest is going fine. I mean, they got earthquake, so all the buildings are crumbling because it's shit. But beside that, you see the industries that are working. You see the agricultural sector that are still providing. I mean, it's a real powerhouse. It's just because investors has decided to take the money back, then you see the Turkish lira dropping. But that was provoked. For what reason? That's another topic. But it's a country who has a strong basis.
I got to take off for a few.
Basis.
I think that they're importing something. That probably maintenance. Turkey is importing probably maintenance of their military equipment from the West. So since the tourism in Turkey kind of dropped precipitously in 2000, when was that attempted coup? 2016. Since then, the tourism really collapsed, so they don't have enough of the foreign currency inflow to keep buying other stuff, and that's why their currency is falling. But internally, they don't feel that much that problem. It's just that some parts that they're importing are getting more expensive for them, but internally, the wages push that inflation for them, so they don't feel it. Basically, their wages grow as the inflation grows.
On the battlefront again, there's a lot of talk about Ukraine using drone swarms in the upcoming offensive. Has anyone looked into this and got any sort of thoughts on that? Just curious.
No idea. They say some big numbers like 1,000 drones and stuff, but I'm not sure if it's
more
like
10,000 drones.
Yeah, but is it going to change the war? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not
I mean,
sure.
even if they give them a million drones, can they man a million drones? Can everything that when people say
you don't necessarily need to man them. You just need to have some sort of software that's able to target
you need an
Russian
operator,
tanks, etc.
But what I'm saying is,
I heard from Filatov that some private wealthy Ukrainian bought a bunch of drones, like 10,000 drones, those FPV fast suicide drones, and he was showing the pictures of them. I don't know where he got them, but they got a bunch of drones, and probably for that offensive. Maybe just fake morale boosting pictures, but I'm not sure.
But
That's from
I have a question for both of Euro and Dan in this regard, and anyone else who have an opinion, because this kind of, I don't want to be us bogging back to the former discussion of experience and so forth, but I would wager that if you're a drone operator, you don't really need combat experience in the same level as any other more directly affected military personnel.
no, of course not. There's a lot of kids right now playing Xbox.
So exactly right. So wouldn't that actually be a very compensated? Like if they get thousands of drones,
Awesome.
That should be a very compensating factor. You suddenly have ability to strike in quite a lot of ways.
How far do they need to be from the drones? The ones showed in the pictures that we were talking about, there are drones that you're like 1-2 kilometers away.
As long as you have the
You
Starlink,
actually
right, you
need
can operate it from Kiev. So because it's like 4G, almost similar to 4G technology. Like if I can play computer games now with you guys halfway across the world, what's wrong with using a drone? It's the same. The latency is just very minimal.
Yeah,
you can do it. My question more is like, the drones are currently used in a very static frontline kind of situation, because it's like the positions, they're always attacking, throwing grenades or mortars on a trench or a stationary tank or armored vehicle. But what if the war is moving? It's a maneuver kind of thing. It's always pushing. The front line is always changing. Like maybe, for example, like Bakhmut city, where the fighting within the urban region, we don't really see much of the drone attacks within Bakhmut because it's too fluid. You can't really use the drone because you need to position your drone very slowly, and then you have to aim, and then you just drop the grenade down. But then in a high pace front line, I don't think it's that effective, because the quad drones are not really meant for this kind of purpose. That's how I look at it. So I'm not sure what is the effectiveness if the Russians really go on the offensive.
I'm just more thinking
you
about
actually
like,
need to find enough targets. That's
you
the
can get
main
them all
problem.
together as like a sort of coordinated swarm that would just push forth into an enemy position. That just like I don't have any evidence to suggest they're going to do it. I'm just curious because there's been a lot of drones photographed from the Ukrainian side, and I'm wondering, what's going to actually happen with those.
My guess
it would
is
benefit them a lot,
right?
Papa.
You need another drone to find the targets. That's the main problem for when you have such excess number of drones. You need another long loitering drones to find the targets that you can send those drones to.
But if
That's
you're just going to swarm a
issue
position,
with that.
then
So when
it's
you
not
have
not so necessary, I think.
It depends on the technology of the drones. If it's drones where you can have 1,000 drones, but behind that you need 1,000 operator of drones.
Not necessarily if
will
you're
be able to do that. Then it must be higher technology drones. Yeah.
You might need just
can
one
kind
to
of
designate the
communicate
target
between
of
themselves
1,000.
with the
One question
software.
that answer one
And then
question to
you
maybe
also-
answer that better. Would that be do you guys even know the composition of the drones? Like, are there because if there are plenty of suicide drones, then then that will be the case as far as I understand it. You would need operators to be targeting first, and as Wyatt was alluding to, like earlier, this has been kind of like on a static front line. But if you're going to do an offensive, I can kind of get what Papa is saying here regarding like you're swarming because you have like a planned position, but then what? And then what? And like we need to kind of know the composition, like what kind of drones are they actually using, because thousands of drones that are meant to just surveil aren't really very useful.
A lot
right?
of them are commercial drones, but my thought was you could just create some software update for the drones to send them all back to a central point. You get the video footage, you run that through AI, and you start, looking
Is
for
that
targets.
possible? Is that possible, Papa? Because I haven't seen anything like that.
I haven't necessarily seen that myself, but yeah, definitely possible.
Well,
a lot of the drones are commercial, just
I don't think it's mature
DJIs,
enough.
that kind of thing.
I think that Ukraine is well off using whatever they can as long as it's not human lives. So, like, if they have drones, I think no matter if it's successful or not, as long as it saves their men's life, talking from a Ukrainian point of view, like a drone is basically indirect fire. It's a form of indirect fire. Why? Because you basically taking something and dropping it on someone else. So, as long as you're not risking your life while you're doing it, it would be awesome if the Ukrainians could implement that, but I don't think they're going to be able to because they don't do anything right, man.
And
I was thinking more kamikaze as opposed
jamming
to
technologies. Yeah,
there's that too.
So I suspect that by next year, right, we're probably going to see drone swarms. starting to become a thing in the battlefield, and so there will be a swarm of drones all operated by just one operator. It will be powered partly by AI, and there will be likely to be AI assisted targeting. So maybe he just click on the screen, target this. Then after that, the drones will just the AI program will probably just pick up this as individual soldiers, and then he just press execute. Then all the drones will just fly and just suicide on them.
That's when everybody starts carrying a shotgun.
Oh, that's when you get
Yeah,
anti-drone
you can shoot it
swarms, which
down,
are another drone swarms to attack the drone swarms.
Yes.
Yeah, but also, like, you could if you use drones in mass too, they can also overwhelm the air defense systems, because it so just for I don't know what you'd call, like a distraction, or so it could be used as like a prelude to a real attack.
To negate air defenses, basically, against so Ukraine could take their limited air because that's one thing that they have a clear disparity in is combat jets, which they barely can use, because I mean, as soon as they get up, they seem to get knocked down far away from the front lines most of the time. But with the drones, like as the JS was saying here, that kind of makes sense that you can still use them, because it will be maybe difficult to target, like track out which one of these drones are actually just a surveillance, like just a bluff, and which one of them are actually something we have to really be concerned about. Sure, you can measure that by size and so forth, but you're not only concerned about the big targets, because the big targets fail if you're supporting small units around or taken down, and you can use smaller drones to kind of cause quite a lot of serious damage for be it infantry or any lighter supporting units. So you got Nico.
They'll have to layer their defensive anti-air, as in you have to have something specific to deal with that threat that's low cost.
Yeah,
like
my opinion is that the advantage is actually on the Ukrainian side on this, because they have the backing of the West, and the West are generally more advanced in terms of AI and all these things. And the most important thing to note is that outside of the war is the development of the ChatGPT. This is going to accelerate literally everything. So all the programming, the how to create all these drone swarm, the technological advancements is going to be crazy, which is why probably likely going to see it next year, because they will be able to resolve the programming issue much faster due to this advanced AI help. And I'm not sure if the Russian side will be able to do this fast enough. I'm not even sure if they have access to ChatGPT, to be honest. I'm not sure if they are sanctioned from using that. So
I wouldn't underestimate China.
Just tell me what to type, and I'll see if I can reach it on the internet right now. I'm here in Russia right now. What website?
Okay, I give you the link.
But
okay.
I think
We'll
I think they have
OpenAI.
I think they have one. Also, the same type, or the different types of technology. Drew would be amazing to explain us a bit. But as far as I understood, the Russians have already won.
Access denied, guys. I can't enter it.
And if they can't get it, China can provide them. China is also very advanced in
try another link. This link
and programming.
This is too funny. I wonder if I'm gonna go to fucking jail for
China
this.
also has invested in swarm drones, but about swarm of drones, more you have drones in the same place, more it is easy to detect them and to spot them.
Well, they made it by the Olympics. You remember the Olympics, the opening, with making some amazing, and I think many people got scared about it. Well, GS was asking if it was scary about seeing Putin and Jinping. I think that event in the opening of the Olympics scared them more, because they had the perfect control of drones in the air.
Yeah, that's
doing
true.
acrobatics thing.
I'm not sure if you heard it, but there were news that Russia is starting getting the Soviet equivalent of the German Gepard ready and for combat. So because we saw that the German Gepard is really effective against drones and drone swarms compared to other air defense, and they started getting in combat ready, just upgrading them with new radars to detect drones. So kind of counter drones a little bit. Of course, you can't counter a big drone swarm, but you can destroy many of them. So
I just came in to actually talk about Wyatt's point about the West having ChatGPT, so they are far ahead in terms of AI technology. That's not actually strictly correct, because the technology that you would develop for language based AI is natural language processing. It's a kind of AI technology, and the one that you would develop for like the system we described, where it's like a drone where you can point and say, okay, at target these guys, and then the small little drones will fly in and explode into the faces of those guys. That's more like a visual processing, visual identification kind of AI. Totally different technology. They are both using kind of training, but you know how you train it is a totally different way of doing it.
Yeah.
So
what I mean is by
ChatGPT, you know.
So my meaning is the programmer needing to program the AI will learn how to program the AI through ChatGPT to learn the programming that is needed.
Well, yeah. I'm sure there are Russian and Chinese people that do that too. And China is actually ahead in terms of drone swarm technology. They already are testing. They have a big mothership that releases many drones, you know, but more like a fighter aircraft rather than like that's where their technology is at. So it's I would say China is actually ahead in terms of this drone swarm thing. Yeah.
Okay, I have a question regarding drone swarms in that regard, because we're now entering with a kind of fairly novel approach to warfare, and in that regard, like we were talking about EMPs against tanks, for example, doesn't work because, probably as Maddie alluded to, there's lead in the armor and stuff like that. Well, you can't put a lot of lead in a drone. That's going to make it too heavy to fly. So how are you going to be like? There are other means than lead, I'm sure. But like, wouldn't there be like alternative weapons that could counter a swarm, like in the same way that they use jammers, for example? Wouldn't that also kind of, because the swarms may may be remotely, but you know, you can jam that connection and suddenly they are fairly useless. And this hasn't been applied too much because maybe it's just not enough drones to make it worthwhile, or like I was wondering, like because it seems to me like the very obvious thing to be asking, like, okay, the enemy might be approaching now with a swarm of drones. How do we take them out so they don't get that advantage?
With fragmentation rounds.
But that would be very conventional against like regular aircraft who can operate independently.
And so what? You have a swarm of plastic drones packed in
that's why I said
the
everybody
sky,
carries a
thousands
shotgun.
of them. You have a cannon which can launch fragmentation rounds that explode and can disable, I don't know.
But it would still require a fair amount of.
How high does a drone fly?
It would be the same like World War II. You know, the Germans using flak against tanks. It's like, okay, the Allies are saturating with air forces, and the Germans only counter saturating with flak.
Does anybody know how high a drone flies?
But I kind of would, because a fighter pilot can operate even if it doesn't have any communication with base. It will still have a slight idea what to go on. Whereas a drone,
how high does a drone fly?
Depends on the technology of the drone.
How high do drones fly?
Depends on the drone.
But
at 300
probably
meters. Most of the drones.
300 meters.
Most drones are at 300 meters. Yes, 300. But
and this is
FPVs,
how high they when they drop.
Suicide drones will be much lower.
Okay, so you can use anti-air
drones.
I saw some stuff from the Russians where they were putting like mesh over their trenches to stop kamikaze drones hitting their men. Just as a one counter.
It's low cost solution.
Same Ukrainian.
The kill counter that the Russians just released on the number of drones that were like their Lancet drones, how many tanks they destroyed, how many what? There were actually some that they said were caught in nets. So a couple will actually. So I think the Ukrainians will put up a net, and then the drone will fly into a net, and then it gets caught, and then you can't do anything. So I think nets would work. Like just cover your entire trench with a huge net. Then
Yeah, I was thinking about a net gun. To be honest, when you're saying drones of swarms, just throw a fucking net gun.
You're gonna have drones come in with like shears to chop the nets up, and then another set of drones to come in with, you know.
But what happens if the drones are like this size, like tiny, and they all have like just a small explosive on it? It just lands on your head and boom.
Yeah.
Then you
That's
have
the
a
one that
problem.
I hate you guys.
Then you just have a wind gun. You
I
just
saw
blow
a
them away.
video where a few lancets were caught in the net. They couldn't explode. Okay, they couldn't explode when hitting the net. Or Ukrainians covered the mesh wire net over their static positions over the M777s, and the lancet stays in the net. It doesn't explode. Okay, because there's no hitting power to initiate starter, and that works. But those are only for static positions, and where you can install really strong nets that cannot be penetrated. Like just a simple fishing net wouldn't be enough, I would say. Maybe for bigger fish or something like that. But usually the chicken wire would be good.
And the problem with small drones, very tiny drones, it's range and the ability that smaller drone have with weather conditions. Smaller it is, less range it can make, and more it will be impacted by winds and weather conditions.
Even cold.
Wouldn't the mothership ship solution kind of solve that? Like if you have a bigger drone to carry the smaller drones to extend the range?
Yeah.
No, it's not science fiction. It's
but then that will give a radar reflection.
Mothership drone releases many small drones. That's the whole technology.
Yes, but the mothership is a big thing. It's a big target.
Yeah.
So it just
it's
flies
a radar
very high.
discoverable.
But you can also fly from
even worse for radar.
Release the drones and then find their predetermined targets. And thus, you don't really need a target that is like slow moving because you've already used operator drones and something. And if you're using swarms, then because we're talking now about tit for tat responses here, where you're countering with nets. Like, okay, fine. So you have smaller drones, right? But the drones are they're not the humans that can you cannot the humans you can disconnect them communicatively, but they can still operate independently. Drones cannot. So I would kind of imagine that just like jammers will be working against like jammers. Like wouldn't there be jammers against the drones that would make them fairly ineffective?
Yeah.
Once you can have like
I watched a video. I watched a video where
on the actual drones,
Norway developed ammunition for
they can be
Gepard.
isolated and from their operators if they've got a target already within their kind of
I watched
memory.
I mean, just look
I
at
watched the video
Iranian
where
drones.
Norway developed Gepard ammunition to target swarms. Okay, it's detonated ammunition, 30 millimeters, I believe, that exactly for the swarms, designed for the swarms, so they can shoot each swarm and explode near drones.
And because of their
So
low
that
altitude,
will be probably
the RL said about
such
basically.
ammunition too.
Because what you're saying there, it kind of goes back to what RL mentioned about, and you as well, regarding the lower altitude and that they're fairly easy to destroy. And because to me, like using like what RL said about shrapnel and so forth to take it down, it struck me as like a very old-fashioned way, like taking planes. But then we're coming into the heights, and most drones are operating on such a low altitude that you don't really need particularly sophisticated equipment or heavy equipment and so forth to take them down. So counter-saturation strategy to saturation strategy is actually quite applicable in that regard.
Well, first, I think the problem there is first you actually have to see the drone coming. If it's a mothership drone that is really high up in the sky and you don't detect it, those little drones you won't even see them coming. And about this jamming, for I can see an AI training a drone to be able to detect like a human, like the shape of a human on a screen, right? So when you designate the human as the target, that drone will head towards that thing, and even if it moves, you'll follow it. You'll follow it. So jamming wouldn't work in that scenario. I mean, if AI can be trained to detect cancerous cells out of like millions of cells, it can sure be trained to detect a silhouette of a human walking around a trench. So I mean, once you detect it, then you just come quietly and land on your head, and boom. And
That's
I think
again, it depends on the technology. If you look at Iranian drones, you can't jam them. It's impossible to jam because you set up the target prior to the launch, and then you can only
that's basically just cruise missile.
counteract them with kinetic.
But that is because of static targets. But what Drew is mentioning, where they're moving in, I kind of okay. How can you set off? Like, how can you disrupt the computer from a distance?
Yeah, you can't. So the jamming is only for the signal between the mothership drone and the little drone. But if there's no signal, then you can't jam it.
You can get something like a laser to target it to heat up the electronics within. That might work.
I don't know. I mean, talking about jamming, I don't think you can, but I don't know about any other.
Well, maybe not jamming in the conventional sense, but I mean, like, I'm not too versed in the this kind of technology to really be. Maybe I'm asking the dumb question, but as far as I can tell, this kind of like even if you're operating with the AI and so forth, you're still operating with something that can be taken out electronically. So maybe EMPs could be just as. Maybe they're too expensive. I don't know, but to me, it strikes me like a just as feasible way to kind of approach, let's say, the mothership problem. Oh shit, there was a mothership. She's released her drone. That's the last second result you have.
You're making
to release the EMP, and then they will at least they will be reduced to the same level as the Iranian drones. Basically, they can no longer track the target. So, like, okay, we got the EMP, now move, and then they have at least some counter to it.
I think we're getting way too out into the theoretical here.
Because you have to explain
the tracking models themselves can run on quite low hardware specs.
You have to explain me how you can generate an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, without using a nuke. You have to explain me that.
But I want to first correct. It's not necessarily must be from a mothership drone or kind of aircraft. There is a drone swarm that can be fired just like a multiple launch rocket system from the ground. So they can quietly drive all the way to the front line, and then you just fire like 100, 200 drones, and then life will be like screwed. So, and in terms of what Drew was saying about the detection of the human figures, that is already being done by surveillance cameras. Especially in China, it's extremely advanced. They can even detect what is a race, maybe what kind of color, clothes, and everything. So they can even designate, we only kill those wearing uniform. Then everybody who is wearing military fatigue will be dead. So
or heat detection maybe.
Everybody will dress like a woman then.
During the pandemic,
the Americans haven't entered the war yet, RL. They don't have to worry about that.
During the pandemic, the Russians were using
the Americans will have an advantage
to control people that went out of the
rainbow color uniforms. So the drone get confused. What is this? I don't know whether to attack you or not.
I discovered the secret already. Why there's so many trans thing, in US, because when the drones were targeting all the men, right? They cannot find the men. They're all trans.
Exactly.
It's like, where's the man?
That's the American secret weapon, is to confuse us, to confuse the enemy that there's no men. So
they even confuse themselves.
You see, you guys are all
you can
all wrong about United States.
This is 8D chess is what we're playing here.
Chess. Yes.
You can also capture one drone.
That was only 1D though.
And infect mothership with the virus. You can do that too.
Yeah, I saw that movie. It was great.
Independence Day.
You guys need to stop talking about AI because really scary. Like
I think it will get important for snipers to take down drones. Because for snipers, if you have a good caliber, and if you are good at shooting on moving, no, it's not too fast. If you are good at shooting on moving or on movement targets, then you can take out the drone as a sniper.
It would need to be big.
No,
You are the god of rifles. Of course, you can take down everything moving, but the problem is it's a flying target. That means the altitude. You have the all things that influence the bullet trajectory. I mean, it's very for a ground target.
Pickle
Even
jar
moving,
has a more chance than a
can hit his
sniper.
target.
Oh my god!
But in the
I
air,
figured it out.
The Iranian ones were easy to target because they were very slow. They were not so small, and they were flying very low, and they were very noisy.
But Drew said that you can target human beings, so why don't you just make drones that target other drones, and then they cancel each other out? We're good. Stop talking about
so
AI.
This is what I think Papa Roach was saying. It will be drone swarms against drone swarms in the future. The problem is, do you develop the drone swarms fast enough? Because now this is currently what's happening is a military escalation. There's a competition between military technology. They are both rushing to program more and more powerful AI technologies and everything. So in the future, it's going to be like Matrix or the Enders games kind of thing where it's just drones flying and killing each other. Yeah,
That will
this was an amazing
that will be not
opportunity to
bad.
collect
That
data
will be
sets
good. That
for
means
future wars.
not so many humans are involved.
A few years ago, people were very scared about automatized weapons, and now this is no taboo anymore. So what we're talking about is something so dishumane, almost like we are describing now. If the other side doesn't have this type of technology, it's completely dishumane. So take into account, like if one of these big powers really believes it can go to any place in Africa and start killing everybody.
Prata, think about how it is when an American carrier is stopping on the Ghana's coast, or like in an African country coast, where they don't have they have only bicycles.
This has already happened many times in the past. I mean, that's how the United States came to be. The Europeans went there with guns, and the guys had bows and arrows.
We have. I just wanted, like, do you have to try to put this in images? Like how it really is when you are getting there, and this primitive technical evolved countries are seeing airplanes taking off from a ship.
Yeah, but don't forget you can have friends.
Oh yes.
Wyatt, you are talking about swarm of drones countered by other swarm of drones. That's not cost effective.
What would
that's the most effective because
I don't think
human beings cannot track so many. So for example, in the future when it's really efficient, we are talking about drone swarms of 200 to 500. Like there will be like a battery of the MLRS drone fire launchers. One time there will be 400-500 drones. The only way you can shoot down all these drones is either you have a gun that is AI powered. That means they have AI tracking. They can fire very quickly, or you're going to have a drone swarm that can counter, because a gun is still a gun position. They can fly around it. So a drone swarm can actually chase it.
Or you have enough strong EMP, which is putting all these drones down. But
if you
the
use
problem
EMP,
with
everybody will be screwed.
That's the problem with EMP. The problem with EMP is that your electronic will be screwed also. So
And the only way to generate an EMP is by nuclear explosion.
Right. So that's another question I had is...
I know.
Another question I had is, anyone have a theory as to why the Russians haven't been attacking Western Ukraine's electric grid? I mean, is Drew still? Yeah, you're still here. About, the theory on that was, because I understand that the Russians don't want to destroy the civilian infrastructure in eastern Ukraine because they probably want to, keep it. But Western Ukraine, they want to destroy it as much as possible, if for no other reason to completely destroy the logistic pipeline that's coming in from the West. So why haven't they done that? Because Drew, you had made extensive posts in the group about how these plants work, where it's not that hard to take them out. You wrote a long piece on that. I'm just wondering what is anyone's theory as to why they haven't been doing that. And like I said, specifically in Western Ukraine.
I think it's I think it's because you see Russia. Okay, my overall theory is Russia doesn't want to push too fast. It doesn't want to take more territory. It just wants to sit there and let the Ukrainians come in there. So they have a short supply line, and the Ukrainians have this long supply chain. So it creates more problems. And they just set up positions and slowly basically kill the people that are coming in. So basically achieving their objective. So how do they prevent the Ukrainians from amassing so many troops and coming at them all at once, so that they risk actually losing their positions? They take out the electric grid, or temporarily take out the electric grid on the site that's near the front line. So they have logistical problems moving. So what they can do, even though they have a lot of things coming in from the west, it gets stuck along the way because their trains are breaking down because they're losing electrical supply. So it's like you're squeezing the water pipe, so only a little bit gets through at each time, and that little bit they're desperate to send into the front, so that gets destroyed, and then a little bit more comes. So there's no reason for them to waste the missiles to destroy what's in the west, because that doesn't achieve this purpose. They want the material to come in so they get destroyed, but not too fast. Because it comes too fast, then they have a mess, and then they can take out the Russian positions. That's my theory anyway.
And just think a little. Just let's think a little. If there is an electric blackout, let's say the Russians are destroying the electrical power grid of Western Ukraine. They cannot monitorize anymore what it happens there, because every monitoring system is working with electric power. So I think also that's a reason for it.
No, geopolitically, it's also quite understandable. As long as this war goes, as more Europe starts, it's bleeding and it's losing energy and it's too expensive. And the point is to come to a certain point when the European Union, especially the European Union, is so weak economically, then they can stop the war. And then will the so-called multipolar world is definitely there, and they can't change it anymore. So that's their thinking, I think, because it's more than obvious. The Russians are doing everything very slowly, as slower as it gets.
Yeah, but I think that even though the Russian has an advantage, I think we all agree on that. That's not in dispute. But I don't think that the Russians are capable of just indefinitely going on and fighting like this. I think that there's a lot of risks there as well. So
yes, the Russians have already hit the substations all across Ukraine, even in the west part of Ukraine. But the day you will see the Russians directly bombing nuclear power plant in the west of Ukraine, then it will be World War III.
Right. No, I wasn't saying to bomb. I agree with you. I wasn't saying that. I was speaking specifically to the points that Drew had raised in the. Sorry, I don't have it memorized, Drew, but maybe you could give the Cliff Notes version of how you said how.
What I said was, if Russia had wanted to destroy the power plants, all they needed to do was to shoot at the boilers. The boiler is the biggest building in every power plant. It's basically a big kettle that you put the coal under, you heat the fire, and it boils the water in the boiler, and then it pushes pressurized gas out towards the turbines. So a boiler is always built in place. You can't build a boiler elsewhere and then bring it and install it. Whereas you can like turbines, substation, like generators and all those things, you can build somewhere else and bring it in. So if you destroy a boiler or in a power plant, there's no way in a war zone you can bring all the machinery to come and repair or rebuild it.
Right. That's why I don't understand. Yeah, it's not like replacing a transformer, like you said, like a transformer. You could just ship a new one in theory, right? But a boiler, you can't do that. It's
what Drew was explaining. Yeah, but what Drew's explaining is he's saying the reason why they're not going to destroy in the West is because Russia needs Ukraine to keep feeding men to the cause, because they need to keep destroying the military. And I totally agree with him. It's basically, this is why Russia is attacking these cities where there's a lot of Ukrainians, because they need to kill more Ukrainians. And if you stop their ability to move their troops to the east, then you're basically doing what basically saving lives. So you need them moving to the east. That's all he's saying.
Well, yeah, but I can kind of see that argument, but it seems a little far-fetched to me, because think about it this way: if they crippled the Western Ukraine, right, that would mean no more forget about men, just munitions, supplies, just all this logistics. You mean that would mean basically that all the troops on the other side of the Dnieper would be basically have no choice but to surrender, right?
No, all the weapons are still there. They're just not in Ukraine. If the scenario is that if Russia manages to conquer all of like Eastern, plus even take over Kyiv and move further west, the weapons are still there. And now Russia has a huge long supply line, whereas the Western troops have a short supply line, right? So you need to allow them to bring the weapons toward you.
Yeah, Drew, but this is just relevant when Russia would want to take Western Ukraine, but I don't think that that's
I
true.
don't think they do.
Their supply lines are far too.
I think they want to make this war last as much as possible. To like Drew was saying, wasting their army. They keep trying to conscript new people, going on. And in this process, losing so much equipment, so much people, the West bleeds, and it gets weaker and weaker and weaker. It's quite obvious.
Although they're not fighting Ukraine, they're fighting NATO. So it's
exactly.
It's not really so much about the manpower, because like JS was saying, he wondered, well, we just shut off the logistics and then they have some big problem. But they're not fighting just Ukraine; they're also fighting NATO. And as long as the war goes on, anyone who lives in a NATO country can tell you, we feel it. We feel it. It's not like a fairy tale.
Let's just think a little. Because I see, I observe that Russia already adapted the economy to like a kind of war economy.
Long ago.
Comparatively, Europe didn't done that. So Russia is capable to produce much more weapons than all Europe together. Because
something will change with time. Yeah, but something will change. This will last until a certain moment, and Russia has to be careful, because somewhere in time, Europe will have the weapons they need.
You're true, but
it's already happening now. Actually, it's already happening now. They are already upping up the production in terms of the shell production, missile, everything. So it's not a future thing. It's already happening. It's just that
Europe is doing that.
Yeah, it's already doing that. So it's not like a fantasy fictional thing. It's already happening.
It just
because if not, then they cannot
by the West. It's just wishful thinking.
I do not have information. I do not have information about Europe producing more weapons now than before.
No more weapons. They are producing weapons, producing ammunition, bombs. Not more. They are producing, but how much more? What is the actual number? We do not know. because all
the
the
number which is the maximal number that Europe can produce with the factories that it has now is not enough to overwhelm Russia.
So they are expanding. They are expanding. So you cannot assume that they will never outproduce the Russians. It's not a credible way of thinking.
They could, but they have to build new factories for it.
Yeah, they're building.
No, Dracu. I would counter that straight down. That's not true, because they have recently made a very public agreement between China and Russia that they would actually support them. And this is China is the biggest factory here in the world. So I don't think that's really it's like Wyatt said. I don't think it's credible to think that you can just attrition Russia down, especially at this point.
No, I don't think it's
we cannot know the European capabilities. They're really hiding it, and I think those numbers are pretty much fake that they're talking about. We don't know they're hiding.
But isn't that irrelevant up against something like China? China is, after all, like incredibly massive. It's even more industrialized than the United States in many regards. So, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if they're hiding it, because even if they show everything, it's not going to be
China, as far as we know.
Well, I was just listening to Alexander Mercurius and his daily update, and apparently. A Raytheon senior executive came out and said that they are trying to expand their production capability, but the problems they are facing is that even if they are only right now running one shift, and the reason they're not running more shifts is because they can't find people to work for them, because their factories are not near population centers, so they don't have enough people to come and build the missiles for them, to build more MLRS missiles. And they're also facing this problem where apparently this factory that builds the MLRS missiles is also the same factory that builds some other kind of missiles that they also need. And if they can't just double the production of both. If you make more of this one gets less.
Yeah, it's one or the other. You can't do.
Yeah, it's one or the other. You can't just go do both. So they say they can't really ramp up production right now. But it doesn't mean in a few years they can't. Right now,
they are waiting for an economical crisis. When Europe has the economical crisis coming, things will happen. But this is also betting on something on the future that might not happen. So the Russians are also betting a lot. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, what's the ROI on those investments to ramp up production?
That's Europe already has a real energetical problem. So with what energy will they produce more weapons? Because they don't have gas now. We don't have...
they do, actually. So what's happened
in the
gas
situation? Where do they have it?
What's happened in Europe, the global energy situation is that it's basically being readjusted. Whereas if you look at all the export of all the gas and oil companies, they're all the same. But they're just selling to different customers. So like Russia is now selling more gas to China. China just stopped buying gas from like somewhere in the Middle East.
And from who is getting Europe gas now?
Apparently what happened with like the oil refineries in Europe is that previously they were getting oil from the pipe from Russia, but that stopped. But then they went and they actually overbought futures contracts on oil from Middle East countries. So now they have an oversupply in Europe. So
no, man, that's not true. Drew, that's not true.
No, they overbought the futures contracts. So now they have too much oil.
Future is like in 25 years.
No, futures contract. A futures contract is like I buy this contract now and I get delivery of this amount of oil in
can be 6 months, 1 year, can be 9 months. It depends.
So they went into the financial markets and bought a bunch of futures contracts.
Yes,
so
but Germany is already very short on energy.
Sorry,
Germany is already very short on gas.
Already. In Europe,
diesel is a problem.
It doesn't. They are not short.
About the manufacturing.
We just think that. But the real situation is that already Europe is short of energy. That's the real state of like it is. This is a fact.
Maybe I can help on this one because what the Drew was saying
I would
there.
like to jump in before you change conversation. Yeah, I would like to jump in before you talk about the other things. About the ammunition production, not just weapons in Europe. Here we are just in wishful thinking. Germany, German producer of 155 millimeter shells just told that, yeah, we can produce those shells, but the cost is multiplied by 3 or 4 just by the cost of energy.
Yes.
And then if you build new production lines, new factories, then you have another problem, which already appeared, is, for instance, the raw materials you need. Where you find that? Yeah, and at which cost? We have a problem.
You go back to Russia.
We have a problem of having explosive components for the shell.
My point was
regarding the energy price that you mentioned, RL. I wondered if, because do you guys have any information on how far Germany? Because as far as I got it, Germany is getting so far ahead with the LNG terminals that what the Drew says, like, sure, you may say it's simply abstract because it is only finance and futures and whatever economics, but in actuality, they can also receive it, because that's what Dracu seems to be referring to, that, no, it's not actually getting through there, but they do have LNG terminals and so forth that have been built over the course of the year. So I was just wondering, do you guys have any idea how far developed they have become in that regard? Because, it's more expensive. You can say that, but Germany is also a country that can be in debt for quite a while and seems willing to be that.
But Drew was talking about oil, not gas. Gas is a bit different.
We have here exactly data about the capability of Germany to receive energy in other forms different of oil, and they are not ready, like 25% to receive the amount of energy through liquefied gas from the United States or from somewhere else.
Okay,
25% of the capacity.
I think we need to be more
when
specific.
There's a question on
oil and gas.
Raw material.
Oil, they're fine because they bought a lot on the markets. Gas, they might have a problem. You're right.
They don't have it yet.
When you consider
they also you got to understand that, like, if they have a shortage of, let's say, gas, they have plenty of oil. They're just paying more for it. They got to get it, source it from different people. As far as the shortage of natural gas goes, they can. There's ways that they can, not spend it here and spend it somewhere else. They can cut down on how much they use in one area and reallocate that to another area, like, for example, military production.
I already told you. I am
military
production.
When you consider demand for military production, civilian use takes the back seat. It doesn't matter how much supply is. It's only about price. But price, because it's almost free of cost to Ukrainians, they will demand anything. So it's not really an issue. I would think that small caliber ammunition, only Croatia is enough to produce for a whole Ukrainian side. That's how much Croatia can produce of the bullets. Okay, so I don't think it's a big issue of production. It's just they hiding it, they pretending, they pulling Zelensky's finger, giving him a finger a little bit. It's a play, so much play about that. Oh, we don't have it. It's not that. It's just a game. So much we don't know. We cannot know how much they produce, how much they can speed up production. We cannot know. It's all speculation. Russia.
Ariel, before you get to, I want to ask Euro a question here. Euro, if I can ask you a question before Ariel gets to, please, because this is something we have been talking about some streams ago, and we briefly touched it, and had to do about the war economy. Because I asked a question regarding like how could the U.S. I was like Drew saying, analyzing it by a civilian economy, but we're talking about costs and all these things. They seem to be flying out the window when we're talking about a war economy. But I wondered if you guys could maybe say something about that, and maybe RL would like to hear about it, or do you want to jump in first?
It was about the cost, which is, I
No,
think, really important.
the word.
Even if you transform your economy into a war economy, the cost is very important. I mean, if you, let's say you put 100 billion to produce ammunition, if the cost of production is multiplied by 3 or by 4, you are diminishing your potential of manufacturing shells by 3 or by 4. Without talking about the availability of raw materials to produce them.
I think there are many problems,
even
and
talking
are
about
touching
that.
them.
And
Ariel is touching in many problems that are quite important. We are, and sometimes we like it. This is almost so simple because we didn't have such a big production on weapons for a long time. So people have to find materials, have to find personnel. It's very difficult to find personnel nowadays in Europe. And you can't just put there a refugee or a migrant in such a fabric, in such a factory. So there are many factors here. But one of them, Ariel, is quite true as well, is the price. Europeans are destroying their economy with this war. And also taking back to Jur, the problem is as well that certain European countries are getting very scared. And they want to have their own stocks because they are getting very scared. This is also quite true. Some countries have been saying, Slovakia was just commenting about it. We don't want to ship anymore because otherwise we'll be completely empty. So, so there are many factors here. I don't think it's very easy for them just to start ramping too much production. It doesn't matter. Look, for instance, the United States was not prepared to send their tanks. The Germans were like getting loads of them, like 280. And on the end, how many did they ship?
Yeah,
but I think that is very accurate example.
We're in it for the long haul, right?
War economy is something
if they really
completely different.
Ramp up production to a war economy, this whole conflict's not going anywhere anytime soon because they're going to have to get a return on that investment. Like that's
what Tato was saying regarding the tank shipment and so forth. The U.S. has not gone over to a war economy yet, and that's kind of what we're alluding to. Like, we're talking about raw materials, and I of course recognize that is of course a very important. But push comes to shove, the United States can arm wrestle quite a lot of countries that have the resources it wants, and maybe it takes a little bit of time for it to get the infrastructure to maybe facilitate for this kind of war. But we've already seen them arm wrestle one of the strongest countries in Europe, being Germany, and kind of getting some things right there. So if again, like we're perceiving it as it is now, but the situation is quite likely to be changing. And it's also, we're seeing war economy kind of creeping. It's a war economy creep, right? So, but at some point it will tip over where a lot of the metrics that generally we tend to assess things by, they don't matter anymore. Like, for example, Ukraine, when we're talking about the Western support for Ukraine, we're talking money because that actually applies. For Ukraine, that suddenly doesn't matter anymore. Their currency is more or less worthless anyways.
What is this war for? What is this war for? You have to ask yourself, guys, what is this war for? The West is scared. The multipolar world is coming. What are they doing? They are trying to create a fictitious bipolar world again. The good and the bad guys. But nobody in the world is buying it. They are trying to put Russia and China together like the bad guys. Most countries are not buying it. They are fed up of this fantasy. And this is where the West has to understand. They are understanding it. Nobody is buying it other than their own population. This story about democracies against autocracies is not playing anymore. It's not paying back anymore. And they are really scared. If you understand where I'm going to, because JS was taking the thing about what was Xi Jinping doing with in Moscow. And this is the point. Guys, you, Wyatt and Drew, how do you see China? Do you see China just as an autocratic country, or do you see China as the country that was able to rise and has the opportunity to be something now? And this is about all other countries.
I wanted to tell something, Prada. I wanted to tell something about the war economy, because it's important. Let's don't forget that comparatively to Europe, Russia is autark. They have their own resources. They have no lack of resources. They have a lot of gas, a lot of oil, a lot of steel, a lot of aluminium, a lot of everything they need. And they have near by them, the neighbor is China. So let's don't forget that, because they already are making their war economy already. Europe is lacking. Europe is behind.
Yes,
so let's don't forget that.
Yeah, Dracu, but why are they doing this? Why are they keeping this stupid war going? Because they want to create this fiction.
They want to win the war.
No, they want to create this fiction of a bipolar world because they are scared of a world where there are many centers.
Dracu, no one wins this war, mate.
So I want to.
No one wins this war. This war is not to be won. This is a war that has to be stopped, and you have the in the minds of these Europeans, this aristocracy that has been controlling the world for the last centuries. In the heads of this aristocracy, they have to create an enemy. That's what Papa was saying. Of course, this war is not to be won. This war is to create two different
you know why this is like this? Because of the Illuminati.
I thought this morning was going to say the Jews, but whatever.
No, Illuminati.
War economy means something completely different. War economy is something completely different.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, but there is a problem with war economy in Europe. There is a problem with war economy in Europe. I mean, the European population are not ready for war economy.
Of course, because it's not at risk.
RL, you are referring to France, which is never ever willing to accept shit from the government, anyways, because the French people are in that way way more badass.
We are already protesting for pensioners of
Nobody in Europe is ready to accept.
Well, look at Germany.
Nobody in the world wants to play this game anymore. Don't you understand, guys? This is where they are scared. Nobody's playing it. Nobody wants to have.
What is there to want?
Nobody wants to be against China. No one also doesn't want to be against US and Europe. They just want everybody to be to work with everybody whenever they want. What's about Singapore?
But hold on one moment here. Wanting and what is kind of different, because quite a lot of people don't want this war at all, right? But we see this happening.
The rest of the world, not we in the West. We in the West, we live in this fantasy of the bad guys and the good guys. And why are they? Why any bad guy? Well, how is
no one's arguing.
But as it pertains to the war economy, right?
China was humiliated for 200 years. They were living like shit. They couldn't feed their own population. In 30 years, they were able to rise to be one of the most industrialized countries in the world. How did they do that? Yes, true, an authoritarian regime. That's quite true. But Germany or Japan were just able to become developed through authoritarian regimes before the Second World War.
Yeah, but it didn't end too well for them, though, did it?
But it will not. But why does it has to end bad for China?
I'm not saying it has to. I'm just saying, and you're saying why is no one wants this war? Well, you should take a visit to the White House then, because there's lots of people there that want this war very much.
They are the ones who are making things happen, even if people don't want it.
Well, the Africans, the South Americans, the Southeast Asians, they don't want this war. They are fed up. They want to work with everybody, to be friends. There is many interesting things on China. Look at China. They just made a deal between two rivals, Saudi Arabia and Iran. This was unthinkable.
I know, and I'm the one that brought that up to the panel. But my point is, do you honestly think the United States is just going to stand down and say, "Oh yeah, we've been like the big boys on the block since the mid 1940s, and you know what? Okay, we're just going to give it up." No, they're not. These people, you're talking like these people are normal. They're freaking sociopaths, man. You don't seem to understand that.
Let me add to JS here because you're mentioning, for example, South America and Africa and China, and they want, you know what, they have been wanting for fucking decades, and they haven't been able to do much. And sure, you may say the American empire is waning, but we can also clearly see that the American empire is still quite strong. If they want to, they can, even without military force, still coerce quite a lot of countries, at least insofar as the situation with the dollar still remains prominent as it is. So like we're taking this back to the war economy, RL mentioning that, Europe will not have any will for that. I mean, that's kind of the same argument as protests making. No, they may not want it, sure, but who is actually going to stop them? Because we see that time and time again in history, many people get conscripted into war and don't want it, and they get named down.
Europe.
War economy.
Look at Ukraine. Look at Ukraine. How many of those people want
local
War
population?
economy is something completely different. War economy is something completely different than what you think it is. War economy means that only when you're in war, okay, that's when it happens. Then you stop producing cars, don't stop buying luxuries, all that stuff. You produce only for the war. Everything else, if possible,
I think we understand that. I think that you're using the very scientific economic definition of the phrase war economy. But you've been waiting to say something.
Yeah. Yes, the past day I actually watched a video. Very interesting. They say that the video title is actually the only secret recording of Hitler's normal voice. So, because Hitler's recording is always him giving speeches, very grandiose.
You're talking about when they bugged the train car in Norway, right? Yeah.
So then they have this secret recording of him actually talking about the Soviets, about their production, and I quote, "If anyone had told me that one state can line up 35,000 tanks, I had said you have gone mad." So this was probably around the time where the Russians or the Soviets are counterattacking, and then he said that the Soviets, despite losing, has managed to produce so much tanks. And then he also commented that these factories are huge. The people are not living like normal human beings, but they are producing the tanks. And up to that point, the Germans has already lost 34,000 tanks, and they cannot believe that the Soviets have produced that much tanks. And this was a secret recording. He probably didn't know it was recorded. I can drop the link later. So it does.
Finland.
It's very interesting because that's how different war economy is. That even Hitler, he goes to war. They already plan and research everything. You cannot predict your enemies how much they can produce. So that is war economy. That means there's nothing else they're going to do only for war. They're only producing for war. They are only preparing for war. There's no entertainment like in United States. In World War II, United States, supposedly in war economy, people are still going to party and everything. That's not in the Soviet Union. Ukraine is now in war economy, but
not really.
The rest of the world.
You see the people dancing in the streets in Kyiv. They're still partying away.
Those are makeshift, man. Those are makeshift.
Anyway,
United States already had this too.
Who is waiting?
Juju raised hand for a long time already. I also intercepted him.
Oh yes, sorry, Drew.
Sorry, I just wanted to piggyback on what Prata was saying about why this them trying to make us versus them kind of scenario, because there was this they have started recently to call Russia and China the axis of evil, trying to reuse the term they used in World War II. But the thing I find funny is that Russia and China were the first two countries to fight the axis of evil during World War II. China was fighting Japan, Russia was fighting Germany way before anybody else got involved. China was already fighting Japan. And now Japan, Germany, and Italy, which were the original axis of evil, are all in the Western Bloc. And China and Russia are still there fighting for, so it's like you're trying to use this repurposed propaganda, but then you forgot that, hey, we are now together with the people that we are supposed to be the axis of evil in the past. It's just silly. Yeah.
And so, Drew, I would like to hear from you and also Euro, because we've been trying to touch on this thing about war economy, and I would like to kind of know a little bit more about it, because it sounds to be like a very foreign concept. Like Wyatt has been talking about it, if you guys perhaps would elucidate a little bit why the ordinary economics goes straight out the window when you're going by metrics, and because as far as I can tell, you're not hiring people if you're going on a war economy. You're dragging them off the streets like Ukraine is doing, right? You can then also do the same with employment, and you may say that, oh, but Europeans are not used to that, and blah blah blah. Well, guess what? They were actually one of those who were quite used to that not so long ago, and like one of those who have been most used to that. So I'm not like so convinced about it not being like if you're talking about morale and stuff like that, it may of course be a factor in the long run, but as said, like, can you turn into a war economy, and what does that actually look like? Because a war economy with NATO is like I've already stated my opinion in that regard. I don't think that actually is going to be able to, like, China is Russia's not pushing because they don't want NATO to be pushing more, but if NATO pushes more, then China may be more inclined to actually assist Russia even more. And so, like, what are we actually looking, because the war is almost certain to be going on for at least one more year or two, right? So the war economy is actually a specter that it's not unreasonable to think that it can actually hit, all these things that were for 1 year ago, they were completely unimaginable. We've been talking about drone swarms already and so forth. A war economy is not a new thing, right? But the understanding of that factor, I would like to kind of
Coping. If you want to,
I'm going to talk now,
if you want to learn about.
Yes,
I just want to make a point then. Just a short point.
Let's listen to him. Let's listen to him.
Let's just a short point, Prata. So coping to the war economy. You have just to look at the U.S. war economy, because the U.S. war economy in the Second World War was phenomenal. They produced the most weapon in the shortest time of whole history of the war in the world. So just study the U.S. war economy, because this is phenomenal.
I would.
Okay, then.
Okay, so
sorry.
Oh yeah, like living in Russia has taught me a lot of things. I'm not an economist. I don't know anything about economy, but I do know a lot about geography. And I did travel through the Trans-Siberian Railroad recently. And if you look at a map, there's an insane amount of land between, like, Lake Baikal, which is on the eastern part of Siberia, and towards the western part of Siberia. That is something that Europe cannot have, like what's under that ground, what's on top of that ground, what you can gather from all this area. I don't think that Europe can even mobilize its people to even try to find as much material as Russia has. And I'm not saying that as a spy. Please don't fucking take me to the gulag, but like, there's no way you can outproduce the Russians right now if you're in a European country. Drew, what the hell would it take for them to try to compete with Russia with as much as resources as they have?
Well, I wanted to actually ask you about your what was your take on them grabbing a journalist, because you're quite a prominent American in Russia, right?
Yeah, I actually went viral. No, I went on two news stations. I went on the biggest news station in Russia. I'm a little bit worried. Yeah, I'm a little bit worried, but like, I recently went on live television in Moscow, and I kind of cleared up my name a little bit. But yeah, that's it.
What do you talk about? Talk about during the live show, on TV.
Yeah, like I went live on TV 2 days ago from the Moscow Channel 1 called me and said, "Hey, we saw your video and want to ask you some questions." So I just answered some questions for.
You know what? You should get more popular in Russia so that if they grab you, the populace will be like, "Hey, we like that. Don't grab him. It's fine."
And not only that,
doesn't like
we get
Dan,
more
though.
Russian speakers here on the DPA.
That guy had a very bad. The guy that was arrested, he had a very bad curriculum. He worked for very hateful news outlets against Russia. So.
Hey, Dad, FSB is watching you.
I'm on the good side, though, man. I'm on the good side, guys.
Still,
that reporter that got arrested. I mean, they arrested him on spying, and that's what he was doing because he went over and he's gonna act like he's gonna go to Russia and smack talk Russia and ask all kinds of hard hitting questions in Russia. It's like, what did you think was gonna happen, fool? I mean, I'm not saying the Russians are hardcore like that, but they're not. You ain't gonna walk in their backyard and talk shit about them. I mean, this ain't America. That ain't America. You can walk around and talk shit there. You can't talk shit like that in Russia. I mean, I'm sure you can to a point, but if you're a Western reporter wandering around Russia right now, probably not a good idea.
Vaughn,
you don't see many Russian reporters.
Do you really think that you're going to get on American TV if you're not talking? Like what Dan is saying. He's like. Some would say he's just merely a Russian propagandist, but what Dan tends to be saying is something many of us tend to be also agreeing on. And the few things, be it few or far between, Dan knows to be watching his words for good reasons, like you alluded to. But don't have any illusions that you don't know that instinctively. If you are put, let's say you are Russian getting to the United States, you know that there's some things you better watch out not talking about. Sure, you may not be legally prosecuted, but right, it's like you may consider that the authoritarian thing is much more intimidating, but it's actually not that different. The illusion of it being more authoritarian than our society is you can see as well, right?
Let me ask you something, guys from the US. I wanted to ask, do you think Steven Segal is a bad guy?
Then
no. I just wanted to ask
you wore that VDV t-shirt.
What's the name of the whistleblower?
When you go on live, if you ever go on live TV in America, you should wear that VDV t-shirt. And when you go live on Russian TV, you should wear American flag t-shirt. You will gain popularity. Fully.
I'll tell you something about Russia. I think that it's a misconception. Like, I know what I shouldn't say, but it's not that I'm scared. It's just you have to follow the rules. If you're a Russian going to America, you should follow the same rules. Like, you're in the same danger if you're caught in America. Like, talking about it's the same. But just in Russia, you have the extra X factor because it's just weird. You just got a different feeling.
Yeah. Hey, Dan, I didn't hear
what happened to that Russian teenager who went to the United States who was pro-gun. She got arrested because she was Russian, and she was turning around gun associations and things like that. Yeah. She ended up in prison, in jail, and she got exchanged.
That was that redhead,
yeah. The thing when you go to a different country, especially is known to be authoritarian, you'll be worried. Like the first time I go to China, oh my god, because it's such a culture shock. You see people in soldier uniforms at the customs. It's like, why the hell are there soldiers around? And then you're just paranoid. It's like you get arrested for no reason, like because you do not know the culture there. You might be arrested for like made up things. And then the last time I go to China, it's the same. Every time I go past the border, I'm worried. It's like, what if they dig out my Facebook post and then see that, hey, CCP sucks, Then what will happen to me? I do not know. I think, and I also always tell people to be careful, especially like for Dan, he's living in Russia. You try not to ask him questions that you sure know that is.
Yeah.
He can't answer. Like do you see a lot of tanks? What kind of tanks is it on the train? Is like. He's gonna get arrested for spying.
I thought that was funny. I think it was last week sometime in the chat. somebody was like asking Dan like specific questions, like, did you get the division number, the grid coordinates? Where it's like, you know, I said something to him, I'm like, you can't be asking him shit like that. It's like, don't risk a source of information by asking questions that you don't need the answer to. Is there a shitload of military going to the Ukrainian front? Yeah. How do you know? Just an educated guess. You don't need to know nothing else other than that. You know, they got tons of shit out there in the middle of nowhere, and they're going to send it all back.
It's
So
the
just
same
don't
thing
do
for
spying.
it's the same
Don't
thing
get
for
a
everyone.
spy.
For like the Ukrainians in Ukraine, you know,
But
even when you know,
also,
sometimes I
but
talk to
also
them
here,
in the comments and talking in the live chat. Sometimes, you know, last time I sometimes I do the monologues where, you know, people are chatting with me. So sometimes I always tell them to be careful not to tell me things that they are not supposed to tell me. I also tell the same thing to the open mic speakers, though whoever, like they are in the military or whatever. Don't tell me things that you are not supposed to tell me, because don't get into trouble. I don't need all these things.
Norway was not involved in Nord Stream 2. I am a very law-abiding citizen. Just saying.
So I have foreign fighters going. I have foreign fighter who is a DPA viewer going into Ukraine. I also told him the same thing. Don't risk your life to tell me anything. I don't need it. Like if you want to share, you know, I don't mind. But you know, don't risk your life. No point. It's not worth it. Yeah. So.
But even here, people have to be careful. Sometimes I hear things like the Jews. No, be careful. Don't make this type of comments, because it's like, unfortunately, there are very bad people out there.
No, I was just gonna say too that, I mean, the whole thing with that is just like, you know, we're lucky to get people that come on here, so don't risk people coming on here by asking stupid questions and putting people at risk. I mean, I think it's pretty cool he's out in Mongolia and he can tell us about stuff, but you know, and I'd love to ask him, you know, what you saw and how pretty was it, what color was it painted, you know, and I mean, but I know better than to ask that. I don't want to. I don't.
You mean
the
walls of the Kremlin?
Look at some of the guys that have been in the open mics before. I think Manny was in the Air Force. He's been gone. And I don't blame him, because even if he came in here and talked and never said anything pro one way or the other, he could potentially get in trouble, because someone will misconstrue the fact that he's on a panel where, let's say, they think the majority of people are pro-Russian. I think that's one reason why some of those guys have dropped off, because they can't really risk getting fucked with just because they went on a panel and talked about, you know, F-16s and how they thought it was dumb to send F-16s to Ukraine. I mean, he's not saying anything classified, but they'd fuck him in the military in a minute. But if he was out of the military and telling the same story, they can't do shit. So I think that's one reason you got to be careful. And a lot of guys we've lost out of here, I think, because of that. Especially anyone on active duty.
Not just that. I heard people, like, for instance, in the German army, you can't make jokes about woke things, for instance. You might be dismissed. It's as silly as it is.
About myself, I like to be controversial, and I don't give a fuck. I mean, I'm more than 18 years old. I'm responsible of myself, and that's it. And what happened to me, what will happen to me, and that's it. I mean, why?
Well, how would your sentiments be if you?
Why
one
should
moment.
I not talking about some subject because it's controversial? I don't give a
RL,
fuck.
as badass as
I'm
you may
supposed
be,
to
RL,
be free. Wait. I'm
badass as
supposed
you
to
may
be
think
free.
you are, do you think that will last very long if the people
Norway
you
was
care
involved
about
in Nord Stream pipeline explosion. I don't give a fuck.
No, it was not. As far as we
Yeah,
know,
you
it's not
understand?
concluded. It's not concluded. We have our
what
good guesses.
I'm saying here, and what I'm saying here can have an impact in my future to find a job or
Certainly.
something.
Like, for example,
RL, I'm going to need to talk to you after this stream, my friend.
Because we got a guy in the panel who came here, and now he decided to not come anymore, because he told us that he had a talk with a guy from his company, from the human resources, and the guy told him, better for you to stop coming here and have that kind of talk, because it won't do good.
And that is enough for that guy who has a career. You do not. You do not have
yeah?
a career, so that's why you can give that much of a fuck. But if you had a career, you
It
will be like
depends.
Manny. It
It
would be enough.
depends. Right
HR
now,
came to you and told you maybe you should not, and so you go.
It depends. Right now, I'm working for a small company. Maybe later, I will try to find a job, and maybe that will I will have difficulties to find, especially in a big company. But I don't care.
This just went emo.
We have to agree that
My
we are
freedom
living
of
in very
speech is more
strange
important.
times. Yeah,
So
but
I-
freedom of yes, sure, but our societies, unfortunately, are getting more and more polarized, and this is really sad because it's like the spectrum of freedom of speech is getting narrow and narrow and narrow. Our media, it's not critic enough. There's very little space to make a critic, and this is very sad. So in a way, yes, we have to somehow defend the ability to question things, but to question it in a very intelligent way. But on the other side, I think it's also we have to be a bit careful because there are many bad people out there.
And one last thing about myself. I don't identify myself as being pro-Russian. Even if the others are labeling me as pro-Russians because of what I said, I'm not identifying myself as pro-Russian. Myself.
I am sorry, RL, but that's simply not going to help that you identify yourself thereafter because you're a whitish man. So that's simply not going to work for you. I mean, I don't identify myself as pro-Russian, but every single time I point out, I'm like, oh, you're pro-Putin, you're whatever. You have no idea how often I get that, like that. So you mean I don't identify myself as pro-Russian. I don't identify myself as pro-Russian. I consider the match to be a very serious. It can be a very serious problem for us, like in many ways. But this thing about super.
Why should that be? Why should that be a problem?
So, what are your pronouns?
It shouldn't be, but it is. It shouldn't be. You should be able to express your opinion about this war and not have to worry about being, hurt financially. I mean, I'm sorry if you think I'm pro-Russian, but I'm not going to sit there and tell you that a mountain of bodies in Bakhmut means that Ukraine is winning. Just because Rachel Maddow will doesn't mean I will. When I see shit happening, and I'm just going to call it as best I can as I see it. I'm sorry if the news every day is bad for Ukraine. That doesn't make me pro-Russian to report on the news that's bad for Ukraine. If something bad happens to Russia, we'll talk about it because we won't fucking hear the end of it. So
just like Prata was saying, we're living in strange times where it actually doesn't matter if you're pro-Russian or not. The simple thing is that if you're not towing the line, here we go.
Also, did you guys see the story about?
Sorry, Von. I will never lie in my life. Yeah, please.
I just want to say after you speak, did anyone see how Nikki Haley, who's running for president of the United States, is bitching because people are criticizing her for her support of Ukraine now? She's bitching about the criticism of Ukraine. It's like, again, she's towing the line to get elected. She doesn't want to hear the truth from other people.
So it's over already, man. That means the presidency, the bid is gone.
I might be old school, but I'm going to tell you something. I will never lie just because someone should feel offended. I will always tell that what, for me, it means.
But what
truth.
if it's someone who who a good friend of yours who might be in the military or politics?
Fuck him.
Aren't you a good friend?
I've got to a friend of mine at home which had a baby, and I told him, my friend, your baby is ugly.
Trio was waiting for a very, very long time in the backstage, but just now it was full.
Let him talk now.
Yeah, I was backstage hearing all these things, but I couldn't jump in. But I'm here now. I made it. It's morning time. I just woke up. I'm dying, but I'm here. But actually, for what Vaughn was saying about self-censorship, I think it depends on which industry, and then it comes down to what you want to say and how much risk you want to take, I guess. Also, what Wyatt said about the reality of when you travel within countries. So Dan being in Siberia, I think he's not gonna be troubled too much because he's in Siberia. This guy lives. You should check out the videos. The guy lives in the middle of nowhere. So he will be safe. But for the city people, if you talk too much, it will hunt you at some point.
Yeah, please, I tell you. Just listen a moment to me, because I lived in the dictator. I grew up in a communist country. So I was like 23 years as I left the dictator. So I was used to very high pressure when you are saying something to be judged by people around you about what you were saying. And I was like, fuck you. If I have to say something, I'm gonna say it. And if you want to fuck me, then fuck me. But but I have to say it. Because if you don't say, if I don't say what I have to say, I will
get laid.
I will get more damage. I will get more damage to myself than I will get the damage from you if I go into jail for it. So you have to understand, if you follow a way in your life, then you have to follow to be yourself as much as it is possible to be yourself. If you always are acting like, I am afraid to say that because if I'm saying that, someone will say, oh, I am pro-Russian, or I am that, or I am that. So that's why the world is so crooked, because men don't have the courage to be themselves. You don't have
alpha.
Well, but
no alpha. No. I'm not talking about alpha. Sorry, Wyatt. I'm not talking about alpha. For me, alpha concept is bullshit. I think we all should say what we are thinking.
Right, but you should not be so irresponsible as to take out your own team by being careless with your words, and that's what we're mostly talking about here. You're saying "fuck you" if you're the friend or whatever who might be in a position.
If my team is fucked up, then I will tell them, you are all fucked up, you idiots. You know, that's the truth.
Yes. Dracu, I understand what you're saying.
No, not generally speaking, particularly speaking.
Let's say it's your wife or your mother or your daughter or someone who...
Yes, I'm gonna tell them, you are fucked up.
No, not tell them. They might be at risk for what you are saying. That's what we're talking about. You are censoring because not necessarily just yourself. If you're living in a dictatorship, like you were mentioning, would you have said what you just said? Would you have been so like, well, fuck you, I'm going to say whatever, while you were growing up in a communist dictatorship? If your family might have risked being dragged in or something.
Yes, if the people would say, copy, let me tell you something. If the people would have thought like you are saying, we should think, then communist country will never get free, because you have to take risks for your freedom.
Right, but you take risks. That's a
everybody should do this. Everybody should do this, because if everybody is doing that, then the people who are bullying you are getting afraid of you.
But we're not talking about the people bullying you, Dracu, or
no,
us.
No, I mean by bullying, I mean.
Right, it will be the people. They go like mafia. They go after the people that. Okay, if you are not intimidated by us,
fuck them.
There's something you're going to care about. We're going to go after that as well, right? And you cannot. I understand what you're saying. You are actually. I agree with you in principle. I agree with you in principle that yes, you actually have to push through the bullshit, even as intimidating as it is. But you also have to recognize this is not something you just do on the spot. It's sort of like saying, well, tomorrow we're going to have a war economy and it's going to be like World War II. No, even then it took, like it took a little bit more time. So it's a little bit little bit attacked. I think
no, copy. I want to tell you something very important. This is, I am ready to die for my freedom. Every moment of my life. I
Are
am
you willing
ready
to
to
let
die
those
for
you
it.
care about die? Because they might not make the same choices you make.
see what
You
that
make
then.
it for your own sake and not give a shit.
It's a
Fuck
different
them.
thing.
When it comes to my freedom, I am ready to die for it.
Why you? You see, Atreo is your fault. You see, something you said, then they just keep quarreling.
It's copying.
Bringer
Dracu
of
is
chaos.
explaining something. Sorry. Dracu is explaining something else. Here in, let's say, less developed countries in the East, people somehow know what is not supposed to be said or done. So your surrounding is actually pushing you not to do it. Not that there's a state organized dictatorship that's going to punish you. It's that your friends and all elders somehow know they never received anything, instructions, what is not supposed to be said or nothing. It's just that they know somehow. They're pretending
I
and they
fully
push
relate
you,
to that.
they censor you.
I fully relate
That's
to
what
that,
Dracu is.
but we were talking about how you're exposing yourself in the media and in public, like Dan is doing.
Yes,
and that is a totally different thing, right? And this is like, okay, maybe you should watch your mouth there because we're going to go after one of those.
Don't say that, copying. Dan is self-responsible. Dan know what to say. Dan know how to act. You don't have to tell him things like you have to take care. Dan know everything about that because he's here. If he wouldn't know about that, he wouldn't be here. You understand that?
Dan, you're a public figure. I want an autograph.
Maybe you get a picture. Get a signed picture, man.
In Russian, please.
Cyrillic.
Come on, Dan.
Did you learn to
drink a bit of vodka?
Write Cyrillic?
You forget about suicide.
I want to say because I'm gonna take off now. It's always freaking awesome talking to you guys. It's so funny hearing from all your perspectives. For everybody who is watching, if you're not subscribed, if you're not watching daily, if you're not liking, shame on you. These videos take a long time to do, not these open mics, but like getting all the research for these videos that the DPA Wyatt puts up is totally amazing. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope you guys learned something. And Draco, you gotta fucking stop yelling so much. Bye.
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 Yeah,
man.
so
Dracu.
it's Dan's
Dracu,
fault
which part
because
of
them we are quarreling. Then just now the Atreo also, Atreo, why your first words is tell us to quarrel.
we didn't talk about Biden. We forgot Biden.
Atreo wanted to ask me something.
I think Biden forgot Biden.
Biden forgot Biden. I mean,
quickly to Dracu.
Wait.
Which part of Romania are you from?
I am from Transylvania.
Which part?
From middle of Transylvania. Do you know?
Dracula.
Do you want to know the city?
Yeah, because I actually so my stepmother is from Romania too, so I hear some of the similar sounding words that she used to scream to. So I was just curious, maybe are from the same, but she's also from more central Transylvania.
Where from?
Maybe you're related.
Is a Transylvania thing.
Where from is she?
She's from a small area called Rushka.
Called what?
Rushka.
In which?
It's close to Huidin, so it's in between Oradea and.
That's not my area. I am like about 150 kilometers from there, in the middle, on Transylvania, right in the middle.
I thought you would be like a long lost son or something.
Can I ask you, Atreo, is your stepmother, like, because you were saying, you didn't say she was talking the same words as Dracu. You were saying she screamed the same words as Dracu. That was just funny. Is that a Transylvanian thing to be like Dracu volume?
Screamy.
No insult to you, Dracu, by the way. I love you, man. That's just like no insult.
No problem.
But is that like a
It feels like it, yes. So once you go into, so if you drive towards Romania, the moment you go into the borders in the north, so you will enter West Transylvania, the volume goes up just by default.
People are talking louder.
Yeah, it's amazing. And then also genuine conversations, they cannot be humanely soft, like a RL, just take pauses from time to, it's all Dracu.
Humanly. You're not humans.
No.
I noticed in flat areas people can yell louder, while in hilly ones you actually can be heard
They're
far
shouting
away.
across the mountain, right? They're
Yeah.
shouting across the mountain.
We need blood.
Dracu, you are
Yeah.
Dracula, right? How old are you now?
How old?
300 years old? Are you 300 already?
Like 450.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
So now you guys know it's not 300 because
So
they
it's
always say
actually-
300 in the chat.
So it's not a Transylvania thing. It's a like a vampire thing then to be kind of screaming, right? Like so, all you cross that border,
No.
they're shouting. Oh, okay. You might as
He's
well
a
pull a mirror.
vampire.
You're gonna find out.
So long.
Don't show me
long.
blood. Don't show me blood. Don't show me blood. I get a
So
boner.
Atreo is half vampire. do your wife, do your mother do weird stuff at night? Like she disappear at night, Like Atreo, you have to keep track of your mom, man.
No, so it's my stepmom's, but by the time she came in, it was basically just all screams, and then I was already in my teenage years, so my rebelliousness was already at 100%. I felt like I could handle the world. So at some point, I thought, yeah, maybe this is too much energy in one house. But basically, it's just screaming.
Yeah, luckily,
Romanian,
if not, she will suck your blood.
Romanian women are like are a little different. They have to when they are under pressure, they are always reacting, making their points at all matter.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's very true. This one I noticed. Yeah.
I know.
No, especially when it comes to politics, it's amazing. It can take 5 hours, 6 hours just to get the point across. Dude, listen, just listen. No, but this is
like
true.
us.
Yeah. So
We've only got
basically-
5 hours though, right?
Almost. I
Not
think.
6.
Four.
So
Yeah,
I
no,
won't
but I
talk
think
about
it's
my Korean mom. Yeah.
But that's why Romanian
Korean
women
women,
are
how they
also
talk to each other. Yeah.
but also that's why Romanian women are also very good in bed.
Oh shit!
Because,
I didn't know.
because they are always making their point. They
So I was
this got
wondering, RL
sidetracked.
always look very Asian. So RL is actually half Korean. That explains the eyes. You got a Korean eyes.
I always thought he was
Oh, really?
Mongolian.
I thought he was Indonesian or something.
Wait, could you guys tell if it's like Korean eyes or
No, I think
Mongolian
he's
or
Vietnamese.
whatever, like Chinese? Like, I mean, why
Japanese.
it's
Korean
Chinese?
eyes
But you,
it's more like this. This is more Korean
Japanese eyes. Yeah. Japanese eyes.
Japanese.
So for coping,
Japanese
so for
not necessarily have the just single eyelid. No, Japanese this stereotype, right, is more
This is-
Korean than
yeah.
Japanese. Yeah, it's actually
Yeah,
more
so-
Korean.
what Wyatt is saying. So you have a difference in there's a line between North and South Asia. So people from North Asia. So if you take China as a reference, so you have the two big rivers. So everything above the rivers, their Iceland seems to be more significant than people from below the rivers. So Wyatt, he is Asian from below the rivers. So if you look at South China, Vietnam, Singapore, but also Taiwan, they have less slant. Their eyes tend to be also slightly bigger than the people from North Asia. So from above the rivers.
Slanting is actually more towards
I
the
don't think you
northeast.
can generalize that.
Is that the reason why there's
No.
more car
You can
accidents in
generalize
North Asia?
No.
You can
No, actually,
generalize that.
actually,
So the slanting of the eyes is actually more northeastern like the northeast, like the Koreans and the
Mongols, the
when you go
Tungus,
south,
yeah.
So like for my heritage, it's actually Hokkien and what's the other one?
Hakka. Hakka,
yeah, Hakka. So my blood is Hakka, Hokkien. So our eyes is rounder, and we have
so
double
it's-
eyelids. Yeah, we have
so
double
it's
eyelids.
south.
When you go north, you have single eyelid. Like the Japanese, they have a mix between double and single. So because maybe some of them traveled from Korea to Japan and all this kind of thing. So Japanese looks very different from Korean.
No, but
Korean
Japan
is
is
like
also
you
a
see,
mix
you don't-
with
For me, Arel is looking like Yakuza. But I think
Genghis
Arel,
Khan to me.
I think
understand.
Arel is from Vietnam.
tattoo.
You have to understand. Korea in Korean is Hankook. Hankook can be translated by the country, the land of the Han.
Yeah.
The Korean identify themselves as Han ethnic, the same as the Chinese, the northern
Yeah,
Chinese
but
part, Beijing
Han,
part of China, which is Han ethnic.
Yeah.
The majority of the
So if
mainland
you-
China ethnic is Han. And they
So
are
if you watch the
kind
World
of
Cup, right?
brothers with Genghis Khan and the Mongolians, kind of.
So if you watch the World Cup, you will see that their fans will always chant "Dai Han Mingo." Is actually the great Democratic Republic of Korea or something like that. So
Yeah.
so that's so in the North Korea they call it differently. They call it
Chosen.
Chosen.
Yeah, they call
So
Chosen.
all these names are actually all former kingdoms names. So Hanguk, Chosen. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's
But Arel, are you from where are you?
I
France.
was born in Belgium.
Nah,
Oh,
yes.
he's
I'm
Belgian.
Belgian.
And
I'm
your roots,
Belgian.
he's
your
Dutch.
Asian roots are where from?
I'm mixed. I mean, my mom is Korean, and my father
Korean.
was.
So that's
My father is half Algerian and half Belgian,
Oh
yeah.
shit.
and
Wow.
ik kan
So
een
you're-
beetje
So RL
Nederlands
is like me.
spreken.
Oh shit.
Because I went to French Guiana and I met the Bushinenge there, and I was the guys from
shit.
Suriname, and I was able to communicate with them because I was able to speak Dutch a bit with them.
Mais pas
The
toi?
official language of Suriname is Dutch.
Yeah, true. It's the state language. Yeah.
So you
Yes.
part
true.
Nederlands, huh?
And I
Ah,
was the
speak
only one who
Nederlands,
was
yeah.
able to communicate with Bushinenges.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
all the others were French, speaking French.
Yeah,
See,
so
they
yeah, there's
have,
like a transition. There's a transition. So with the Bushinenglish, you have the French speaking and the Dutch speaking, but they have
Yeah.
their own language called the Saramacans. So
Nee, Saramakan is a very interesting
Depends on techniques.
case. Saramakan is a mix of Portuguese Creole, French Creole, and English Creole, and nobody knows how come the Portuguese section, the 30% of Portuguese section, arrived there.
Could someone tell me
Well,
what
they
is
think it was
Creole?
about the
What
that's a
the
mixed
fuck?
language.
What Creole?
Yeah, so you have very
I
quick
lost everybody. I
understanding.
didn't hear anybody.
Oh,
Go,
so-
can you repeat
so
everything? I didn't lose.
What is
Dracu was,
Creole?
asked-
What is
Yeah.
Creole?
A Creole is a mix
Creole is
of
a kind of a
languages.
simplified language used for commerce, and at the same after a while
What-
it became
what language,
the mother
Prata?
language.
Prata,
Okay,
from what
the
language is
Portuguese-
coming? Is Portuguese?
It depends.
Is
It doesn't.
Spanish?
It
Is
can.
English? Is
It
French?
depends.
What is
Depends.
Creole?
It depends.
It
Creole
depends.
is a
depends.
language. It's a language. Sometimes people call it pidgin. It's like it's born from trade, and in order to communicate faster, they simplified one of the language. In this process, somewhere in time, people start using it like their mother language and start mixing other elements from other language. So you have normally you talk about Creoles on the base, Spanish-based Creoles, English-based Creoles, Portuguese-based Creoles,
Yes,
and so on.
I do
The
know that.
Saramakan is very interesting because it's based on three languages at the same time, which is very
Yeah.
unusual. It normally doesn't happen.
So basically, that's
Dracu,
English now.
I have
So
my
Singlish
own
is a mix of
Dracu.
language.
Dracu.
Yeah.
I have my
Singlish
own
too. Yeah.
explanation of Creole because I don't know. Yes, I know a bit about the English Creole, but the French Creole, I can tell you, it's related to slavery.
I know everything
some
about
it. Some of it.
I know
So
everything.
some of it.
What I wanted
French
to
Creole,
okay.
well, at
what I
least
wanted to make the
Creole,
point
the
is
French,
that Creole
the French speaking.
actually Creole is the language that the African people speak there where they had. Let me tell it.
Any subjugated people. Creole is an umbrella term
and
for any
if they were
subjugated. That's why they're saying
subjugated by
Spanish
English,
Creole, French
then
Creole, English
yes,
Creole.
that is.
Well, the word Creole comes from the Portuguese criar, which means it was someone created. So it's not the slave, it are the descendants of the slaves.
Yeah, whoever.
But the idea is already that something mixed. So at least in
Yeah,
Portuguese, when we talk,
the language that the Africans speak.
Yes. But not just
with
Africans.
their masters.
Like
It's not
Wyatt is
limited
from
to
Singapore.
Africa.
One of the ethnies in Singapore are the Kristang. The Kristang are descendants of Portuguese with Malaysians, and they were never slaves, but they speak a Portuguese Creole as well in Malacca.
In Timor.
But actually, Creole.
They died out. They speak Portuguese
actually,
nowadays.
Creole is not a language defined. It's not defining a language. It's defining a race.
No.
Oh yes.
No. It depends where you are. It depends.
Yes.
So many different.
It depends. If we are talking about linguistics, we're talking about a certain structure of language, a certain type of language. If we are talking about people, we are talking about mixed people. Yes, it's true.
Yeah, and we talk about me and RL.
They are called Creole.
No, we
Creole,
declare ourselves mixed.
yeah.
Yes.
It's
how
from
you want to say it?
It's from the Portuguese word.
In French Caribbean island, people identify themselves as Creole.
But that's a Caribbean
These are the
phenomenon.
mixture between white people and indigenous people.
Not indigenous, slaves
It's
brought
safe
there.
to say it's a product of colonialism, though, right?
Yes, you can. Yeah, it's a product of colonialism. Yes, it is true.
But Creole was already developing outside of the colonialist era. It's just depending on where you go. For example, if you look at South Africa, where they had the Boers, they also start creolizing Dutch in a different manner. So what Prata explained, they simplified language in a way in order to have faster communication. And
Yes, but actually, the Boers didn't create Creoles.
No, so they
so that's a big
changed
difference.
language.
Atreo.
No, but they
yes,
changed
but
language,
they didn't
so they
create Creoles.
creolized.
No, you can't say that. But it was actually another process. South Africa is very
I
special.
actually agree with Dracu there. The Boers would be a different process than the Creoles, generally speaking, because they were actually Dutch migrants, and so their language kind of changed a little bit, similar to how American English actually was, in many, depending on dialect, is closer to the original English that they used to have before the United States became a thing. But the British are actually the ones who kind of wandered off a little bit, not too dissimilar actually in the regard to, for example,
the Portuguese, when they start their colonization, their expansion, they needed a language of communication, yes, which later we start calling it a Creole, but in the text they're normally called corrupt Portuguese. This language was the international language for 300 years. In Africa and in Asia, and this language even after the Portuguese left Asia, this language continue. But the structure, it was quite evident the way it was produced. So many other people, the French, the British, the Dutch, they used this structure somehow to create easy language of communication, and that's why most of the Creole language we are talking about from European language are very similar to the Portuguese original Creoles. Anyways, there are other processes in the world. There is.
But
We
actually,
were talking
Prata,
about Bahasa. Bahasa Indonesia also looks like a Creole. So this process is not unique to the European colonization. It's actually quite old process that existed. It's also quite interesting if you look at Chinese. Chinese is a very simplified language, but there are other brothers in language like the Taiwanese. They have a very complex grammatical structure, but Chinese is not. Why? We don't know, but this process is very common to find. It's
Prata, you are now trying to get this discussion on another point, but actually the Creole name is coming from the French colonization and not from Portuguese.
It's from the Portuguese word criar. It's from the Portuguese word criar, which means to create at home someone. It's like,
and why
it's not a slave.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Why is not the name Criara? Why is the name Creole?
No.
Why is the name French?
So to point out for what Prata was saying,
it is French. It's not Portuguese. Prata.
We use the Portuguese.
The root of the word is Portuguese.
You can use it how you like. The name Creole is coming from the French.
Gentlemen here on the panel, how about one at a time here? I'm just going to argue.
I think Creole is more like a food, right? All I know is a type of food or a brand of food.
No, but so for example, I speak a Creole language, or I grew up with the Creole language, but we refer it also like what Prata is saying. He says Creara, we say Creoro. So
yeah, you can say it how you like. You can say it how you like.
But the root,
because
it comes from the root of the word.
Yeah,
it's Portuguese.
Draco, don't be ignorant.
No.
Don't be ignorant, okay? The first Creole societies are Portuguese descendant. Don't be ignorant, okay? Don't just be ignorant. Sorry, now I have to tell you. Don't invent things you don't know about. Don't invent things you don't know about. You have three people on the panel telling you that's not like that, and you keep saying stupid. I don't know what's wrong with you, guy.
Prata, I just ask you, why then is the name a French name?
Olá, voz do povo, boa noite.
Boa noite para ti também, pá.
Obrigado.
That stayed. Dracu, it's the one that stayed. The one that stayed, it's Creole, which is French, but the root of the name, the word Creole, is from Portuguese. But Creole is French. Yes,
it's French.
It's like telling me the word school. The word school is originated from Latin, scuola, but we say school in English. That's it.
We say scholar in Portuguese.
And thus, thank you, RL, for exemplifying the Creolization.
I mean, in French, it's école, and even école is coming from scuola, from the Latin root.
Yeah, but we in Portuguese, we say scholar.
Yeah.
In Bahasa, it's also scholar.
And in Spanish,
we are all saying the same word.
Is it in Russian?
In Indonesian, it's scholar.
In Espanol, it's escuela.
So we are all saying
exactly.
In Norwegian, it's skola.
All those different words to describe the school, école, scuola.
I believe it is the same in Romania. Am I wrong, Dracu?
No, you are not wrong, but I didn't want to say it because Prata would say that. Because actually, Prata, you might don't know, but the Romanian language, Prata, you might don't know, but the Romanian language is the mother of all Latin languages.
Yeah, of course.
It's the closest to. It's closest to. Yeah.
It's not closest. It's the mother.
So hold on, I want to test
could be the father.
I want to test out who's an American here, because I know there's only one, but I also know Papa Roach is an English speaker, so he might not actually know this. If I say fabrik, which one of you understand what word I'm saying here? Because I know that Alan picked it out as an American, but I know because he speaks Russian, and that word is similar to not only Norwegian, it's also similar to fabrika in Latin.
It's also
factory.
What does it mean?
What does public mean?
No, JS, what is fabrik or fabrika or similar? What does that mean?
Public
factory.
How are you spelling it? P-U-B-L-I-C?
No, F-A-B R
RACA if it's Romanian,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
But if you're talking,
fabric.
if you're talking in German or Norwegian, it would be FABRIKK. Fabrik.
Fabric.
But it will be
Fabric is like it could be fabric.
yes. So the reason I'm pointing it out was because it was an amusing thing that Prata was an open mic Prata was on, where he said he was using exactly that, and it was kind of misinterpreted as fabrics. But then Alan, actually, as the one who knows Russian, could mix the English and the and the Russian word for it. And no, actually, it's not a fabric; it's factory. And here, English is the one standing out. Actually, I think in French as well, they say something.
Actually, it means
it's
Latin.
Factory, kind of.
Exactly.
It's related to factory.
Manufactory. Exactly means manufactory.
So it's the English-speaking people that are standing out there. So if you're British or
In
Australian
French,
or American, then that's when we're saying fabric, you should conform to the rest on this panel.
Is the most important. So
Doping. In French, you have a French word which means fabrication.
We have one to tell us something.
Well, the thing about being an American is we don't have to care about what other people who don't have their flag on the moon talk or think or speak. We don't care. Your countries don't matter.
Yeah, and we just ride your coattails.
But now you are a more educated American than the average American.
You have to talk about hypersonic theories.
Doug, $9.99 US. That's a lot of money.
Twice. It's the second time.
One time only. I just put it up only. I just putting it up. It's the same one. Because he's asking in the chat.
They just got the news about the hypersonic weapons by the United States. One program they decided to cancel after so many
because of the battery issues.
That was quite fast, wasn't it?
I doubt it. They just don't want to tell about it. They probably achieved it as well.
Are we gonna talk about LGBTQ?
Yes, please.
No, please don't.
So this question.
What's the problem?
Super chat. Do you think the Chinese peace plan has a future? Do you think the Chinese peace plan has a future? Anyone who is informed, please do.
No, of course not. They're not. The Ukrainians are rejecting it outright. So the United States. So no, it doesn't have a future.
But also the benefits of.
First of all, I don't think it's a peace plan per se. I don't think it's a peace plan per se. I think it's the official Chinese point of view, but not a real peace plan.
No, this is not a peace plan for me. This is the vision of the new world, how the Chinese see the world from now on. That's their peace plan. This is a peace plan between blocks. They have to respect each other. They have to what was that
they don't have to do anything.
They don't have to do. Nobody can force them. This is the thing that people don't understand. The West can't force anybody anymore to do anything.
Prata, you're not allowed to talk about this kind of thing. You know that. Yeah.
It is true. The thing is that the Westerns have...
Someone needs to be someone's enemy. So
someone needs to be an enemy. But this is a fantasy just for us Westerners.
It is. Listen. We hate Russia. We hate China. Everyone must
understand
Russia
that.
and China.
Yes. But the thing is that the West needs to understand. That's why the peace plan is a global peace plan. That's what they are presenting to the world. The West needs to understand this is not a question about blocks anymore. This is about respecting each other's and understanding as well that the West position of the world will be respected, but it has its place. They can't force anybody anymore. It's over. And they need to understand this fantasy that they are putting in people's head, and everybody, the pro-Ukrainians, pro-Russian, it doesn't care. we are living actually just in a blocks war that makes no sense. We have to finish this, and that's what the Chinese are saying.
So your answer to the super chat is basically that the Chinese peace plan is not the future; it is now.
Conflict. That's the natural state of humanity. It always has been since the beginning of civilization.
The war or the peace?
You seem like a relatively bright guy. You could look that up.
But Prata, what you were saying about the 12, like now you have to respect this and that and so forth. Many would argue this is kind of like the super chat was, does the Chinese peace plan has a future, right? But what you were basically saying there was that no, the Chinese peace plan is not actually the future; it is already happening, as we can see it. Yeah, right.
This is not for Ukraine. This is a peace plan for the world. Of course, JS, we always will have wars. We know. But the thing is that the conflicts now change in dimension. As I was saying, the West now has it see itself can't force nobody anymore to accept their ideas or to impose their ideas. They should try to convince people that their ideas work better and there is a reason for it, but not try to impose no sanctions, no wars, no stupid wars. And that's what the Chinese are proposing. If it works, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying that, you know, from what I know of Americans, or I should say our government, and how easily our government has the U.S. populace under their propaganda control, there's not going to be any peace.
No.
The most important thing about the what the Chinese have made is it's the first time China decided to go into the stage of international affairs and putting a 12-point thingy. But it's the first time that China decided to kind of getting involved in the world stage.
Drew is in the house.
Yeah,
because in Iraq or in Syria, they were all kind in the backstage, not putting themselves in front and telling to everybody, this is our plan, this is what we want to see. This is the first time it happened.
Yeah, but
since the Cold War,
it's a real cornerstone in history.
Sure. What did you got to say?
Skin in the game.
The thing that we need to understand here is the Chinese did not come up with a peace plan. There is no Chinese peace plan. They came up with a position paper. So the difference is very. You have to understand the difference between a peace plan and a position paper. A peace plan is, this is my plan. You guys listen to me and do what I tell you to do. That's a peace plan. A position paper.
No, that's called American foreign policy. That's not called a peace plan.
Try to tell that to Blinken.
A position paper is, this is my position as a sovereign country. This is my position. You guys do what you want.
Future,
this is my position.
Yeah, we get it.
So
yeah.
It's a big difference, because when the Western media portrays it as a peace plan, you know, they are trying to say that China is trying to impose its will on the belligerents, which it's not doing. China is just saying, okay, this is what I think about the situation. That's it. So everybody's asking us what we think about it, because somehow they think we're this big, powerful country. So this is our position. Don't ask anymore. This is what we think.
Very good. Yeah. Nobody imposed anything to anybody anymore. That's also their position. That's over. And that's this is amazing that people don't understand. That the West is also crazy because they don't know how to react to such a new thing. This is new. They call themselves the right to decide that they have a position.
The moment Saudi Arabia and Iran decided to talk, I knew United States was fucked.
Drew just came in just to say that, and then he's gone.
So you give him your praise.
It's about China.
Yeah.
You know, there's the wars are not necessarily in our forever future, because wars are mostly due to scarcity. now it's becoming about power and all that, but it's always about scarcity. Now we are shifting that position with automatization and robots and everything. Actually, we are going into abundance. That the oil and energy is just a temporary hiccups and all of that, but we are going into entering abundance
Human beings have
future.
fought
So
many
it's
wars that
gonna
have
be
with scarcity. Human beings look at human beings have slaughtered each other over religion. I mean, look what happened to Germany in the 30
yeah.
Years'
It's
War.
all about
A third of their
scarcity. Yeah, it's
population.
all about
It wasn't
scarcity. That's
scarcity.
what it is.
It was theological
It's just
differences.
using other. It's always using other excuses, but it's always about scarcity. We are going into
Sometimes
abundance.
it's
There
also
was no
just
need
about
to be.
power.
Yeah.
Yes,
But
it's
then
about power.
that's a scarcity of power. There's a vacuum
Yeah.
there, so it needs to be filled.
Let's name it terrorism.
But I'm kind of
Oh yes.
I kind of calculated from Fort Turning book. I calculated when this turbulence is gonna be over. Somewhere around 2033. That's when turbulence and crisis will stop, and then probably the China's peace plan will
You are
will
propheting that
start.
now. You are propheting.
2033.
Yes, that's
Oh,
from
We gotta
my
wait 10 years to find out if you're lying.
yes. 10
Nuclear
years.
mushrooms everywhere.
But I calculated that about 10 years ago.
Euro, don't
I
have any
calculated.
illusions you can outweigh Dracu. He is already 450. So
Yes.
a few more years, you're still going to have to answer for that. He already made you, you say you're going to be a prophet? Well, let's see how long in the future you can hold that.
How do you think he moved to Austria?
Nuclear
I
mushrooms
think we're all
everywhere.
I think we're all gonna be fucked up.
That's a champion.
You already are.
So
Drac-
it's already 5 hours and 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
I think it's time to do closing. My ears is actually very painful because this earphone is making my ears very painful. So let's do closing. Let's
Oh
start off
no, I
with
just came in, man.
Yeah, it would spend
Oh.
$10 for you. Yeah, you want to talk about hypersonic weapons?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you want to talk about hypersonic weapon first?
LGBTQ before.
No, LGBT.
Because it's
This is a
working
scary
on,
topic to talk
on new
about.
physical
Sorry,
principles.
voz do povo. You're outdated. It's plus on the end. You have to say it plus on the end. Otherwise, it's not inclusive. That's not inclusive. LGBTQ plus. Otherwise, it's not included. Inclusive. You'll be on the sinful side. Okay. You can't do that.
I think I am a small pink elephant.
Oh shit.
You have the right to be a small pink elephant. Just don't be a rapist and don't pretend you are a woman.
Fuck you.
Small pinky elephant.
Small pink elephant. I am a small pink elephant.
You am. I worry that you have a small pink elephant. You have it's only a small pink elephant.
Small pink.
So
he probably wants a fire extinguisher
Craig
after that.
Craig was saying that Voss should raise one topic. Voss, do you have anything to want to talk about? To give you a chance.
Me? Nah.
Yeah.
I'm just here to listen to Aaron. Honestly, I don't. I want him to chill,
So in case you do not know what I realized on the 1st of April, this big revelation is that actually Prata and Voss is actually a twin. They actually they're twin brothers. Don't just look at them, they're actually twins. Just look at their last name; it's the same.
And don't be
You see,
fooled
they
by
have the same beard.
Wyatt is absolutely correct. Wyatt is absolutely correct because you can actually look up. There was this South African German and Dutch white, very like powder white family who happened to get a black child during apartheid. And this was suspected. Oh, well, hold on. This must be this woman must have been having herself a little bit of a chocolate or something. But no, instead it was what was called some form of atavistic mutation. Basically, most of our genes are not really expressed. We have mostly junk genes, and we are all originating from Africa. Concordantly, you can indeed be like from. So what I'm trying to say here is that Vosh is just posing as black because he looks black, but actually because what happened here is that this very powdery white family, they got still a black child, even though there was they made genetic tests of it and so forth. They found out, no, this is actually the real mother, the real father, and this goes the other way around in some respect as well. But mostly it goes back to black because that's where we have the most of our shall we say, junk genes, without being derogatory. So Vosh is, he looks like he's from Africa, but he has, like Wyatt just alluded to, same last name. He speaks Portuguese, etc., etc., etc. Now, if you tell me that you cannot actually tell the difference from where they're from because of their color, etc., because of atavistic mutations, then prove Wyatt wrong somehow, if you can.
No, I think it is. I think it is the other way. I think
it's both ways.
I think the Prata is from Africa. I think the Prata is from Africa, not the Vos from Europe. I think Prata is from Africa.
To me, Voss looks like he's Irish, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Portugal is not Africa anyway.
I have to drop out.
Voss is obviously black Irish.
Not yet. We have a couple of islands in Africa. It's called the Madeira Islands. They're all in the African plate.
How the fuck it was possible that Portuguese colonized something?
Because they were used to be good.
Yeah.
This is
Romania. How the fuck is it possible that anyone ever put you in charge of driving a tank?
Yes, I understand that.
It's because tanks are indestructible. That's why.
I was surprised.
So, okay, let's do closing. Yore, you can start first.
Closing. Should we do prophecies? I heard from a military summary channel, he was mentioning some prophecy from Kiev church. Some monk was prophesying that after the separation of the church, when the Ukrainian state starts the war against a church, Orthodox church in Ukraine, that 6 months after that, the fatherland will get back together with a long time left small brother, which means Russia and Ukraine will be back together in 6 months after this war against the church starts. That's just another prophecy that just mentioned. I watched on military summary yesterday, so that will match somewhere around summertime, September. Let's hope for the end of the war by then.
Yes.
Ayaga.
I don't really have any predictions about anything. I just want to say thanks, Wyatt, for doing the show. Way to go, DPA Army. And I look forward to seeing you guys, next week or whatever. And I pop in the voice chat in our group, so maybe I'll catch some of you there. Peace out, guys.
Papa also.
Yeah, much the same. Yeah, thanks, Wyatt, for putting all this together. It's really informative. Yeah, I just one more thing. Papa's newsroom. Trying to get people over there to mechanisms to post content. Have some discussions around all this stuff. So yeah, go check it out if you've got some time. But yeah, Thanks, everyone. Peace and
So
respect.
Papa's Telegram channel, you can see the link there. Go and check it out. RL.
So, well, it was nice to be here and talking to nice people, as usual. I was a bit late because I got a phone call with some family members, so I didn't really know what you were talking about earlier, but whatever. It was still great to be here. And I hope we will talk a bit much about the real issues JS want to talk about, yeah. The big shift we see in geopolitics with the fall of the West and the rise of other center of power.
Why is everybody dropping off? Since when this is the culture, saying
Juan started it because he tended to do that in the beginning, but now I think it is because we're expecting someone in queue who had been on the open mic earlier to be allowed to do their closing. So that's why Papa just left. He thought that Alan was still waiting in queue.
There's no one in the queue anymore.
Yeah, there's no one in the queue, right? So Papa just left us, hanging out dry.
Yeah. So, Dracu.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. It's not warm when she's away.
What the fuck?
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, and she's always gone too long. Anytime she goes away. Da 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 da.
Dracu should start a YouTube channel just singing.
I have one.
You sing so well.
I thank you. I already have one.
Really?
I have
You never drop the link. Share the link.
Because I don't have to. I don't want to say. I don't have to be hearing that you are saying that I make.
Our endearing old man, please don't be a coy boy now. All of a sudden, at least drop it in the private chat. So those in the group.
It's just a small, very small channel.
Fine, but you should drop it in the private chat so that those people watching should know what they have looking for.
We get 10 more
you want to
views.
go find out Dracu's singing channel, maybe you want to go out on an open mic and then get included.
Okay, I will drop it in the chat. But what I have, what I want to is like always. It was a nice discussion, and I think we are discussing very important matters here, and we are making very very good points of it. And the fact that we are contradicting each other, I think I'm looking at as a positive thing, because no one should be or should take the meaning of someone else. So what someone else is saying just like that. So arguing and argumenting is the point of a discussion. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dracu. Atreo.
Yo. So, yeah, it was a good discussion as always, even though I jumped in late, but that's because I woke up late pretty much. But I think the timing is good because now it's already at around 8-ish. So I still managed to catch at least an hour or so. So I think this is a good timing. And then hearing the rest, hearing the legends, it's always nice. So yeah, that's it.
Next time I will make it later so that only the Americans and the Asians can join. Voss.
Yeah. Again, another good stream. And shame we didn't talk about the new alphabet, but maybe next week. And I just want RL to know you need to chill, I know you don't care about your life, but trust me, these people, they care about the life of your people you care about. They're gonna come after them. Trust me.
Boss, you got a new earphone, right? It sounds so much better than
No, it's the same. It's the same. Remember that one I told you just pay £2 from China? Yeah, it's same.
The volume today is perfect. It's so much better.
Nah, I've got two phones. I'm using the other one.
It's a phone's fault. Must be
Yeah.
China phone, right? The other one. Don't use China phone.
Both actually both Chinese phone is Xiaomi.
Okay, Prata.
Yes. So, guys, we live in a very strange world where our Western compatriots are trying to create a new enemy here, create an idea that we live in between the good and the bad, between the democracies and the autocracies. But this is just this is a fantasy. This is not what's really happening. What is happening is actually that the aristocracy that used to rule the world is not able to impose anything to anybody. Of course, the values of the West are still very good, and we don't need to be convinced. We don't need to be ashamed of it. But we need to create a new perception that we need to convince people that why democracy and freedom of speech is a good thing. We should not try to impose to no one. We shouldn't make sanctions. We shouldn't make blackmailing. The world is what it is, and there is a real opportunity for what happened centuries long to end. That is that the poorer countries in the world finally have different partners which they can choose, the one that will pay better, that will work with you better. In some sections, they will work with us, with the West. Some sections they will work with China, with the Russia. Doesn't care, but you will get better deals, and you'll be finally able to rise. And this will be a good world. So don't believe in this shit that our politicians are telling you about the fantasy, the bad ones, the good ones. Nobody is bad, nobody is good on the end of the scale of history. We in the West, we also did horrible things, and we shouldn't forget it. Many times.
Still doing it.
Yes, okay, but my discourse...
Hey, I didn't say that. I was joking. I didn't say that. I was joking.
I'm so serious. I couldn't believe I could be so serious. Okay, it's over. Coping, you're...
Yeah, I like to have Coping to do closing. He do the best closing.
Yes.
So he always be an end.
I also appreciate it because I was fearing here that I might have time to roll my cope here before it was my time. So now I had time to roll it. I got it. And around with the RL, pleasant people. I wasn't supposed to be here for at least a month or so because I was planning a travel for a long time. It got botched. Not going to waste time on that why or so forth. But here I come back on a Saturday, and Wyatt does an April Fool's on us. And all of a sudden, we have an open mic going on, which is absolutely fantastic because I incidentally had a bottle of wine, and I get to meet these nice people, and we have some really constructive discussions. I'm noticing that we're starting to get better, even Dracu. I mean, dude, you cannot even talk. You just shout, but still. And now you're singing? Dude, what's the next part going to come up with you? Well, I can tell you guys who are watching right now, and those of you watching a little bit later, you may find out exactly how good Dracu is to sing. You may find out how much of a sicko Vaughn is. You may find out let's say about how weird RL is, because he doesn't show everything out in public. He shows, right? And maybe I'm just making blatant statements here, but you will never know unless you get on. But before I get to you guys on the chat and I finish that, you regular heathens, because that's what you are. Until you get on here, then you're one less heathen. And then you get, I see here, let me click back on the YouTube. That doesn't look good. Nah, there's significantly more views than there are likes on that video. If you don't get over and press that like button and subscribe, I'm gonna find you and make you blow me. Unless you're gay. Unless you're gay, because that's not a threat. So oh, but no, hold on. Hold on. But hold on. If you are gay, it's actually okay. It is okay if you're gay if you press that like button. If not, you're like the rest of the filthy vermin that can go around. I mean, just stop wasting oxygen. You have no space. Well, at least press the like button. Oh, my lovely assistant. So, yeah. I see that I am not left alone here, so I think I'm going to cut myself short here. Say thank you everyone for participating. Thank you especially Wyatt for setting this even up as possible. Thank all of you who have been watching and press the like button, of course, and that being especially those of you who are coming afterwards and couldn't get on the stream. Stream. But to those of you who are now watching, I'll finish with you, because you are the ones who can actually jump on. And you may have noticed, like, we tend to jump out quite a lot. This is because we tend to be communicating on the private chat, and because we are recognizing, this is not really our space. Drew, for example, tends to pop, like Vaughn, he pops in and out, whenever it's a suitable topic. You say China 3 times, right? You say China 3 times, you get the Drew. And if you talk too much military stuff, RL is going to get into the play because he wants to hear something else going on, and so forth, right? So you who are watching, you can also actually influence this to a lesser or larger degree. So I would only encourage you to, like, don't think that you're too stupid, too foolish, or whatever. Because look at us, look at everyone here. Like, yeah, sure, we might know some shit. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. We're also not as bright as we like to think that we are. Some of us might think that we are quite bright. I'll crush your expectations in the lounge. And then for those of you who may wonder how that looks like, the battlefield, the bloodshed that occurs, you have to get on. You have to get on the open mic before you'll know. And to that, I say thank you for watching, and especially the super chats. Thank you so much for making it like worthwhile Wyatt's time to let us be rambling on and interrupting and actually being quite childish, even though, as Prata was saying, and I agree, it was serious topics. But let's face it, we are just like grown children with more flabby skin, and so that's why you hear all this sounds coming out. It's all this noise. If you don't like it, well, come on, you can change it. Yeah, I think that would be it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Also, you watching.
We need more pro-Ukrainian.
Vaughn.
So Vaughn,
Vaughn, come back. We love you.
Go up, go up.
Another great stream. I'm stuck in some quicksand right now. Keep watching DPA. Please, if you want to come on the open mics, come on the open mics. We need more people. We need more perspectives. I enjoy coming here every week. I enjoy everybody that comes on here, even all the fighting and yelling and screaming is awesome. So everybody have a great week, and I'm out of here.
Bravo.
Okay.
So
bye, guys.
Vaughn is becoming more like a performer now.
I put the name of my channel on the private chat. So bye. Have a fine time.
Yes, for those of you who want to see Dracu singing, you got to get on the open mic. So thank you all for watching. And don't forget to like and subscribe, or I'm going to find you and throw my fucking thumb. That other thumb you didn't press is going to go down your throat. Okay, thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone, for watching. This is the 23rd open mic. So it's a brilliant session. I think finally we are back to talking about Ukraine war. We talk a lot about the Bakhmut, about the Ukrainian counteroffensive, the tanks, the drones. So I think it's very cool. We have the past two open mic. We don't really talk much about the war, so we're coming back to talking about the war now. So that's cool. And then a lot of new information that we didn't expect, like Dracu actually can sing very, very well. That was a surprise. And of course, Prata and Voss is actually twins. I made that up because it's April's Fool. And so thank you guys for watching. Do subscribe if you have not subscribed. And also want to say hi to the people on Rumble. We have like at the peak I saw like 77, and now we still have 58 people still watching on Rumble. Hi at Rumble, and do subscribe if you're on Rumble. And for those that are not on YouTube and you do use Rumble, do go over to the Rumble. I think the link is in the description. Do check it out. Do subscribe over there as well. Rumble have improved a lot over the past few months, from ever since the January onwards. I think starting from December last year, Rumble suddenly have a big change. They suddenly have a good advertising money, and the amount of money per 1,000 views is pretty close to what YouTube is offering. So it made it possible to actually become a content creator now outside of YouTube on Rumble as well. So I think it's good to spread the eggs. So if you use Rumble, do subscribe over there. And but unfortunately, Rumble is not integrated yet with StreamYard, which is this platform that I'm using now to host these panels and open mics. So my understanding from the representative from Rumble is that they are currently in the process of integrating with StreamYard. So hopefully, we will start to see comments and super chats from Rumble as well. So that will be awesome. And also we haven't have new speakers today. So yeah, hopefully more and more people will be willing to come on and to talk, and also do help to share the words, to spread the open mic around, share it on your social media, especially Facebook, Twitter, because this is the only way that more people will come on, because open mic ultimately, people don't really want to listen to people who they do not know. Usually is very unusual. Like, I don't really go and watch a lot of other panels, and unless there's a consistent person that they know. Like for DPA open mic, I'm the consistent person, but only people who follow DPA's coverage of the Ukraine war do watch it. So that's the limitation. And I think what is happening over at the open mic is much bigger than just me. I think so, which is why it's important to get people to buy into this idea of the open mic. I think it's something unique, and I think this will have great future. I think many of you guys are addicted to the open mic. So yeah, I think the speakers 100% they are addicted. Yeah, they are always coming back. So anyway, do press the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and I will see you guys soon. I'm not sure if I'll do a sit rep later, but let's see how it goes. And thank you guys for watching, and I want to say thanks to the open the super chats, TV Risk, Glow in the Dark, J Relo, and NGS Do. Yeah, thank you guys for the super chat. The super chat actually powers the editing. The main part of the money actually goes to editing and maybe paying a bit of the things that I need. For example, this StreamYard, because StreamYard I actually pay a subscription on a monthly basis. Yeah, so the money mainly goes to this because despite the super chats, the money when you minus everything is actually not much. So there's not much earnings actually for me. And I actually have a lot of clips already edited. I have, I think, 200 over clips I haven't uploaded. Yeah, because I has been busy. So I will hopefully I will upload soon, and hopefully that will help to promote the open mic more. And the viewers viewership currently is pretty stagnant. I would say for the open mic we are consistently getting maybe 200, 300 views on the concurrent basis, and with the Rumble that actually adds like around 50 plus, so that's actually pretty nice. So hopefully we'll continue to grow. Ideally one day I will hope that we'll get thousands of views from all around the world. That will be ideal, but I not anytime soon, I guess, because the channel is still not so big. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next update. Let me find the outro. Okay, see you guys.